the only thing which is still in his mind is Naam, Namak and Nishan. Naam
Yes.
of his battalion.
Yes.
Namak, of course, is eating off the banner, and the Nishan of the banner is carrying.
The headlines at this hour: raided for over 14 hours, grilled for over 6. ED news tightens as Sanjay Raut is now arrested. No escape for Raut. ED recovers unaccounted for cash, seizes incriminating evidence from residents. After ED arrest on alleged corruption, FIR against Raut for criminal intimidation now. Fast and swift moves by the Enforcement Directorate. Raut to be produced before special PMLA court today. Aam Aadmi Party leader shot dead in Punjab's Malarkotla. Police say hunt on to nab the accused. India shines bright and high at Birmingham. Medal tally now stands at 6. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic. I'm Rukma, and now for our top story. After the late night arrest of Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut, here's the first reaction of the Shiv Sena. Crores of lakhs and lakhs of hard cash recovered. Incriminating documents seized, but the party still defends Raut, saying all the allegations are false. So the Shiv Sena coming out in defense of Sanjay Raut, saying that the allegations against him are false.
देखिए, ऐसा है कि आज भारतीय लोकतंत्र, महाराष्ट्र के लोकतंत्र के लिए काला दिन। काफी घंटे के पूछताछ के बाद श्री संजय राउत जी को रात को गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया, सिर्फ इसलिए कि संजय राउत जी विपक्ष की आवाज बनते हैं। संजय राउत जी वो बुलंद आवाज रहते हैं जिससे पूरी की पूरी दिल्ली हिल जाती है। लेकिन दिल्ली पिछले 2.5 सालों से इस प्रयास में थी कि संजय राउत को कहां परेशान करें, संजय राउत को कैसे अरेस्ट करें। एक बहुत पुराने मामले में धोखे से उनको अरेस्ट किया। आपको पता है कि इस समय संसद का सत्र चल रहा है। किसी सांसद को आप गिरफ्तार करते हैं तो स्पीकर को बताना पड़ता है। यही अगर गलती से महाविकास आघाड़ी की सरकार रही होती तो चारों तरफ बीजेपी हंगामा मचा देती। लेकिन हम उस नेचर के नहीं हैं। हम नियम कानून संविधान को मानने वाले लोग हैं और इसका जवाब जनता देगी चुनाव में। ठीक है, आप गिरफ्तार करिए, आप कानूनी कार्रवाई करिए, हम भी लड़ेंगे, हमारे वकील भी लड़ेंगे। संजय राउत जी झुकेंगे नहीं, आपकी मंशा पूरी नहीं होने देंगे। संजय राउत जी एक मराठी वीर है और महाराष्ट्र की अस्मिता और मुंबई की अस्मिता के लिए अंतिम सांस तक वो लड़ेंगे।
And joining us now are our correspondents Alisha Nair and also with us is Ankit Prasad, who is at the ED office. The latest in the Sanjay Raut, implicated scam of more than 1,000 crore rupees, the Patra land scam, as it's being termed in the media. Alisha, coming to you, what is the latest detail that you can give us? We believe he is to be produced in court. Before that, there is to be his medical checkup. It's over to you.
Well, yes, Rukma, where we know that Sanjay Raut has already been arrested by Enforcement Directorate, and this arrest came at midnight. But if talking about today development, we know that by around 9:30, where Sanjay Raut will be taken to JJ Hospital for a medical, which is a procedure that has to be followed by any agency or whether it is police officials before producing to court. And after the medical has been done, he will be taken to the court where he will be produced before the special PMLA court. It's a designated court for the Enforcement Directorate, and many of the revelations that will come, because we know that the arrest, the ground of arrest was something for his non-cooperation. Also, there are many incriminating documents and unaccounted cash that was recovered, what we have been told, and that is something going to be put forth before the agents, before the court by the agency, and importantly, more revelation that will come, because we know even Sanjay Raut earlier, who was questioned for around 10 hours, but there are more questions that need to be answered, and there are more developments, specifically when it comes to the evidence that Enforcement Directorate has, and after which he was called in he was called in twice, but he did not appear, clearly mentioning that he could not appear before the agency because there is a parliament session that has been ongoing, and also he need to campaign for the vice president election. But the time Enforcement Directorate got to know that he is at his residence in Mumbai at early morning 7, where ED reached to his residence in Bhandup. There were 12 ED officials who conducted searches at his residence, and by around 5 p.m. in the evening, when he was brought to the ED office, and again he was interrogated with the documents that was recovered. That was the property documents that has recovered, because it's not only about the 33 lakh that has been mentioned in overall case. We know that this is a case of 2008 earlier that was initial that was registered with the economic offence wing of Mumbai police, and later ED registered a case. Even Pravin Raut, who has been known to be a close aide of Sanjay Raut, who was arrested, and there were many revelations that was made. Not only that, but most of the important witness, known to be an important witness, Sapna Patkar, who has given many of the documents, and also she has stated that there are multiple properties in the name of Sanjay Raut and Varsha Raut that has come across in the same Patra Chaul case. Well, when it comes to the Patra Chaul case, Rukma, let me put things into perspective, because that was an agreement that was made between Guru Ashish Constructions Private Limited, the tenant society, and Mahada to rebuild, to redevelop the Patra Chaul in Goregaon, where 672 tenants were about to get a flat. But it's been 14 years, no one even get the flats. But in the name of that constructions, of that redevelopment, where Pravin Raut, who was a director of Guru Ashish Construction Private Limited, have taken a money from HDIL, from the promoters who are the Rakesh and the Saranga Vadavans are the promoters. He took 100 crores rather than making a redevelopment. He used this money, he diverted all those money to his close associates and close aid, including Sanjay Raut and his family. What has come into the light during the course of investigation, that in 2010 there was 83 lakh that was given by Madhuri Raut, that is wife of Pravin Raut, to Sanjay Raut, wife Varsha Raut, and that money has been used to buy a flat in Dadar. In April, we know in this entire course of investigation, where enforcement directors have already attached a property asset, including the Dadar flat and also some of the plot in Alibag, because there are 8 plots that is need to be claimed, that there are 8 plots in the name of Varsha Raut, and also there is a joint account that is being between whether it is Madhuri Raut or Sapna Patkar. But importantly, the hearing that was going to take place, where we know that Enforcement Director is going to produce Sanjay Raut before the special PMLA court, and there will be many revelations will be made. I'm also joined with my colleague Ankit Prasad, who is right outside the Enforcement Directorate office. Ankit, we know that even after the arrest, there will be several questions that will be put forth before Sanjay Raut. He will be confronted with many of the other documents as well. What are you witnessing? Because we know that even NCP is going to protest outside the ED office over the action that has been initiated by ED.
In fact, we would like to add some of our own questions to Sanjay Raut and pose them if we can, because just in a few moments from now, Alisha, and I think you're getting the visuals of this and we're going to show you, he is likely to be taken out of the ED's office. The gates are open. There is a car on standby. My VJ Samir will show you. That is the car that is on standby, the grey colored car, in which Sanjay Raut will be taken to the JJ hospital for his medical checkup, and we'll show you the gates of the ED are also open. A couple of senior looking officials have just gone inside. Let's just show you the gate also of the Enforcement Directorate, Samir, and that is from where Sanjay Raut will appear in just a short while from now, Alisha, and he is likely to drive right past us. We'll try and ask him some questions. It's unclear whether it would be like yesterday. Remember when he had first been brought to the Enforcement Directorate, Alisha, he had gone from one side of the barricade to the other in an attempt to speak to the media and play martyr. But this time, because there is the formal process of arrest against him, it is unlikely that he's going to be afforded that kind of luxury and space and time to deal with the media. However, we'll pose what our questions can be to him, and we've also already heard, very interestingly, the NCP's statement on this. It's taken about 24 hours to come, but the NCP has now said that it will support
well, stay with
Sanjay Raut.
us.
They are going to
Ankit is outside the Enforcement Directorate, as he's been telling us. Everything on standby. In a short while from now, perhaps in a few minutes, Sanjay Raut will be taken for his medical checkup before that appearance in the Sessions Court in Mumbai. Alisha also with us outside the Sessions Court there, and Sanjay Raut in the dock after hours of grilling. Let's listen into some reactions that are coming in to understand more about the situation as it stands now.
कई महीनों से संजय राउत जी का जांच शुरू थी। कई बिल्डरों को एफएसआई, टीडीआर इसके माध्यम से भी बड़ा घोटाला हुआ है और कई बिल्डरों को बड़ा फायदा पहुंचाने का काम किया है, और जो संपत्ति अवैध जमा की वो अटैच करना चाहिए, और जो गरीब लोगों का पैसा संजय राउत ने सही मायने में महाविकास आघाड़ी के माध्यम से उसमें भ्रष्टाचार किया है, वो भी आगे आएगा।
आखिरकार लंबी तफ्तीश के बाद शिवसेना नेता की गिरफ्तारी हो गई। मद मस्ती और अहंकार के साथ सत्ता का दुरुपयोग करते हुए यदि जनता की लूट की जाए तो अंततः उसे परास्त ही होना है।
So, well, reactions coming in thick and fast, even as after hours of grilling. The Enforcement Directorate has stated that it will be arresting, it arrested Sanjay Raut. He will be produced in the Sessions Court in Mumbai today. And Sanjay Raut himself denying all the charges. Now, the Shiv Sena, which is loyal to Uddhav Thackeray, which is the Uddhav Thackeray faction, coming out, we believe, in his support. Meanwhile, many details out in the open regarding the various transactions that were made as far as this major scam is concerned. The scam, it's a scam amounting to more than 1,000 crore rupees, the Patra Chaul land scam.
Aam Aadmi Party's municipal councillor was shot dead by unidentified assailants in Punjab's Malerkotla district. Victim, known to be Muhammad Akbar, was shot inside a gym in the Malerkotla district.
एज ऑफ नाउ जी कोई पर्सनल दुश्मनी लग रही हैगी, बाकी जी हैगी तफ्तीश चल रही हैगी, जिमें कोई डिटेल्स सामने आउणगियां तुहानूं दस दित्ता जाऊगा, पर हाले जी हैगी इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रही है।
Meanwhile, a CCTV footage accessed shows Akbar was seen moving towards an unidentified man inside the gym. As Akbar came close, the assailants took out a weapon and fired at him. A case under sections 302 and 34 of the IPC has been registered against unidentified attackers on the complaint of slain councillor's wife. Officials say as of now that it seems to be the result of a personal enmity and an investigation is underway in the matter. Akbar had become a councillor on the Congress ticket in 2021 but later switched sides to the Aam Aadmi Party. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
In a Patra Chaul case where Enforcement Directorate is probing over 1,034 crore, where Sanjay Raut has been arrested. He will be produced before the special PMLA court where ED will seek his custody. Minute-to-minute update and all the exclusive breaking only on Republic TV. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
मैं भी ये चाहता हूँ, हमेशा दिल में सोता हूँ शाम को, मेरे को दर्द होता है कलेजे के अंदर कि चाइना आए तो आज भी मैं खाने के लिए तैयार हूँ। युद्ध भूमि में दुश्मन से जब हम लड़ा करते थे तूफानों को मोड़ दिया करते थे, अभी जितना बॉर्डर पर मारते हैं उतना तो हम रोड पर छोड़ दिया करते थे।
And a quick roundup of all the action from the Commonwealth Games, it was another memorable day for India in weightlifting as Indian weightlifter Achinta Sholi clinched a gold medal with a combined lift of 313 kg in the men's 73 kg final at the ongoing Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. With this, he won the country its sixth medal at the Commonwealth Games and its third gold medal at the event.
Look at the mountain of cash.
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
बहुत खुश है सर। मैं थोड़ा सा परफॉर्मेंस और चाहता था तो मेरा सेकेंड अटेम्प्ट मिस हो गया थोड़ा बहुत, मतलब ब्लैकआउट की वजह से। तो मैं थोड़ा सा परफॉर्मेंस के लिए कुछ अपसेट है, बाकी तो मेडल का और मेरा जो परफॉर्मेंस मैच का मैं पकड़ के रखा हूँ उसका मुझे खुश है।
Not just one, India bagged 2 gold medals in the weightlifting category in the ongoing Commonwealth Games. Weightlifter Jeremy bagged gold with a dominant performance in the 67 kgs men weightlifting event.
The protesters are trying to exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to respond?
Sonia Gandhi coming out of the, and we can see Priyanka Gandhi was also here along with Sonia Gandhi.
Sanjay Raut Singh outside his residence. He has come out. He has come out.
In the pursuit of hard reporting, we at Republic have taken on and fight, and we will continue to take on corrupt politicians, corrupt policemen, corrupt bureaucrats, and corrupt corporate lobbies. We need your support as we fight both the corrupt in the media and the corrupt in our financial system.
In the team's events, India's women's cricket team picked up its first win of the tournament, beating Pakistan with the
You're watching live and breaking on Republic, and after the late night arrest of the Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut, here's the first reaction of the Shiv Sena. Crores where lakhs of hard cash was recovered. Incriminating documents have been seized by the party. Still defends Raut. It says they are false allegations.
दबाव में मेधा किरीट सोमैया मानहानि का डिफेमेशन केस में संजय राउत गिरफ्तार हो चुके हैं। अगले शनिवार से रेगुलर हियरिंग का प्रारंभ है शिवडी मेट्रोपॉलिटन कोर्ट में। स्वप्ना पाटकर के साथ जिस प्रकार से दादागिरी, गुंडागिरी, धमकियां, उसके ऊपर अब कल रात को वाकौला पुलिस स्टेशन ने एफआईआर रजिस्टर्ड कर ली है। पत्राचाल 1200 करोड़ घोटाला में कार्रवाई शुरू है। अभी तो वसई विरार प्रकल्प जो था है, जिसमें पर्ल ग्रुप, यूनिटेक, प्रवीण राउत, वो तो और बाकी है। जो फॉरेन टूर संजय राउत दुबई में कब गए थे, क्यों गए थे, कौन सी होटल में ठहरे थे, वहां क्या मीटिंगें हुई थी, कौन कौन बिल्डर उनसे आके मिले थे, कौन से देश से आके मिले थे। अभी तो इन्वेस्टिगेशन फुल फ्लेज जब शुरू होगा तब पता चलेगा संजय राउत क्या चीज है।
कल रात को ईडी ने 12 बजे उनको गिरफ्तार कर लिया, उसके बारे में क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
गिरफ्तार तो किया है एक पत्राचाल में। अभी कोई मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग, फेरा, फेमा और सब चीजें बाहर आएगी। आपने देखा ना अनिल देशमुख को, नवाब मलिक को क्या हुआ। अभी तो धीरे धीरे ये जो संजय राउत, संजय पांडे ने माफियागिरी के कारण सब दबे हुए थे, आगे आगे देखो होता है क्या।
जिस तरह से जेपी नड्डा जी का बयान सामने आया कि महाराष्ट्र में से धीरे धीरे शिवसेना खत्म।
हाँ, viewers, any minute now we will bring you the first visuals of Sanjay Raut today following his midnight arrest by the Enforcement Directorate. He is to be taken to the JJ Hospital for a medical before he'll be produced in court for his remand hearing. We'll be posing questions to him if we can, so stay tuned for that. We'll be back in just a few seconds. Be with Republic.
बहुत खुश है सर। मैं थोड़ा सा परफॉर्मेंस और चाहता था, तो मेरा सेकेंड अटैम्प्ट मिस हो गया थोड़ा बहुत, मतलब ब्लैकआउट के वजह से। तो मैं थोड़ा सा परफॉर्मेंस के लिए कुछ एब्सोल्युटली, बाकी तो मेडल का और मेरा जो परफॉर्मेंस मैच का मैं पकड़ के रखा हूँ उसका मुझे खुश है।
Not just one, India bagged 2 gold medals in the weightlifting category in the ongoing Commonwealth Games. Weightlifter Jeremy bagged gold with a dominant performance in the 67 kgs men weightlifting event.
The protesters are trying to exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to explain?
Sonia Gandhi coming out of the, and we can see Priyanka Gandhi was also here along with Sonia Gandhi.
Sanjay Raut Singh outside his residence. He has come out. He has come out.
In the pursuit of hard reporting, we at Republic have taken on and fight, and we will continue to take on corrupt politicians, corrupt policemen, corrupt bureaucrats, and corrupt corporate lobbies. We need your support as we fight both the corrupt in the media and the corrupt in our financial system.
In the team's events, India's women's cricket team picked up its first win of the tournament, beating Pakistan with a comfortable 8-wicket win. Star opening batter Smriti Mandhana did the star turn for India with a fluent 63 with no wickets out after bowlers Sneh Rana and Radha Yadav had taken 2 wickets apiece to skittle Pakistan out.
मैं भी ये चाहता हूँ, हमेशा दिल में सोता हूँ शाम को, मेरे को दर्द होता है कलेजे के अंदर कि चाइना आए तो आज भी मैं खाने के लिए तैयार हूँ। युद्ध भूमि में दुश्मन से जब हम लड़ा करते थे तूफानों को मोड़ दिया करते थे, अभी जितना बॉर्डर पर मारते हैं उतना तो हम रोड पर छोड़ दिया करते थे।
And in some latest news from the Commonwealth Games underway at Birmingham, it was another memorable day for Indian weightlifting as Achinta Shioli clinched a gold medal with a combined lift of 313 kg in the men's 73 kg finals at the Games in Birmingham. With this, he wins the country its 6th medal in CWG 2022 and its 3rd gold at the event.
मेडल का तो मुझे बहुत खुश है सर। मैं थोड़ा सा परफॉर्मेंस और चाहता था, तो मेरा सेकेंड अटैम्प्ट मिस हो गया थोड़ा बहुत, मतलब ब्लैकआउट के वजह से। तो मैं थोड़ा सा परफॉर्मेंस के लिए कुछ एब्सोल्युटली, बाकी तो मेडल का और मेरा जो परफॉर्मेंस मैच का मैं पकड़ के रखा हूँ उसका मुझे खुश है।
Not just one, India bags 2 gold medals in weightlifting in the ongoing Commonwealth Games at Birmingham. Weightlifter Jeremy Lalrinunga bags gold with a dominant performance in the 67 kg men's event. In team events, India's women's cricket team picks up the first win of the tournament, beating Pakistan with a comfortable 8-wicket haul. Star opening batter Smriti Mandhana does the star turn for India with a fluent 63 with no wickets out after bowlers Sneh Rana and Radha Yadav had taken 2 wickets apiece to skittle Pakistan out. Squash player Saurav Ghoshal advances into the quarterfinals of the men's singles events at the Games. World number 15 Saurav Ghoshal demonstrated as a strong opponent against Canada's David Balajian in the men's before advancing into the quarterfinals.
इन्हें पता Patrachol case, enforcement directed after conducting 9 hours of searches at a Sanjay Raut resident and 6 hours of interrogation. Sanjay Raut has been arrested by ED. He will be produced before the court where ED will seek his custody. Minute-to-minute update and a biggest lead only on Republic TV. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
मैं भी ये चाहता हूँ, हमेशा दिल में सोता हूँ शाम को मेरे को दर्द होता है कलेजे के अंदर कि चाइना आए तो आज भी मैं खाने के लिए तैयार हूँ। युद्ध भूमि में दुश्मन से जब हम लड़ा करते थे तूफानों को मोड़ दिया करते थे, अभी जितना बॉर्डर पर मारते हैं उतना तो हम रोड पर छोड़ दिया करते थे।
And a quick roundup of all the action from the Commonwealth Games. It was another memorable day for India in weightlifting as Indian weightlifter Achinta Shioli clinched a gold medal with a combined lift of 313 kg in the men's 73 kg final at the ongoing Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. With this, he won the country its 6th medal at the Commonwealth Games and its 3rd gold medal at the event.
Look at the mountain of cash.
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
बहुत खुश है सर। मैं थोड़ा सा परफॉर्मेंस और चाहता था तो मेरा सेकेंड अटैम्प्ट मिस हो गया थोड़ा बहुत, मतलब ब्लैकआउट की वजह से। तो मैं थोड़ा सा परफॉर्मेंस के लिए कुछ एपिसोड, बाकी तो मेडल का और मेरा जो परफॉर्मेंस मैच का मैं पकड़ के रखा हूँ उसका मुझे खुश है।
Not just one, India bagged 2 gold medals in the weightlifting category in the ongoing Commonwealth Games. Weightlifter Jeremy bagged gold with a dominant performance in the 67 kgs men weightlifting event.
The protesters are trying to exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to report?
Sonia Gandhi coming out of the, and we can see Priyanka Gandhi also here along with Sonia Gandhi.
Sanjay Raut sitting outside his residence. He has come out. He has come out.
In the pursuit of hard reporting, we at Republic have taken on and fight, and we will continue to take on corrupt politicians, corrupt policemen, corrupt bureaucrats, and corrupt corporate lobbies. We need your support as we fight both the corrupt in the media and the corrupt in our financial system.
Look at the mountain of cash.
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
Raided for over 14 hours, grilled for over 6, the ED's news titans Sanjay Raut is now arrested. The Enforcement Directorate recovers unaccounted for cash, seizes incriminating evidence from his residence. After ED's arrest for alleged corruption, FIR against Raut for criminal intimidation. Hard cash is recovered. The Uddhav Sena still claims false arrest, tries to play martyr. And India shines bright and high at Birmingham. Medal tally now stands at 6. Good morning and welcome. You are watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. The big story that we are tracking this morning. The Shiva Sena MP Sanjay Raut was arrested at midnight after over 6 hours of questioning in the Patrachol land scam case. Now, Raut alleged that he was being targeted by the centre to weaken the Shiva Sena. ED officials have now searched Raut's Mumbai home for the most part of Sunday after he refused to appear for questioning despite being summoned twice. He will be produced before the court today Do remember that yesterday, of course, he was questioned for several hours before the ED finally arrested.
करने की बातें चल रही है, अपोजिशन मुक्त पार्लियामेंट को चाहते हैं, इसलिए वो ऐसा कर रहे हैं। लेकिन संजय राउत कानूनी तौर पर लड़ेंगे और अपना जो भी कुछ उनको कहना है वो कहेंगे।
सर, मेरा आखिरी सवाल है, आज पार्लियामेंट के अंदर क्या स्ट्रैटेजी रहेगी ऑपोजिशन का, क्या मुद्दा उठाया जाएगा सर?
हमारे तो बहुत से मुद्दे हैं, एक नहीं दो नहीं है, सारे मुद्दे अलग अलग तरीके से उठाएंगे। एक तो महंगाई का मुद्दा है ही है, हम लड़ रहे हैं उसके लिए राज्यसभा में। आज तो लोकसभा में क्या होगा मालूम नहीं है। फिर उसके बाद गुजरात में जो ट्रेजेडी हुई है, जो हुज ट्रेजेडी, और कम से कम 100-150 लोग मर चुके हैं, वो एक बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा है। वो भी गुजरात में प्राइम मिनिस्टर के
So that, of course, was Mallikarjun Kharge from the Congress party saying that there are a large number of issues that the opposition wants to raise and probably will be raising them in both houses of Parliament. But let's go back now to the story we were tracking this morning. Sanjay Raut was arrested yesterday after about 6 hours of questioning. He is likely to be produced in court, and tracking all those moves is Alisha. She's outside the Mumbai courthouse, and we've also got Ankit joining us from outside the ED's office now. Alisha, to you first, give us a sense of when we are expecting Sanjay Raut to be produced before the court today.
Sanjay Raut will be first taken to the JJ hospital, that we have been informed, because it is a standard procedure that need to be followed by the agency whenever who is the accused who has been arrested, and later within 24 hours that he has to produce before the court. But before that he has to be taken for the medical, and right after that it's around 11:30 that he will be produced before the special PMLA court, that is a designated enforcement directorate court, where several of the revelation that will made by enforcement directorate. We know the grounds that he was arrested, because it's because of non-cooperation, and we were knowing that even last summons where he appeared before the enforcement directorate, he was not cooperating, which is why he was kept in the office. He was interrogated for around 10 hours, and even yesterday he was interrogated, the arrest that was made, but before that he was interrogated for 6 hours in the ED office. We witnessed yesterday while taking a decision whether to arrest Sanjay Raut or not, because the sources have already indicated that there are several evidence that come across enforcement directorate. They have the documents that clearly make a stand to place Sanjay Raut under arrest, and that is what happened. We even saw there are senior ED officials who arrived at the ED office at late night by around 11:30. After which there was a official arrest that was made of Sanjay Raut. But importantly, the all eyes on a special PMLA court where ED is going to produce Sanjay Raut, and what is the role of Sanjay Raut will be put forward before the court, and where the ED will seek his custody.
So, of course, Alisha will be tracking all those arguments that are made in court. Let me go back to Ankit now. Ankit, yesterday, of course, about 11 lakhs in cash was seized, and largely what what the ED is saying, that there has allegedly been money laundering in the about 1,200 crore Patra Chaul case. Now, one of the allegations is that Sanjay Raut's wife actually bought a home for about 87 lakh rupees in Dadar, and that was proceeds of crime.
Crore rupees worth of money that has been exchanged according to the enforcement directorate. Now we are, if you can hear me, we are reporting from right outside the enforcement directorate.
All right, I think that appears to be a very poor link that we've established with Ankit over there. We're going to try and fix that and go back to him just a bit. But as we've been pointing out, of course, he is going to be produced before the court today. A PMLA court will be hearing this case in a short while from now. But we've been getting several political reactions to this. We're going to play out those.
संजय राउत जी का जांच शुरू थी। कई बिल्डरों को एपीएसआई, टीडीआर इसके माध्यम से भी बड़ा घोटाला हुआ है और कई बिल्डरों को बड़ा फायदा पहुंचाने का काम किया है। और जो संपत्ति अवैध जमा की वो अटैच करना चाहिए, और जो गरीब लोगों का पैसा संजय राउत ने सही मायने में महाविकास आघाड़ी के माध्यम से उसमें भ्रष्टाचार किया है, वो भी आगे आएंगे।
आखिरकार लंबी तफ्तीश के बाद शिवसेना नेता की गिरफ्तारी हो गई। मद मस्ती और अहंकार के साथ सत्ता का दुरुपयोग करते हुए यदि जनता की लूट की जाए तो अंततः उसे परास्त ही होना है।
संजय राउत जी झुकेंगे नहीं, आपकी मंशा पूरी नहीं होने देंगे, और हम भी देखते हैं कि अब दिल्ली में कितना जोर है।
All right, so as we were hearing those political reactions, we're also expecting to see some amount of protest done by the opposition parties. Do remember that Priyanka Chaturvedi from the Shiva Sena has already raised this issue in Parliament, and she has given a notice to discuss this. Apart from that, of course, we're also hearing that the NCP will be staging a protest in Mumbai at about 10 o'clock. But we are still waiting to get word from waiting to get word from Uddhav Thackeray, but we earlier had a reaction that came in from Priyanka Chaturvedi of the Shiva Sena.
Written a letter to him because this is extremely an important and urgent and pressing issue of this nation, that all the institutions are being compromised by the Bharatiya Janata Party for their own political gains, whether it's the Enforcement Directorate, which is now the extended department of the Bharatiya Janata Party, whether it is the Income Tax Department, whether it is the CBI. And arresting a floor leader of Shiv Sena at a time when Parliament is in session, not allowing him to do his parliamentary duties. And as per the rules and regulations, he should have been kept informed. In case that has not been done, what action is he going to be taking? This discussion needs to happen on the floor of the House.
I'm going to come back to you, Alisha. You just heard Priyanka Chaturvedi, Alisha, over there saying that there were a lot of procedures that are in place if you're arresting a parliamentarian, and alleging that none of those were followed. So how does the Shiva Sena now intend to proceed in this?
Well, Nupur, we have been hearing since yesterday, since the time the enforcement directorate officials that reached to Sanjay Raut officials, there are several bites from the Shiv Sena that is coming in, clearly indicating that this is nothing but a political vendetta, and central agency has been used as a puppet by Bharatiya Janata Party. But what we know, this is a case, something very important, and there are clear evidence which has actually made arrest of Sanjay Raut, because there are the documents, there are the witness statement, and what we know from even our sources, that Swapna Patkar, known to be a very important witness in this case, her statement has also been recorded, and she has revealed that there are several of properties that has been brought in and that was purchased in a name of her, but that actually belongs to Sanjay Raut and his family. So that has also come before the enforcement directorate. Not only unaccounted cash that was recovered and incriminating documents that was recovered, but also Sanjay Raut was not cooperating with the agency, which he need to do, because even Bharatiya Janata Party in speaking to the media was clearly mentioning that if there is nothing wrong he has done, so there is nothing to fear. But the case has clearly indicated, and the arrest that has been made is clearly indication that there was some of the involvement of Sanjay Raut, being a political leader, and of course he's been a senior Shiv Sena leader, so that has really put a benefit for the Pravin Raut. And actually we know that 100 crore that was taken from HDIL, that was diverted to his close associate and close aide, including Sanjay Raut and his family.
All right, stay with us. I'm going to go across to Ankit very quickly on this. Ankit, there is a web of transactions essentially that the Enforcement Directorate is looking at very closely. Now, give our, for the benefit of our viewers, could you explain to us what this scam is and what are the allegations of the Enforcement Directorate? And, we understand that this is a scam that could be worth crores.
I will, and just to tell you, we are just awaiting Sanjay Raut to be taken out from the ED's office behind us to the JJ hospital where his medical will take place. That is delayed by just about a few minutes. It was supposed to be at 9:30. It's now past 10, but it will happen anytime. Meanwhile, since 2007, there has been a plan to redevelop the Patra Chawl. Now, what happens when things are redeveloped in Mumbai is that the people who live in the slum are briefly moved, and that area is given for redevelopment. Now, the constructor can build private residences residences, but he is supposed to also rehabilitate the people who have been moved from that chawl. Now that is the rehabilitation that was not done. 672 families were not given their flats, their tenements as they were promised. Instead, the entire portion was allegedly, according to the ED, sold off to private bidders for a total of 900 crore rupees. On top of that, despite not completing this contract, Praveen Raut, who was the proprietor of the firm that was supposed to, had received money and an equity infusion from HDIL. So that takes it to about 1,000 crore rupees. Alongside that, there was a cash transfer allegedly made from the wife of Praveen Raut to the wife of Sanjay Raut, Varsha Raut, that was used to buy that Dadar flat, which was attached by the ED and also raided yesterday in Nupur. So these are some of the transactions that have taken place. Sum total of 1,034 crore rupees according to the Enforcement Directorate, and that is under the scanner. To add to that, yesterday they found 11 lakh or so rupees at Sanjay Raut's house. That is unexplained income. That is how the ED has noted it in its arrest papers and its various documents in relation to this case. So that is what the grilling is likely to have been about. He was asked to produce documents and also asked to explain himself. So that is the case in a nutshell. Of course, it's more granular than that, but to put it shortly, that's how it is.
Absolutely. Ankit, of course, is continuing to bring us updates from outside the ED's office. We are expecting Sanjay Raut to be taken for a medical test. That, of course, is procedural, and thereafter to the court. Both of you, stay with us. We're going to come back to you shortly. Well, it appears that massive chaos has broken out in the Karnataka Congress amid the fight between DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah. A third name has now been thrown into the CM race from the Congress party. Now, Veerappa Moily has said that SR Patil is a statesman and an ideal candidate. I had suggested his name for the KPCC president post as well in the past. He's an able person to be the ideal chief ministerial candidate. He has always been honest and respectful. So this obviously is going to essentially cause a bit of a chaos within the state unit of the Congress party. Do remember that this particular development comes right in the middle of the PAC. In fact, that is supposed to meet very shortly. That first meeting takes place tomorrow, I think. It's going to be taking place in Hubballi. And we are also expecting Rahul Gandhi, as well as the General Secretary of the Congress Party, K.C. Venugopal, to be among those who will be attending this event. So this third name that has now been put into the muddle by a senior Congress leader is obviously going to, cause some amount of chaos right before elections in Karnataka. Do remember that all political parties are now preparing for elections, and there's already been a certain amount of face-off between the two leaders of the Congress over there. That's DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah. Let's listen into that reaction that we got from Veerappa Moily earlier, which, so to say, has set the cat amongst the pigeons.
ನನ್ನ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಯೋಗ್ಯ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ಸಿನ ನಮ್ಮ ನಾಯಕರು ಯಾರು ಅಂದರೆ SR ಪಾಟೀಲ್. ಅವರನ್ನ ಪ್ರದೇಶ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಶಿಫಾರಸು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ. ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಒಂದು ಆದರ್ಶ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಯೋಗ್ಯ ಒಬ್ಬ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನನ್ನ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಯೋಗ್ಯ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ಸಿನ ನಮ್ಮ ನಾಯಕರು ಯಾರು ಅಂದರೆ SR ಪಾಟೀಲ್. ಅವರನ್ನ ಪ್ರದೇಶ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಶಿಫಾರಸು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ. ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಒಂದು ಆದರ್ಶ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಯೋಗ್ಯ ಒಬ್ಬ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ
All right, so that is the comment that is coming from Veerappa Moily, and it obviously is going to cause a great deal of flutter because it does come in at a time when the Congress, PAC actually meets tomorrow. That meeting, I think, is scheduled for tomorrow in Hubballi, and obviously there are not just going to be repercussions to this statement, but questions will be asked. Let me go across to Niranjan Narayan-Swamy. He's joining us from the news pit now. Niranjan, do you think that this statement from Veerappa Moily is going to muddy the waters further? Because, there is already a contest of sorts between the two senior leaders of the Congress party, that is DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah.
That's correct, Nupur. I think this is just going to sort of muddy the waters right now. And it's not just muddying the waters, it's going to cause complete chaos. Look at the crisis that the Congress party finds itself in Karnataka. On one hand, you have this DK Shivakumar versus Siddaramaiah fight that is on. And the second fight that is also parallelly underway is the fight for control over the Congress party, and there are a lot of egos at work, because there are so many senior leaders from the Congress party in Karnataka that it's very hard to keep everyone together. And that's why you often see Rahul Gandhi, go to Karnataka, have different meetings. He's gone there in June, he's going there, he's been there in I think in July as well, and he's going there again now. And it tells you that it's a little, and then it's a state where they may have a shot. I mean, they will give the BJP a run for their money, but the kind of chaos that is broken out within the Congress party in Karnataka is unprecedented. Also, what has also come out in the last few months is that the Congress party is well aware that it is losing the ground, especially among minorities, minority communities. Namely the Muslim community. This is especially in Kosi, Karnataka, etc., where parties like SDPI, AIMIM have made through Delhi, and at a time like that, their entire dilemma is, on one hand, there are leaders in the Congress party that tell you that you shouldn't overtly sort of
absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. As you're pointing out, obviously, one will have to watch out for how this new development essentially plays out. Thank you, Niranjan, for joining us. And here's a look at some news in brief now. After the Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Raut gets arrested under the Patra Chaul scam case, the National Congress Party will stage a protest outside the Enforcement Directorate office at around 10 this morning. An Aam Aadmi Party municipal councillor was shot dead inside a gym in Punjab's Malerkotla district on Sunday. Officials have said that it seems to be the result of personal enmity and an investigation is underway. The BJP, after the conclusion of its two-day national executive meeting, has announced that the party has decided to contest the 2024 Lok Sabha elections and the 2025 Bihar Assembly elections in alliance with the Chief Minister Nitish Kumar's Janata Dal United. The Enforcement Directorate has summoned the press advisor to Jharkhand's Chief Minister Hemant Soren, known as Abhishek Prasad, and has asked him to appear before the agency for questioning in the Prevention of Money Laundering Act in connection with illegal mining. AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi on Sunday targeted the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, saying that he should tell everyone who's spreading religious bigotry in the country. Doval on Saturday urged leaders of various faiths to counter radical forces trying to create animosity in the name of religion and ideology that adversely affects the country and has international ramifications. All right, we're heading back to the big story that we've been tracking. This is the Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut's arrest that took place at midnight after over 6 hours of questioning in the Patra Chaul land scam case. Now, Raut has, of course, alleged that he has been targeted by the centre to weaken the Shiv Sena. ED officials had searched Raut's Mumbai home for most part of Sunday after he refused to appear for questioning despite being summoned twice. Now, he will be produced before a court today shortly. Of course, he will first be taken for a customary medical test and thereafter he will be taken to court. Alisha is reporting on it. She joins me from outside the Mumbai Sessions Court. Now, Alisha, the ED, of course, is expected to ask for his custody to question him in this particular case.
Well, yes, what we have been told that ED is likely to seek 10 days of custody, but will wait when the Enforcement Director will get Sanjay Raut and he will be produced before the special PMLA court, which is a designated Enforcement Directorate court in the Sessions Court. So, as per the procedure that has to be followed, first he will be taken out from the Enforcement Directorate office in Mumbai, where my colleague Ankita Prasad has been reporting from, and from there he will be taken to JJ Hospital for the medical test, and later he will be brought in to Sessions Court. So there are many things, of course, the recovery that has been made. We know that yesterday, while there were many cash, there was around 11.5 lakh cash that was recovered from his residence in Bhandup. There were 9 hours of searches that was conducted at his residence. There were 12 ED officials who were present since the morning 7 a.m. till 5 p.m. is what we know, and later Sanjay Raut was taken to ED office. There were also interrogation with the documents that has been seized. What we have been told that was a property documents related to Sanjay Raut, and that is where they confronted Sanjay Raut with all those property, and of course that is something related to the Patra Chaul case as well, which is why he was placed under arrest at midnight. So the important all eyes will be on hearing that is going to take place before the special PMLA court. Well, Enforcement Directorate will seek custody of Sanjay Raut for the further investigation.
And we'll also then get the details of the charges that have been levelled against him. Do stay with us, Alisha. We've of course been getting a lot of political reactions to this. Let's listen into those.
कई महीनों से संजय राउत जी का जांच शुरू थी। कई बिल्डरों को एफएसआई, टीडीआर इसके माध्यम से भी बड़ा घोटाला हुआ है और कई बिल्डरों को बड़ा फायदा पहुंचाने का काम किया है। और जो संपत्ति अवैध जमा की वो अटैच करना चाहिए, और जो गरीब लोगों का पैसा संजय राउत ने सही मायने में महाविकास आघाड़ी के माध्यम से उसमें भ्रष्टाचार किया है, वो भी आगे आएंगे।
संजय राउत जी झुकेंगे नहीं, आपकी मंशा पूरी नहीं होने देंगे, और हम भी देखते हैं कि अब दिल्ली में कितना जोर है।
Right, Ankit is outside the ED's office. Ankit, even as we expect Sanjay Raut to be taken shortly out of the ED's office, politically, we are going to see ramifications to this. Now, of course, Parliament is in session and we are expecting, Uddhav Thackeray's faction essentially to raise it.
Most definitely the politics are very important. It was interesting that there was very little politics as such, because both the NCP and the Congress did not take tough stances until 24 hours, that is now. We spoke to NCP leader Mahesh Tapase that the party stands 200 Sanjay Raut, but it took them a long time to come to that. And also the protests that were scheduled by the NCP for 10 o'clock is not yet materialized. In fact, there is no...
I'm sorry, Ankit. We seem to have a very poor audio connection with you. We're going to fix that link and come back to you in just a bit. But as Ankit was pointing out, of course, we are expecting to see a large number of political ramifications to this. Now, Priyanka Chaturvedi earlier from the Shiv Sena also spoke to Republic TV, and this is what she told us in terms of how the Shiv Sena will take it forward politically.
Yes, I have written a letter to him because this is extremely an important and urgent and pressing issue of this nation, that all the institutions are being compromised by the Bharatiya Janata Party for their own political gains, whether it's the Enforcement Directorate, which is now the extended department of the Bharatiya Janata Party, whether it is the Income Tax Department, whether it is the CBI. And arresting a floor leader of Shiv Sena at a time when Parliament is in session, not allowing him to do his parliamentary duties. And as per the rules and regulations, he should have been kept informed. In case that has not been done, what action is he going to be taking? This discussion needs to happen on the floor of the House.
All right, so that was the reaction that we're getting from the Shiv Sena, which has said that it will raise the issue in Parliament as well. But that's not all. We are also expecting to see at about some time from now a protest by the NCP that takes place outside their headquarters in Mumbai. And apart from that, obviously the Congress party is also protesting against this. Now, the main thing that the opposition says is the fact that this is vendetta politics that is being practiced by the central government. I think we've got another reaction that we are getting to this right now. We'll just quickly dip into it. This, of course, is from the BJP.
कह लीजिए एक नाथ शिंदे ने साफ तौर पर कहा है कि 2019 में ही सरकार बन जाती बीजेपी के साथ, लेकिन सीएम पोस्ट के लेकर जिस तरीके से अड़िग रहे और उद्धव ठाकरे पर एक तंज कसा है, क्या कहेंगे इस विषय पर?
नहीं, ये तो बात कोई छुपी हुई नहीं है। 2019 में पब्लिक ने जो मैंडेट दिया था वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी शिवसेना को मैंडेट दिया था, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पास 100 से भी ज़्यादा विधायक थे, और शिवसेना उससे आधे से भी कम विधायकों को लेकर अगर मुख्यमंत्री का दावा करते तो मैं मानता हूं कि ये अलायंस में से बाहर निकलने का उनका मंसूबा था। और उनकी व्यवस्था, जब रिजल्ट जो इस प्रकार का आया कि उनके बगैर हमारी सरकार बन नहीं पाएगी और वो जहाँ पर भी जाएंगे वहाँ पर उनका सरकार बनेगा, तो अपने नियत में उनका खोट आ गया। और नियत में खोट जो आता है, गलत काम आप करते हो तो टेम्पररी उसका गेन आपको निश्चित होता है, लेकिन लॉन्ग टर्म में उसका आपको खामियाजा भुगतना ही है, और वो खामियाजा शिवसेना भोग रही है।
लेकिन जो परिस्थितियां चल रही, जैसे संजय राउत कल हवा में वो अपना भगवा स्टोल लहराते हुए बोला कि हम हिंदुत्व का वो करते हैं, हम किसे डरेंगे नहीं, इस तरीके की जो बातें हो रही हैं, क्या है ये?
देखिए, राजनीति में दो प्रकार के लोग होते हैं। एक तो जमीनी हालात से जुड़े हुए नेता होते हैं और लोगों का, सामान्य लोगों का काम करते हैं, और एक कलाकार प्रवृत्ति के लोग होते हैं जो इस प्रकार के कलाबाजी करके ही अपना राजनीतिक जीवन चलाने का काम करते हैं। तो मैं किसी अन्य व्यक्ति के बारे में कुछ आउट ऑफ द लाइन जाकर टिप्पणी करना उचित मानता नहीं हूँ। उसके लिए पार्टी ने लोगों की नियुक्ति की है, वो करेंगे।
Right, so those are reactions we are getting from various political parties to this arrest that took place late last night. This, of course, took place after he was grilled for about 8 hours.
Rainfall is no more pleasant in Kulu district. Heavy rainfall in Himachal Pradesh is sending rivers into spate, causing landslides at several places. The Bias River in the Kulu district is causing major anxiety as the water level is on a continuous rise. Watch how the river flows across several homes, causing major concerns of flood and destruction of weaker dwellings. Meanwhile, when everybody is praying the rain to stop, forces to be sent on site for inspection and action will be taken accordingly. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Anytime from now, where Sanjay Raut will be produced before the Mumbai Special PMLA court, where ED to seek his custody. Biggest team, biggest lead, minute-to-minute update only on Republic TV. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Oil prices sank today after an unexpected drop in Chinese factory activity raised concerns over slowing crude demand in the world's second largest economy. At 2339 GMT, crude oil futures sank 0.9% to $97.73 a barrel, while Brent oil futures have also dropped by 0.6% to about 103.39 per barrel, extending their sharp declines in the month. And Kosovo's government has accused neighbouring Serbia of trying to destabilize the country as ethnic Serbs blocked roads and conducted other incidents in the north, apparently in a dispute over vehicle license plates and identity cards. And here's a look at some news in brief. Floods unleashed by torrential rains in eastern Kentucky have killed about 28 people, including 4 children. According to officials, a dozen shelters were opened for flood victims in Kentucky, with 388 occupants on Sunday. Rishi Sunak is trailing in the race to become Britain's next Prime Minister and has vowed to slash the basic rate of income tax by 20% by 2029 in a potentially make or break throw of the dice by the former finance minister.
In the team's events, India's women's cricket team picked up its first win of the tournament, beating Pakistan with a comfortable 8-wicket win. Star opening batter Smriti Mandhana did the star turn for India with a fluent 63 with no wickets out after bowlers Sneh Rana and Radha Yadav had taken 2 wickets apiece to skittle Pakistan out.
The Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez has offered North Macedonia his country's full support for integration into the 27-nation European Union. EU officials have recently sought to...
About 7:30 in the morning, The enforcement directorate landed up here. The questioning of Sanjay Raut by these 12 enforcement directorate officers is in progress.
Preliminary set of questions were posed at Sanjay Raut when he was at his residence. He wasn't really cooperating, and that is one of the reasons why he's now been brought to the enforcement directorate's office at Balad Estate.
Sanjay Raut has already been arrested and it will be around 11:30 when he will be brought before the special PMLA court where the ED will ask for the custody.
Top headlines at 10:30. Raided for over 14 hours, grilled for over 6 hours. ED news tightens as Raut is now arrested. No escape for Raut. ED recovers unaccounted cash, seizes incriminating evidence from his residence. After ED arrest for alleged corruption, FIR against Raut for criminal intimidation now.
संजय राउत जी झुकेंगे नहीं, आपकी मंशा पूरी नहीं होने देंगे और हम भी देखते हैं कि अब दिल्ली में कितना जोर है.
Hard cash recovered, but Uddhav Sena claims false arrest, tries to play martyr now. Complete chaos ensues in Karnataka Congress as Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah fight. Moily throws a third name in the mix. India shines bright and high at Birmingham. Medal tally now rises to 6. Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in. We are live and breaking. I'm Samiksha Srivastava tracking the big story this morning. Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut, who will be produced before the court in a short while from now. Tracking closely all the updates coming in. We'll go across to our reporters as well who are getting us updates by the minute. What we know so far is a lot of political reactions as well coming in, where Priyanka Chaturvedi has also given a suspension notice in the Rajya Sabha seeking a discussion as well. So we can expect showdown in the parliament as well after Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut was arrested late last night. We'll go across to Ankit as well. A lot of political reactions coming in. BJP there questioning Shiv Sena MP as well with regard to the Patra Chaul scam. We have Ankit joining us live from outside the ED office. Ankit, what is the latest you are picking up? When can we expect Sanjay Raut to be produced before the court today?
The latest news, Samiksha, is that there has been a slight delay in just about everything. He was supposed to be taken to JJ Hospital for a medical at 9:30. That is now set for, I think, 10:30. And also, very interestingly, the NCP's protest, which was also scheduled for 10 a.m., has just not materialized. There is no protest whatsoever, which is a far cry from what we saw 24 hours ago when the Shiv Sena at least was out in some amount of numbers to lend their backing to Sanjay Raut. But very interestingly, there are aspects of this that have now taken place in Delhi or have moved to Delhi, which is Priyanka Chaturvedi moving a suspension notice. She wants the discussion to be on the purported misuse of the agencies. We've also interestingly seen the MVA allies, the Congress party and the MVA now and the NCP now belatedly take a stance on it. We spoke to Mahesh Tapase, spokesperson of the NCP, and he said that the party stands 200% behind Sanjay Raut. But however, he did not say at any point that the ED is necessarily in every case being misused. He alluded to the fact that Partha Chatterjee's case, there have been seizures that have been made, and if anyone is doing wrong, then they should be punished. So they are drawing their lines at that point. So now that there has been a substantive, somewhat of a recovery that has been made, there are further questions that have been piled that Sanjay Raut requires to answer, which is notably the 11 lakh of cash that was found. Aside from that, we know all the charges that are against him in any case. Let us also just show you very quickly what is happening at the Enforcement Directorate. I'd ask my VJ Samir to show us the visuals. And here is the gate of the ED from where we expect Sanjay Raut to emerge at any point. There have been a number of officials who have been coming in in and going out. Remember, it was a late day for them also. Yesterday, they were there all of 16 hours in total from Bhandup here to Ballard Estate, and then the grilling had continued, and it was only past midnight that he was finally arrested. And you can see also that there is heavy police presence. In fact, we are surrounded by police vehicles. We'll just show you those visuals as well. Let's just show the viewers the visuals of the police vehicles. Look, we are completely surrounded, and on the two sides of the road is also heavy barricading. It's in place on all fronts, really speaking. We'll show you the barricading on the other side as well. You can see that there is a police van parked there, and those are in place because there is an expectation of protest to take place. But it's very interesting that nothing has materialized so far, neither the NCP protest nor the Shiv Sena protest. It's essentially a lot of media presence here and a lot of police presence. That is the most telltale sign of what has happened so far, that they are in anticipation, but no protest has materialized. And in so far as Sanjay Raut is concerned, we expect him to be taken out at any moment and taken for a medical.
Yes, Ankit, stay with us. We have a lot of reactions as well coming in since morning. Let's listen into some of them.
कई महीनों से संजय राउत जी का जांच शुरू थी। कई बिल्डरों को एपीएसआई, टीडीआर इसके माध्यम से भी बड़ा घोटाला हुआ है और कई बिल्डरों को बड़ा फायदा पहुंचाने का काम किया है। और जो संपत्ति अवैध जमा की वो अटैच करना चाहिए, और जो गरीब लोगों का पैसा संजय राउत ने सही मायने में महाविकास आघाड़ी के माध्यम से उसमें भ्रष्टाचार किया है, वो भी आगे आएंगे। और
संजय राउत जी झुकेंगे नहीं, आपकी मंशा पूरी नहीं होने देंगे, और हम भी देखते हैं कि अब दिल्ली में कितना जोर है।
We have Alisha also reporting live. Alisha, if you could help us understand the details of the allegations that have been leveled against Sanjay Raut, because this is a mega scam amounting to over 1,000 crore rupees.
Well, yes, Samiksha, it's very important to know that this is a scam since 2008, because it was initially that was registered with Economic Offence Wing of Mumbai Police, and later ED has also filed an ECIR in the case, and where the money laundering, under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, and there were several accused that was named importantly Rakesh and Sarang Wadhwan, because they are the promoter of HDIL, and what we know, there was an agreement that was made between Guru Ashish Construction Private Limited, the tenant society, and as well as a Mahada. But Praveen Raut, who's been known to be a very close associate of Sanjay Raut, somehow managed to cheat, this Mahada, and he took 100 crores from HDIL, and that money has been diverted to close associates and close aid, including Sanjay Raut as in family. What we even know that in 2010, during the course of investigation, when ED got to know that there are 83 lakhs that was transferred from Madhuri Raut, which is a wife of Praveen Raut, to Sanjay Raut, wife of Varsha Raut, and that money that was used to buy flat in Dadar. In the month of April, during all this investigation, ED has already attached property assets, including the flat in Dadar, and also there are other plots that has been attached in Alibag under the name of Varsha Raut and Sapna Patkar and Madhuri Raut. But what we know that since yesterday, there were summons that was issued. Sanjay Raut is kept to summons, but after which the ED got to know that Sanjay Raut is in Mumbai.
Yes.
He is at his residence early morning at 7, where at 12 ED officials reached at his residence. There were 9 hours of searches that was conducted, after which Sanjay Raut was taken to the ED office, where he was interrogated for 6 hours and placed under arrest.
All right, Alisha, thank you for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you. So, Alisha there reporting live from outside the Sessions Court, as Sanjay Raut will be produced before the court today, where ED will seek a further remand of Sanjay Raut. And moving on to more breaking news coming in, this one from Tamil Nadu, where Tamil Nadu Governor R.N. Ravi has stated at an event in Kochi, in fact, that zero tolerance will be followed towards violence, adding that there is no negotiation with anyone who talks against unity and integrity of the country. So Tamil Nadu governor there making a very strong statement, saying that a strong, stern action will be taken against those who talk about violence, adding that strong actions will be taken against terrorism as well in J&K. We have Varshini live, joining us live from Chennai. Varshini, if you could talk to us details of these remarks that have been made by the Tamil Nadu governor.
Well, this event that took place in Kochi was an event organized by a human rights association where the governor of Tamil Nadu, Arun Ravi, participated, and he's made statements about how there would be zero tolerance for violence in the country, and if there is a gun being used, gun can only be the answer for that, and there should be immediate action that has to be taken against any kind of violence that been taking place in the country, and there would be no negotiations, zero negotiations with anybody who is going against the integrity of the nation. And he also mentioned about how this situation in places like Kashmir, in Maoist hit areas and all the northeast areas have been drastically improved in the last few years, and that the government is able to give back and make sure they are able to give back to whoever indulges themselves in violence. And he's also spoken hit on about the UPA government during their time when the 26/11 terror attack happened. He's also mentioned about how the UPA government has done various negotiations with the then Prime Minister had made some kind of negotiations with the Pakistan Prime Minister during that time, which cannot be encouraged, and that will never happen during this government, is what he mentioned. And this is definitely brought up a controversy right now because of the situation
stay
that
with
is
us.
ongoing.
Yes, let's listen into that soundbite as well of the Tamil Nadu governor where he made that very strong statement.
This nation is one. There is no question of any acceptance of any demand for any separate entity based on ethnic identity. We will not accept it. No, this has to stop. Zero tolerance to violence. Anyone who uses gun will be dealt with gun. It may sound harsh, but if they say they are our people, yes, they are our people. But if a cell in the body becomes cancerous, you cannot nourish it. There has to be radiotherapy. It has to be eliminated. Message was loud and clear. No negotiation, no talk with anyone who talks about, Honorable Justice Syriac Joseph said, territorial unity and integrity. Who talks against the unity and integrity of the country? No question.
And before we slip into a break, let's take a look at these visuals coming in where large number of devotees were seen participating at the annual chariot procession that happened at the Ramanatha Swami temple in Rameswaram.
In the 2008 Patra shawl scam redevelopment case, the ED has arrived at the Maitri residence of Sanjay Raut. Sanjay Raut has been detained by the ED. The situation insofar as the residence of Sanjay Raut remains unchanged.
Sanjay Raut has been arrested and more people likely to be called in.
Look at the mountain of cash.
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
Oil prices sank today after an unexpected drop in Chinese factory activity raised concerns over slowing crude demand in the world's second largest economy. At 2339 GMT,
crude oil futures sank 0.9% to $97.73 a barrel, while Brent oil futures have also dropped by 0.6% to about 103.39 per barrel, extending their sharp declines in the month. And Kosovo's government has accused neighbouring Serbia of trying to destabilize the country as ethnic Serbs blocked roads and conducted other incidents in the north, apparently in a dispute over vehicle license plates and identity cards. And here's a look at some news in brief. Floods unleashed by torrential rains in eastern Kentucky have killed about 28 people, including 4 children. According to officials, a dozen shelters were opened for flood victims in Kentucky, with 388 occupants on Sunday. Rishi Sunak is trailing in the race to become Britain's next Prime Minister and has vowed to slash the basic rate of income tax by 20% by 2029 in a potentially make or break throw of the dice by the former finance minister.
About 7:30 in the morning, the enforcement directorate landed up here. The questioning of Sanjay Raut by these 12 enforcement directorate officers is in progress.
Preliminary set of questions were posed at Sanjay Raut when he was at his residence. He wasn't really cooperating, and that is one of the reasons why he's now been brought to the Enforcement Directorate's office at Balad Estate.
Sanjay Raut has already been arrested and will be around 11:30 when he will be brought before the special PMLA court where the ED will ask for the custody.
Protesters are trying to exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to report?
Sonia Gandhi coming out of the, and we can see Priyanka Gandhi is also here along with Sonia Gandhi.
In the 2008 Patra shawl scam redevelopment case, the ED has arrived at the Maitri residence of Sanjay Raut. Sanjay Raut has been detained by the ED. The situation insofar as the residence of Sanjay Raut remains unchanged.
Sanjay Raut has been arrested and more people likely to be called in.
Tracking all the latest as Sanjay Raut, who is in ED custody, will be presented before the court today. In the latest, what we are learning is that Uddhav Thackeray is all set to hold a key meet at 1 p.m. today. So all eyes on that key meet, which will take place today, which will be held by Uddhav Thackeray. We have Alisha breaking that update for us. Alisha, if you could give us more information that you're learning from your sources.
Well, Samiksha, what we know that there is an important meeting that has been expected in Matoshri at 1 p.m. Where Shiv Sena MPs who is going to be present, the Shiv Sainik is going to be present in Matoshri, and the meeting is going to be chaired by Uddhav Thackeray. So that is something after the arrest of Sanjay Raut, because even yesterday we heard from Uddhav Thackeray, who clearly mentioned that there are some of guests at Sanjay Raut resident clearly mentioning about enforcement directorate officials, where he said that he is likely to get arrested. So that was statement that came in from Uddhav Thackeray yesterday at his residence, where he was addressing Shiv Sainik from Thane district. But what we have got to know since the time Sanjay Raut has been arrested, we heard several of the Shiv Sena who has been clearly saying that this is nothing but a political vendetta, and central agency is doing nothing but being a puppet of Bharatiya Janata Party. But now we know that Uddhav Thackeray is likely to is going to chair a meeting with the Shiv Sena at his residence Matoshri at 1 p.m.
Yes, Alisha, stay with us. If you could give us more details and put this into context for us, the kind of questioning that will happen and has happened yesterday when we talk about those grave allegations that Sanjay Raut faces in this shawl scam.
Well, yes, Samiksha, this is something a case of 2008, and Enforcement Directorate has been looking into the matter since years. We even know that in the month of April, there are property asset that was attached by Enforcement Directorate of rupees 11.15 crore is what we have been told, and it's also include the flat in Dadar which belongs to Varsha Raut, and also there are other plots in Alibag as well. I'm also joined with my colleague Ankit Prasad, who is reporting right outside the Enforcement Directorate where Sanjay Raut has been kept in. What do you think? Because anytime from now we know that Sanjay Raut will be taken to JJ Hospital medical checkup.
Yes, that is likely to happen anytime. It was, if you'll remember, Alicia, supposed to take place at 9:30, but that didn't happen. Because, however, we have seen a number of senior-looking officials of the ED driving into the office right now. Remember, yesterday was a late night for them. We also inquired, you know, how in some cases we've seen how the medical is conducted in-house also. But that is not the case. He's most definitely going to be taken to the JJ Hospital. We'll show you the visuals right now of the Enforcement Directorate premises. You can see that there are riot police officers also present there because they were deployed here in some amount of strength. There was the anticipation that there would be protests. They're also on the other side as well. So you can see from both sides the ED office premises has been barricaded. The number of cars in this parking has increased in just the last few minutes because officials have been coming in. And we've been waiting since 9:30 for Sanjay Raut to be taken. That, however, was pushed to about 10:30, and so now we expect viewers in any moment from now Sanjay Raut to be taken to JJ Hospital, and after that he'll be produced in court for his remand hearing. We are tracking this extremely closely. It's a developing story. Stay with us. We'll be back in just a few seconds on Republic.
In the team's events, India's women's cricket team picked up its first win of the tournament, beating Pakistan with a comfortable 8-wicket win. Star opening batter Smriti Mandhana did the star turn for India with a fluent 63 with no wickets out after bowlers Sneh Rana and Radha Yadav had taken 2 wickets apiece to skittle Pakistan out.
The Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez has offered North Macedonia his country's full support for integration into the 27-nation European Union. EU officials have recently sought to encourage governments in the region to move on with reforms amid concerns over Russia's efforts to boost its influence in the Balkans. Oil prices sank today after an unexpected drop in Chinese factory activity raised concerns over slowing crude demand in the world's second largest economy. At 2339 GMT, crude oil futures sank 0.9% to $97.73 a barrel, while Brent oil futures have also dropped by 0.6% to about 103.39 per barrel, extending their sharp declines in the month. And Kosovo's government has accused neighbouring Serbia of trying to destabilize the country as ethnic Serbs blocked roads and conducted other incidents in the north, apparently in a dispute over vehicle license plates and identity cards.
In the 2008 Patra Shawl scam redevelopment case, the ED has arrived at the Maitri residence of Sanjay Raut.
At the mountain of cash.
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
More breaking news coming in. Achinta Shioli, who won gold medal in the ongoing Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, has in fact, his elder brother has targeted the Mamata Banerjee-led state government in West Bengal for not giving proper platform to the budding talent in the state. So the brother of the gold medalist hitting out at the West Bengal government for not giving a proper platform to the young budding talent in the state of West Bengal. Let's listen into that soundbite as well of Achinta's brother on what he had to say on the Mamata-led government.
सहायता मिला आप लोगों को बंगाल सरकार?
नहीं, मतलब 2020 में एक मतलब सीएम सर ये गवर्नमेंट से एक खेल रत्न दिया था, बस वही। तो किसी को पता भी नहीं था क्योंकि मतलब एक लड़का गया हमारे वेस्ट बंगाल से और बंगाल से गया था। बंगाल से हावड़ा में मतलब कोलकाता देवलपुर गांव से गया था, कुछ किसी को पता नहीं, मतलब कोई पूछता भी नहीं है, मतलब गांव का मतलब किसी भी कोई पूछता नहीं है कि कहाँ पे गया, क्या किया।
खिलवाड़ है उसके साथ।
हाँ, कुछ पता ही नहीं किसको।
क्या बंगाल के खेल मंत्री को पता है? किसी
को भी नहीं पता, तो खेल मंत्री को पता तो बोलता ना। मतलब जब 2020 में जब अवार्ड मिला था तो वो बोला था कि हाँ मैं देखूंगा, ये करूँगा, वो करूँगा बोला था। लेकिन अभी तो जब फ़ोन किया था, जब मतलब ज़रूरत में फ़ोन किया था, मतलब शायद उसका कोई पीए उठाया था, तब भी तो बात नहीं कर रहा था। बोला कि ठीक है ऐसे करके छोड़ देता था।
कुछ सपोर्ट नहीं,
कुछ भी सपोर्ट नहीं।
आप लोग चाहते हैं कि गवर्नमेंट को सपोर्ट देना चाहिए?
हाँ, चाहते तो है गवर्नमेंट सपोर्ट करे, इससे ज़्यादा गेम को डेवलप होता है। मतलब गवर्नमेंट सपोर्ट करेगा तो गेम भी डेवलप होगा ना। तो बहुत खर्चा है इस गेम में, तो सपोर्ट नहीं करेगा तो कुछ भी नहीं होता किसी की, क्योंकि अलग अलग स्टेट में मतलब एग्जाम्पल के लिए हरियाणा, पंजाब और सब स्टेट में बहुत मतलब अमाउंट देता है गेम के लिए। फास्ट होने से भी बहुत कैश मनी देता है, लेकिन वेस्ट बंगाल में तो क्या देगा, क्या ऐसे ऊपर करके आंख करके देखना पड़ेगा क्या देगा।
So as you just heard, that was Achinta's brother appealing to the state government, to the government of Bengal, to give the right platform to the young budding talent when we talk about those who would want to do more in the weightlifting as well. And the brother there appealing to the state government to do more as more talent needs to be given the platform. Flood threat looms large in the village of Gurdaspur. Heavy rains lashed the entire northern region, causing high-level floods in the rainwater drains of Ravi River, which eventually crossed the international river. As the water level rose following incessant rainfall, Gurdaspur administration has advised the people living in low-lying areas near the Ravi River to move to safer places. Schools along the international borders were vacated in the morning and announcements were made from Gurudwaras to warn the villagers of the impending danger. Notably, the army and the BSF have been asked to be on standby as the Ravi overflowed in the twin border districts of Pathankot and Gurdaspur. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Office in Mumbai, and our eyes are peeled at the gate of the ED, where just a short while from now there is the likelihood that we'll catch our first glimpse of Sanjay Raut. We are just about 20 feet away from the ED's gate, and he is in there. He's going to be taken to JJ Hospital for a medical, and then he's going to be produced in court for remand. We'll be bringing you all those visuals and the updates, so stay tuned to Republic. We'll be back in just a few seconds. About 7:30 in the morning, the enforcement directorate landed up here. The questioning of Sanjay Raut by these 12 enforcement directorate officers is in progress.
Preliminary set of questions were posed at Sanjay Raut when he was at his residence. He wasn't really cooperating, and that is one of the reasons why he's now been brought to the enforcement directorate's office at Balad Estate.
Sanjay Raut has already been arrested and it will be around 11:30 when he will be brought up before the special PMLA court where the ED will ask for the custody.
The protesters are trying to exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to report?
Sonia Gandhi coming out of and we can see Priyanka Gandhi also here along with Sonia Gandhi.
Sanjay Raut sitting outside his residence. He has come out. He has come out.
And here's a look at some news in brief. Floods unleashed by torrential rains in eastern Kentucky have killed about 28 people, including 4 children. According to officials, a dozen shelters were opened for flood victims in Kentucky, with 388 occupants on Sunday. Rishi Sunak is trailing in the race to become Britain's next Prime Minister and has vowed to slash the basic rate of income tax by 20% by 2029 in a potentially make or break throw of the dice by the former finance minister.
In the team's events, India's women's cricket.
About 7:30 in the morning, The enforcement directorate landed up here. The questioning of Sanjay Raut by these 12 enforcement directorate officers is in progress.
Preliminary set of questions were posed at Sanjay Raut when he was at his residence. He wasn't really cooperating, and that is one of the reasons why he's now been brought to the Enforcement Directorate's office at Balad Estate.
Sanjay Raut has already been arrested and it will be around 11:30 when he will be brought before the special PMLA court where the ED will ask for the custody.
Waited for over 14 hours, grilled for over 6. ED's news tightens as Raut is now arrested. The Enforcement Directorate recovers unaccounted for cash, seizes incriminating evidence from his residence. After the ED's arrest for alleged corruption and FIR against Raut for criminal intimidation.
संजय राउत जी झुकेंगे नहीं, आपकी मंशा पूरी नहीं होने देंगे और हम भी देखते हैं कि अब दिल्ली में कितना जोर है.
Hard cash is recovered, but Uddhav Sena claims false arrest, tries to play martyr.
करून लोकशाहीमध्ये विरोधकांचा आवाज दडपण्याचं हे काम आहे.
सर, आप क्या कहेंगे कि संजय राउत को जिस तरह से ईडी ने अरेस्ट किया है?
अब ईडी एक ऑटोनॉमस एजेंसी है, उन्होंने कुछ चार्जेस लगाकर उनको पर ये किए हैं. उन्होंने बार बार ईडी को इससे पहले भी मिलके उनकी बात साफ साफ रखी थी, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी कुछ नए कारण निकालकर या कुछ जिनमें तथ्य हो ना हो ये तो अब पता चलेगा आफ्टर इन्वेस्टिगेशन. लेकिन संजय राउत बहुत वोकल रहे हैं. उन्होंने स्पष्ट शब्दों में उनकी भावना, उनकी भूमिका जो रही है, उनका रोल जो रहा है वो कहते रहे. लेकिन इसके बावजूद ये एक मैं समझता हूं कि इन सेंट्रल एजेंसीज को इस तरह से कोर्सिव एक्शन इस तरह से ये करना ये ठीक नहीं है. एक लोकतंत्र में जो एक अभिव्यक्ति स्वातंत्र्य जिसको कहते हैं, जो एक फ्रीडम ऑफ एक्सप्रेशन, उसको दबाने की कोशिश आहे.
मात्र आता सुप्रीम कोर्टामध्ये जे याचिका दाखल करण्यात आलेल्या होत्या त्या संदर्भात कधी सुनावणी होणार आहे, याचा परिणाम काय सुनावणीवरती होईल?
सुप्रीम कोर्टामध्ये जी काही सुनावणी होते आहे, सुप्रीम कोर्टामधल्या सुनावणीचा आणि याचा तशा रीतीने कुठचं हे नाही, याचा इफेक्ट किंवा याचं हे पडण्याचं कारण नाही आहे. आणि आपण सगळे हे कायद्यामध्ये, या देशामध्ये असलेल्या कायद्याला मानणारी लोक आहोत आणि कायद्याचं राज्य आहे. आम्हाला पूर्ण विश्वास आहे की न्याय देवता या बाबतीमध्ये सुप्रीम कोर्टामध्ये असलेल्या केसेसमध्ये न्याय करणार.
Trust on the Supreme Court and we know that we will get a justice.
म्हणून आम्ही एक खासदार म्हणून, सांसद म्हणून जे काय आम्हाला अवेलेबल आहे त्याप्रमाणे आम्ही हे करतोय. 267 ची नोटीस आम्ही दिलेली आहे, त्यावर आम्ही विरोध करू. स्थगन प्रस्ताव
Whatever in the sessions that will be take place is we have been a member of parliament and whatever the topic will be we will talk about it.
बात बहुत उन्होंने साफ रखी है और मैं समझता हूं कि उनको रिहा बहुत जल्दी किया जाएगा.
महाराष्ट्र शिवसेना संपत आहे.
आता जे बी नड्डा वगैरे ही माणसं ही स्वतःला फार शक्तिशाली समजणारी, आज भाजप संपूर्ण देशव्यापी त्यांचा जो कार्यक्रम आहे तो त्या कार्यक्रमाच्या अंतर्गत बोलतायत.
Today JP Nadda and these leaders have been thinking that they are the big leaders, but we know that democracy still exists in our country.
All right, so those are reactions that we are getting right now. But I'm going to try and go across to Alisha now. Alisha, we are expecting a meeting to take place at Mathoshri at about 1 o'clock this afternoon. Now, this perhaps is the first meeting of the Uddhav Thackeray faction of the Shiva Sena, which is meeting. So, is this largely going to be to collaborate and work upon a response?
Well, yes, we have been expecting whether in that meeting Uddhav Thackeray that is going to expected to go take place in Matoshri at his residence at 1 p.m. whether he will speak about the arrest, because yesterday when enforcement directorate official that has reached Sanjay Raut resident while speaking to the Shiv Sainik that has reached at his residence, he clearly addressed to the Shiv Sainik clearly mentioning that there are some of the guests that has arrived at Sanjay Raut resident, but we are the Shiv Sainik and we are not going to bow down. But the arrest has been made, but there is no word whether from social media or any from any other medium that is Uddhav Thackeray has spoken about it. But this crucial meeting that is expected is going to happen at his residence that is in Matoshri, where the Shiv Sainik is likely to gather at his residence, and it is about 1 p.m. that he is going to take a meeting, because Uddhav Thackeray is going to chair this meeting, and there are some of the further course of action that is going to be take place. What will be the stand of Uddhav Thackeray is actually everyone is waiting, but also all eyes on the court, because Sanjay Raut anytime from now will be taken first to the JJ hospital for the medical, and later he will be brought to the court and he will be produced before the special PMLA court where he is going to seek his custody.
Absolutely. Do stay with us, Alicia. But we've been hearing the opposition talk about the fact that they're going to raise this in Parliament, as well as more reactions that are coming in. We're going to play out those reactions first, and then we'll go across to Ankit.
जेल में डालने की धमकी देने वाले संजय राउत को आज जेल में भेजा जा रहा है। सत्यमेव जयते।
All the institutions are being compromised by the Bharatiya Janata Party for their own political gains, whether it's the Enforcement Directorate, which is now the extended department of the Bharatiya Janata Party, whether it is the Income Tax Department, whether it is the CBI. And arresting a floor leader of Shiv Sena.
पेपर चलाते हैं, पार्टी चलाते हैं, उस व्यक्ति के घर में अगर 10-11 लाख मिले और उसी को ईडी का केस बना के उसको हरासमेंट करने की कोशिश की, तो ये सरासर सरकार अपोजिशन को दबाना चाहती है।
All right, Ankit, now the opposition over there are pretty clear in, voicing their opinion, saying that this essentially is targeting of the Shiv Sena, particularly the Uddhav Thackeray faction. They're likely to raise it in Parliament as well. But as far as the ED is concerned, they're looking at the money trail in this, because this appears to be, according to the Enforcement Directorate, at least a scam that is larger than 1,000 crores.
Absolutely, and that's why it's very hard to explain why the opposition is remaining fixed on these very simple explanations. For instance, no one seems to want to talk about the fact that 672 families were essentially cheated out of their accommodations and then not rehabilitated. That is the Patra Chaul scam case in which Sanjay Raut is arrested. Apart from that, there are cases all over the country, Bengal, in Delhi, where leaders have been arrested because substantive evidence has been found. And very importantly, this is not a question of harassment, because the ED had summoned Sanjay Raut twice. He had been grilled for 10 hours in June. He did not answer those summons, and it was only consequent to that that the ED landed up at his home. And now we are at a position where he has been detained, he has been arrested by the ED, and we are awaiting him being taken to the hospital for his medical and then to the court for his remand hearing. But the Shiv Sena, that is the Uddhav Thackeray faction, the NCP, we spoke to Mahesh Tapase just a short while ago, and now the Congress, we've heard Mallikarjun Kharge as well as Rashid Alvi. They have all today, 24 hours later, they have moved to take some kind of action, but no defense is very concrete. No defense answers the money trail. There is about 1,034 crore rupees worth of transactions that have taken place in this entire investigation of the scam since the year 2007, when this agreement was signed for redevelopment of the Patra Chaul. But we have not heard anything substantive come in the way of explaining what those deals were. Also is the question of the link between Praveen Raut, who was supposed to deliver, his firm was supposed to deliver this Patra Chaul redevelopment project, and Sanjay Raut. What explains the purported money transaction, according to the ED, between Praveen Raut's wife and Varsha Raut, the wife of Shiv Sena Member of Parliament Sanjay Raut. And so there are a number of questions that the opposition is conveniently skirting. The MBA allies have also not answered in principle and in specifics the questions that are being asked of Sanjay Raut. Raut at the moment. And right now we are awaiting to catch our first glimpse of Sanjay Raut. Maybe we'll pose some of these questions to him. Niranjan had tried yesterday, but they went unanswered. We'll try again today as he's taken for his medical.
Absolutely, and we are still awaiting that. We were expecting that he would be taken from the ED's office a while ago, but that's not happened. And Ankit and Alisha, of course, are continuing to track all those developments. But let's listen into more political reactions.
दिनों से संजय राउत जी का जांच शुरू थी। कई बिल्डरों को एपीएसआई, टीडीआर इसके माध्यम से भी बड़ा घोटाला हुआ है और कई बिल्डरों को बड़ा फायदा पहुंचाने का काम किया है। और जो संपत्ति अवैध जमा की वो अटैच करना चाहिए और जो गरीब लोगों का पैसा संजय राउत ने सही मायने में महाविकास आघाड़ी के माध्यम से उसमें भ्रष्टाचार किया है, वो भी आगे आएंगे।
आखिरकार लंबी तफ्तीश के बाद शिवसेना नेता की गिरफ्तारी हो गई। मद मस्ती और अहंकार के साथ सत्ता का दुरुपयोग करते हुए यदि जनता की लूट की जाए तो अंततः उसे परास्त ही होना है।
संजय राउत जी झुकेंगे नहीं, आपकी मंशा पूरी नहीं होने देंगे। और हम भी देखते हैं कि अब दिल्ली में कितना जोर है।
All right, so those are reactions that we are getting from political parties. Now, Ankit, if I could come back to you on the ground. Ankit, why is it, we were expecting him to be taken to court around 11:30, but that's not happened yet. What are you hearing from your sources within the ED? Why is this taking this much time? All right, Ankit, you know what? I'm going to just come back. I'm sorry to interrupt you there. We have another reaction of Jayant Chaudhary coming in. We're going to listen to that and go back to Ankit.
प्रश्न बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है क्योंकि लगातार एजेंसियों के दुरुपयोग का मुद्दा भी लगातार उठता रहा है। आपने देखा संजय राउत की गिरफ्तारी भी हुई है, वो एक मुद्दा भी पार्लियामेंट में आज उठ सकता है। आप क्या कहेंगे?
अब उनके पार्टी के उनके दल के नेता और जो सांसद हैं अगर फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस में उस बात को रखना चाहते हैं तो ये चेयर डिसाइड करेगा।
आपकी राय क्या है? जो अरेस्ट हुआ है संजय राउत, उस पर आपकी क्या है?
देखिए, जो इसकी टाइमिंग है वो सस्पेक्ट है। सब जानते हैं कि अभी महाराष्ट्र में कैबिनेट तक फॉर्म नहीं हो पाया। क्यों कैबिनेट 1 महीने बाद फॉर्म नहीं हुआ? इसलिए क्योंकि अभी दुविधाएं हैं, अंतर्विरोध हैं जिन्हें वो सेटल करना चाहते हैं शिंदे जी। तो इसलिए एक लोगों को अपने टोज पे रखने के लिए, नर्वस रखने के लिए, प्रेशर बनाने के लिए पॉलिटिकल शायद ये कार्रवाई की गई।
उनके खिलाफ काफी सबूत है, इस तरह की बातें ईडी भी कह रही है, बीजेपी भी लगातार इस चीज को।
हाँ, जब सरकार बनानी पड़ती है तो सबूत मिल जाते हैं।
ये संयोग है कि प्रयोग है कि जैसे ही महाराष्ट्र में उद्धव ठाकरे की जो महाविकास आघाड़ी की सरकार थी, जो महाराष्ट्र के लोगों द्वारा बनाई गई सरकार थी, उसको टॉपल करके गुवाहाटी, सूरत, हवाई जहाज, गोवा, एमएलए जा रहे आ रहे। किसने उनका पैसा दिया देश को पता है, आपको बताने की जरूरत नहीं है। देश के हर व्यक्ति को पता है कि वो सूरत किन के पैसों से गए, गुवाहाटी में किन के पैसों से रुके, वापस गोवा किन के पैसों से गए और क्या क्या लेन देन हुआ, कुछ बताने की जरूरत नहीं, देश के हर व्यक्ति को पता है। पर क्या ये संयोग है कि प्रयोग है कि जब उद्धव ठाकरे की सरकार चल रही थी तब ईडी का कोई नोटिस नहीं था। ईडी उस समय तक कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं थी राउत साहब में, और जैसे ही सरकार गिरती है वहां पर एकनाथ शिंदे जी मुख्यमंत्री बनते हैं। अभी तक जो अपने मंत्रिमंडल का गठन नहीं कर पाए, पर वहां से और केंद्र सरकार की जांच एजेंसियों ने संजय राउत जी को हिरासत में ले लिया। ये संयोग है कि प्रयोग है, देश जानना चाहता है।
जहां जहां इनको सरकारों को गिराना है, जहां भी सरकारों को अस्थिर करना है, वहां ईडी के माध्यम से और अपनी जांच एजेंसियों के माध्यम से सरकार के ऊपर दबाव बनाते हैं। महाराष्ट्र का पूरा खेल आप लोगों ने देखा कि ईडी के माध्यम से ही किया गया। ईडी ने धमकाया, ईडी ने गिरफ्तारी की धमकी दी, दबाव बनाया, विधायक टूटे और सरकार गिर गई। संजय रावत क्योंकि शिवसेना की तरफ से लगातार बोल रहे थे तो वो भी उनकी टारगेट पे थे। अब बताइए, जिस आदमी की लगभग 2.5 लाख रुपए तनख्वाह होती है, उसके घर से 11.5 लाख रुपए का कैश तो बचत का भी हो सकता है। मतलब इसको इतना बड़ा तूल देने का मुझे कोई कारण समझ में नहीं आ रहा है। तो मैं समझता हूं कि संजय रावत के खिलाफ जो ईडी का इस्तेमाल हो रहा है या दूसरे नेताओं के खिलाफ ईडी का जो इस्तेमाल हो रहा है वो दुर्भावना के कारण है। हम दिल्ली में भी इस चीज को झेल रहे हैं, बर्दाश्त कर रहे हैं। आप सोचिए कि सत्येंद्र जैन को 2 महीने से ईडी ने जबरदस्ती जेल में रखा हुआ है। मनीष सिसोदिया पे जांच की कार्रवाई इन्होंने शुरू कर दी है। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये अपने आप में इस बात को दिखाता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी किस कदर तानाशाही पे उतारू है।
Right, so the opposition over there hitting out at the centre, saying that this is political vendetta. But Ankit, you were taking us through what we are expecting, and we were talking about the fact earlier as to why this is taking so long, because 11:30 was the general time that was given for him to be produced in court.
Right, so there were 2 reasons why we think that this delay has taken place. One is because the officers who were involved in the questioning yesterday have only just arrived. Some of them have been trickling in from time to time every couple of minutes. It was a long night yesterday. Remember, they had been at his residence from 7:30 in the morning. Eventually, they brought him here at around 5:30. And it was only at past midnight that he was finally arrested. So you can imagine that it was a grueling day of investigations yesterday. And so there is a bit of a delay on that front. And also we have learnt, and we have been told that there are some senior officers of the Enforcement Directorate also who have come from Delhi, who are likely to be questioning him right now, and that is why there is a brief lull before he is taken to the hospital where his medical will take place, and then subsequently to the special PMLA court where his remand hearing is to take place, where also incidentally Alisha is reporting for us. And I would like to go across to Alisha right now, and a question that I'd want to ask Alisha, as we've just heard, Alisha, that Anil Desai of the Shiv Sena has also weighed in on this. Uddhav Thackeray is chairing a meeting. Why has the Shiv Sena of the Uddhav Thackeray not turned up for protests here like they did yesterday? What are they waiting for essentially?
Ankit raises a question, because we saw last night when Sanjay Raut was arrested, there were many Shiv Sainik who were standing outside the Enforcement Directorate, and they were raising slogans against the action that has been initiated by Enforcement Directorate. But as of now, we can see where you've been reporting from, we see there are no Shiv Sena. But you know the fact of the matter, because Enforcement Directorate has clearly mentioned that he was not cooperating with the investigation. There are unaccounted cash that was recovered. There are incriminating documents that has been recovered. We saw that not only Sanjay Raut was brought to Enforcement Directorate by around 5 p.m, but also there was part of documents that was brought, that were recovered from his residence, and that is the documents which related to the property that belongs to Sanjay Raut and his family. So we have been told that he was confronted with that documents as well. So we have been just waiting when the Enforcement Directorate, as you even rightly pointed out, there could be the possibility of a delay where the officers who have just reached and who were present yesterday, who has questioned Sanjay Raut yesterday, they have just reached. So that could be the possibility delay in producing Sanjay Raut before the court. But it is very important to know that, because all eyes on special PMLA court where Sanjay Raut is going to be present, and it is also going to seek custody, because there are many of the revelation that is going to be put forward before the court to seek his custody.
Absolutely. So as Alisha is pointing out, we should be expecting that to move forward in a bit. But Ankit and Alisha, for the moment, thank you. We'll be back with the two of you. Now, Shiv Sena MP Priyanka Chaturvedi has given a suspension of business notice in the Rajya Sabha under Rule 267 to discuss the misuse of premier investigating agencies such as the Enforcement Directorate, the Central Bureau of Investigation and Income Tax Department by the central government for political agendas. Aam Aadmi Party's MP Sanjay Singh has given a suspension of business notice in the Rajya Sabha demanding a discussion on the issue of price rise and inflation. The Lok Sabha has listed the discussion on the issue under Rule 193, while it will be discussed in the Rajya Sabha on Tuesday under Rule 176. The Congress MP K.C. Venugopal on Monday moved for suspension of business notice under Rule 267 in the Rajya Sabha to discuss inflation and the recent increase in GST for some essential commodities. Taking swift action in Poonch district of Jammu and Kashmir, the Indian Army carried out a quick and effective rescue operation and rescued 56 people who were trapped in a flash flood. The operation was carried out by troops of the army in coordination with the State Disaster Response Force and the J&K police. After claims that Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Raut had been arrested by the ED, Shiv Sena MP Vinayak Raut extended his support and said that the party will not bow down in front of the Enforcement Directorate. He further added that the veteran politician is not alone and said that they are proud of Sanjay Raut and that he has full support of the people of Maharashtra. Now, after the ED raided Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut's home and detained him in connection with the Patra Chaul landscape, the BJP leader Ram Kadam took a dig at Sanjay Raut on Twitter and said that it was divine punishment and also lauded new democracy. And we are now getting news that we are expecting a meeting that will be held at Matoshri at about 1 o'clock this afternoon. This, of course, is the first meeting that the Uddhav Thackeray faction of the Shiv Sena will be having after Sanjay Raut's arrest by the Enforcement Directorate. I think we are going to go across to Alisha on this one. Alisha, we are expecting this meeting to take place at Matoshri now. As we were talking earlier, of course, we haven't really heard. Right, Alisha, I'm going to come to you in just a bit. But here's another reaction that we are getting.
चार फ्लैग बनने थे उसमें जो वहाँ पर रुके हुए लोग थे उनको 672 फ्लैट देने के बाद शेष का होना था, लेकिन जमीन का कहीं पर भी हस्तांतरण नहीं होना था, न जमीन की बिक्री हुई, उसमें भ्रष्टाचार हुआ और परतें खुल रही हैं। 11.5 करोड़ से ज़्यादा की संपत्ति संजय राउत जी की जो पत्नी है 11 करोड़ 15 लाख वर्षा राउत उसकी मुर्गी हुई संपत्ति, और ये जो पैसा बरामद हुआ है वो अलग विषय है, मीडिया जांच कर रही है। उसमें आप बॉडी लैंग्वेज देखिए, उससे लगता नहीं है कि किस तरह से मसला निकाल करके ये कर रहे हैं और इस तरह से कह रहे हैं कि मैं शिवसेना ने करूँगा, मानो ये इसलिए दबाव बन रहा है। ये वो पूरी तरह से दोषी है और ये जांच आज से नहीं चल रही है, लंबे समय से।
All right, so that's another reaction that we are getting over the arrest of Sanjay Raut by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, in what is being seen as a crackdown of the NIA in Telangana, the NIA is reported to have picked up one person and taken him into custody from Armoor in Nizamabad. Now, sources are telling Republic TV that after officials looked upon certain amount of transfers that were made into his account from a neighboring country, they took him into custody and are now questioning him. He was picked up earlier. I think we've got Aneri. All right, so visuals on your screen, I think, are of this NIA crackdown that took place last night. This took place in Nizamabad in Telangana, and now what we are given to understand is that the NIA is probing a huge amount of money transfers into his account from a neighboring country. We are still trying to get more facts on the case, but it is being seen as a huge crackdown by the NIA in Telangana. I think we've got Aneri joining us right now. Aneri, give us more details of this particular case.
Well, Nupur, we have been seeing that the NIA team officials had reached Nizamabad district of Telangana, where they had conducted raids, and also there were a lot of questionings which in regard with the huge amount of transactions which had taken place in the account of Mahmood. And also at the same time we see that after this the NIA officials had picked up Mahmood from there, and later he was taken up for questioning. But also at the same time, more more details are awaited into this matter. However, now the NIA officials have taken Mahmood in their custody, and further questioning will be also taken up, and also in regard with the transactions which are said to be happening from other countries, from the neighboring countries, will also be looked into by the NIA officials. But as of now, we have this details that NIA officials have taken Mahmood in custody from Nizamabad district of Telangana, and further over the huge amount of transactions which have been done into his account will also be looked into. So we'll have to see how this all transactions goes into, and from where did this amount come in, from which country, and what sort of links does he have, also will have to be seen, as NIA officials have picked up Mahmood from Nizamabad. Nupur.
So at this point in time, Aneri, prima facie, it appears to be a case of a huge amount of transaction taking place from a neighbouring country, which does appear to be unexplained.
That's right. We still do not have the details in regard with from what transactions are these. Just basic information from our sources. What we have got to know is that there's a huge amount of transactions which happened into his account, and so the NIA officials are looking into it, and this amount of transactions are said to be from other countries.
All right, so those are scant details that we are getting at this point in time, but we'll try and get more. But here's what we know so far. We know that this is part of the NIA's crackdown, and one person has been picked up. You are watching Republic TV. We slip into a very short break. On the other side, we bring you more details of the NIA's crackdown in Telangana. The Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez has offered North Macedonia his country's full support for integration into the 27-nation European Union. EU officials have recently sought to encourage governments in the region to move on with reforms amid concerns over Russia's efforts to boost its influence in the Balkans.
In the 2008 Patra Shawl scam redevelopment case, the ED has arrived at the Maitri residence of Sanjay Raut. Sanjay Raut has been detained by the ED. The situation insofar as the residence of Sanjay Raut remains unchanged.
Sanjay Raut has been arrested and more people likely to be called in.
Look at the mountain of cash.
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
About 7:30 in the morning, the enforcement directorate landed up here. The questioning of Sanjay Raut by these 12 enforcement directorate officers is in progress.
Preliminary set of questions were posed at Sanjay Raut when he was at his residence. He wasn't really cooperating, and that is one of the reasons why he's now been brought to the Enforcement Directorate's office at Balad Estate.
Sanjay Raut has already been arrested, and it will be around 11:30 when he will be brought up before the special PMLA court, where the ED will ask for the custody.
Oil prices sank today.
In the pursuit of hard reporting, we at Republic have taken on and fight, and we will continue to take on corrupt politicians, corrupt policemen, corrupt bureaucrats, and corrupt corporate lobbies. We need your support as we fight both the corrupt in the media and the corrupt in our financial system.
The headlines at 11:30, raided for over 14 hours, grilled for over 6. ED news now tightens as Sanjay Raut of the Shiv Sena is arrested. No escape for Raut. ED recovers unaccounted for cash, also seizes incriminating evidence from his residence. After ED arrest for alleged corruption, FIR against Sanjay Raut for criminal intimidation now.
संजय राउत जी झुकेंगे नहीं, आपकी मंशा पूरी नहीं होने देंगे और हम भी देखते हैं कि अब दिल्ली में कितना जोर है।
Hard catch recovered, but Uddhav's Sena claims false arrest tries to play martyr. Complete chaos ensues in Karnataka Congress as Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah fight. Moily throws a third name into the mix. India shines bright and high. At Birmingham, medal tally now stands at 6. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic. I'm Rukma, and in news that's breaking just now, a meeting is expected at Matoshri at 1 p.m. That's the news we are getting after Sanjay Raut's arrest by the Enforcement Directorate. Uddhav Thackeray to chair the meeting. So, well, we are hearing reactions coming in. The Sena, that's Uddhav Thackeray's faction, quiet so far, now says after Sanjay Raut has been arrested that it will be holding a meeting at 1 this afternoon. And Uddhav Thackeray will be chairing this meeting of the Uddhav Sena. Ankit, who's covering the story, Uddhav Thackeray to hold a meeting at Matoshri of his faction of the Sena. That's what we're hearing. Ankit, what can you tell us? Was there an announcement in this regard? Who are the people likely to attend? Because, well, most of the Sena top brass have left the Uddhav camp.
There are still those who remain loyal to Uddhav Thackeray and to Sanjay Raut. Sanjay Raut is Uddhav Thackeray's main man, essentially. He is the spokesperson of whatever remains of the Shiv Sena with Uddhav Thackeray. But this meeting at 1 o'clock is likely to come at a time when perhaps we'll expect Sanjay Raut to be presented before the special PMLA court, where the ED will seek his remand. Now, things at the ED have been delayed a little bit. He was supposed to have been taken for a medical, but that has not quite happened. So there is a likelihood that while Uddhav Thackeray is chairing this meeting, Sanjay Raut may be remanded to the ED's custody. It's unclear what will transpire in this meeting, but there will be some Sena leaders who will attend. We've also seen how in Delhi, those who remain still with Uddhav Thackeray have given suspension of business notices. They want to discuss what they say is the misuse of agencies, that is namely Priyanka Chaturvedi, and also now we just recently heard Anil Desai. So about 24 hours after Sanjay Raut was first raided, the Shiv Sena that is still with him, that supports him, appears to be moving. At least their top leaders are. Yesterday we had seen some people who protested on his behalf over there in Bhandup in front of his house. They have not really turned up at the ED's office. Also, there is quite a lot of barricading around here, so maybe that is the reason why it's a deterrent. The NCP was also supposed to protest, and the NCP's office is located essentially in the same block of buildings as the ED office. We had gone there a short while earlier and we spoke to Mahesh Tapase. He said that the NCP would stand 200% behind Sanjay Raut, but they have also not put their cadre strength to back that. Now, both are parties that have a lot of street power, but we've not seen that in application just yet today. And so perhaps after Uddhav Thackeray chairs his meeting, then maybe there would be some consensus. But so far, it's been somewhat of a lukewarm response from the Shiv Sena and the NCP. Over in Delhi, a couple of Congress leaders have also been speaking about this. The argument is the same, that this is harassment and political vendetta, and this is an attempt to silence the opposition. But honestly, what flies in the face of that is the fact that Sanjay Raut did not answer 2 summons over about 2 weeks in this case, and it was only after that that the ED landed up at his doorstep. And also, this is a well-established case. We've been speaking speaking to some people who have told us that there are 672 families who were removed from their tenements. They were supposed to be rehabilitated, but they were not. Instead, a lot of money and a lot of dealing, according to the ED, was done with regards to the Patrachal land, and that benefit has not reached the original occupants. And so there is a lot for Sanjay Raut to answer, and neither he nor the Uddhav Thackeray faction of the Shiv Sena have answered that in any amount of specifics right now, Rukma.
Right, Ankit, when we say that the ED has arrested Sanjay Raut, what should we understand? Is there a particular jail that he's going to be taken to? Is his questioning going to continue? And when is that likely to happen? Has there been any announcement? Is there likely to be any announcement in this regard?
From what Alisha has been telling us, Rukma, and that we can only go by until we find out for sure when the ED presents him in the court, that the ED is likely to seek 10 days of remand of Sanjay Raut to question him further. That is the preliminary word that is coming in. Although because there has been a bit of a delay in the ED's proceedings against him, they are taking their time. They are being meticulous about it. We had seen it yesterday also, where they were at his house from 7:30 in the morning till about 5 p.m. There were a good 9 hours of interrogation, and then it took about 1 hour to detain him and then move him to the ED's office here at Ballard Estate. Then it proceeded till midnight. So there was a comprehensive questioning that was done, and it was only after that that he was arrested. And it is possible that with senior members of the ED, senior officials also arriving here from Delhi, that they are continuing this questioning of Sanjay Raut even as we speak, and it will only be after that that he'll be taken for his medical, and then they will seek his remand. But certainly there is enough of a money trail that the ED can have substantial questions to pose of him. Accordingly, also there have been attachments of properties worth about 11 crore rupees, and yesterday also, like we broke for you first, about 11 lakh rupees in cash was also found that the ED put down to unexplained cash. And so these are some of the various questions that we hope to also pose to Sanjay Raut when he emerges from the ED's office to step into the van. It's unlikely we'll get an answer, but we'll at least pose the questions to him, Rukma.
Well, Ankit, stay with us. We also have with us Alisha. Alisha, when we talk about Sanjay Raut being arrested, well, reactions are coming in thick and fast. The political war of words, of course, the opposition there in Maharashtra as well as elsewhere crying vendetta. When we talk about the political turmoil that this has resulted in, the response of the NCP and the Shiv Sena, the Uddhav faction, very lukewarm still.
Well, yes, Rukma, since the time Enforcement Directorate that has started searching at Sanjay Raut resident, we are hearing there is a blame game that has been happening at a certain point where Uddhav Thackeray, while addressing Shiv Sainika at his residence in Matoshri, he said that there are some of the guests that has entered to Sanjay Raut resident and soon is going to get arrested. Also, there are many Shiv Senas and leaders from Congress and NCP where they have mentioned that this is nothing but a political vendetta, and central agency is working like a puppet of Bharatiya Janata Party. Whereas answering to this, where the BJP leaders has mentioned that this is nothing but a case that has been investigated by the agency over, over the money laundering case that has come forward with the documents that has recovered from agency as well. But the interesting point and interesting statement that was made by former Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, that is Ajit Pawar, who yesterday mentioned that whatever the work, whether it is Enforcement Directorate, whether it is Central Bureau of Investigation or Income Tax, they have been doing their job according to the investigating the case that has been registered. So this is something in a sense where Ajit Pawar was supporting the action that has been taken by Enforcement Directorate on ED. But we are just all eyes on court today, because anytime from now, where Sanjay Raut will be taken to the special PMLA court, which is a designated court of Enforcement Directorate. He will be produced anytime from now, because first he has to take for the medical. That is a procedure that needs to be followed by any agency. Whoever the accused that has been arrested in any of the case, they have to taken for the medical, and later they will be produced before the court. So here also we are waiting, and we'll get the update from the ED, where my colleague Ankit Prasad has been reporting from, where anytime from now now where Sanjay Raut will be taken for the medical in JJ hospital, and after that he will be produced before the special PMLA court where AD will seek his custody.
All right, Alicia. Well, important information being given by Alicia there, who's outside the Sessions Court. Anytime now, Sanjay Raut likely to be taken for his medical at JJ Hospital. All the action in court, in fact, where he is to be presented. And our reporters Ankit and Alicia on the ground. Let's listen in to some reactions that have come in. Even as, well, a political war of words has erupted over the entire arrest and the ED searches and questioning of Sanjay Raut. Let's listen in.
कई महीनों से संजय राउत जी का जांच शुरू थी। कई बिल्डरों को एपीएसआई, टीडीआर इसके माध्यम से भी बड़ा घोटाला हुआ है और कई बिल्डरों को बड़ा फायदा पहुंचाने का काम किया है। और जो संपत्ति अवैध जमा की वो अटैच करना चाहिए, और जो गरीब लोगों का पैसा संजय राउत ने सही मायने में महाविकास आघाड़ी के माध्यम से उसमें भ्रष्टाचार किया है, वो भी आगे आएंगे।
आखिरकार लंबी तफ्तीश के बाद शिवसेना नेता की गिरफ्तारी हो गई। मद मस्ती और अहंकार के साथ सत्ता का दुरुपयोग करते हुए यदि जनता की लूट की जाए तो अंततः उसे परास्त ही होना है।
संजय राउत जी झुकेंगे नहीं, आपकी मंशा पूरी नहीं होने देंगे, और हम भी देखते हैं कि अब दिल्ली में कितना जोर है।
So many reactions coming in, all differing, some in support of Sanjay Raut. However, as our reporter Ankit just told us, lukewarm response from earlier allies of the Uddhav faction, NCP and the Congress. And some more national news. The cost of commercial liquid petroleum gas cylinders weighing 19 kgs will be cheaper from today as their prices have been slashed by 36 rupees per unit. However, prices of domestic cylinders will remain steady. Congress Lok Sabha MP Gaurav Gogoi gives adjournment motion notice to discuss the issue of floods in Assam, in which over 15 lakh people were affected. He added that the Assam floods are affecting the lives and livelihoods of people there every day. Aam Aadmi Party MP Raghav Chadha gives a suspension of business notice in the Rajya Sabha over problems in the MSP committee constituted for the welfare of farmers and demands discussion on it. AAP MP from Punjab said he demands the House suspend 0 hour, another business of the day, to have a discussion on backbreaking inflation. Arrested. Let's get you more breaking news on this story, news as it's coming in. Sanjay Raut's brother arriving there. Sanjay Raut to be presented in the Sessions Court today, his medical examination to be conducted before that. Now, Sanjay Raut's brother arrives at the ED office. A number of other names also cropping up in the entire scam. Ankit, our correspondent there, to tell us what's happening. Ankit, it's over to you. Take us through the events as they're unfolding right now. Sanjay Raut to be presented at the Sessions Court in a short while.
So the latest is that there has been a development. Sunil Raut, the brother of Sanjay Raut, has just reached. He has reached in the same car in which Sanjay Raut was brought to the ED's office yesterday. The windows are down. The media has surrounded him. There he is. He's stepping out of the car. We're going to ask him, Sunil Raut, what is the link between Sanjay Raut and Praveen Raut? Sunil Raut, what is your strategy? How are you going to oppose the ED's remand? Sunil Raut, what is your strategy? Sunil Raut, what is the Uddhav Thackeray faction Sena going to do? So, Sunil Raut, what is your response? Sunil Raut, what is going to happen at the Shiv Sena meeting? Sunil Raut, do you feel let down by the NCP not backing you? Sunil Raut, where is the Shiv Sena's protest today? Sunil Raut, what is the link of Sanjay Raut with Praveen Raut? And there he is, he's gone inside, he didn't answer our questions. There he is, he's just at the periphery. He's going to be entering, I think, the ED's office. Let's see, he's waiting outside for the moment. That is Sunil Raut, the brother of Sanjay Raut. He was present yesterday as well. You'll remember, viewers, right before it was formally announced that Sanjay Raut has been arrested. Sunil Raut had been taken in and he was shown the arrest memo. And he has turned up again. Interesting to note, he's standing outside, he's not going into the ED's office. And we can expect things to pick up now, certainly, because we know formally that there is someone who is from the Sanjay Raut camp who is present there at the ED's office. We asked him a number of questions, but he did not answer. But he is here. He has turned up here in the same vehicle in which Sanjay Raut had yesterday been brought to the Enforcement Directorate's office. That's their personal car, which we had followed yesterday while he was taken from Bhandup all the way to the ED's office. So now there is a person very much from the Sanjay Raut camp who is at the Enforcement Directorate, also a politician. And so Sunil Raut is here. He did not answer any of our questions. You heard all our questions to him. He also did hear them, but he was not speaking. He was not very forthcoming. Before he entered, there was a period while he was sitting inside the car where he maintained a stony face. He did not answer. He did not react in any way. And we tried to ask him what their legal strategy is going to be. Remember, viewers, the ED is to take Sanjay Raut out of the ED's office right now and take him for a medical checkup at JJ Hospital. Subsequent to which he will be taken to the special PMLA court, where, from what Alisha tells us, 10 days of remand will be sought of Sanjay Raut. So Sunil Raut has arrived for those proceedings to take place. These proceedings were delayed. Of course, it was a very late night yesterday. Sunil Raut was there the entire time. He had spoken to us as well. At that time, he had given a justification for the 11 lakh rupees that were found in cash that was said to be unexplained income, as noted by the ED. He had said that cash, and he's still standing there, he had said that cash was a leftover amount from Aditya Thackeray's visit to Ayodhya a short while earlier, in which Sanjay Raut had accompanied him, and that it was party funds. So that was the explanation that was then given. However, not much of an explanation has come in on various other money transactions that are involved in this Patra Chawl redevelopment case and scam that totals to about 1,034 crore rupees according to the ED in various transactions that have taken place. We're going to show you once again the visuals of the Enforcement Directorate's office. We can see how there are a number of officials here. These officials, as per the insignia on their lapels, is of the riot control police, and so they are here so that there is no untoward incident that is to take place. Also at the gate of the ED, I don't know whether it's visible or not, but there are officials of the various security agencies. They look like some central security personnel who are present inside there. And now, with Sunil Raut having arrived, there is an expectation that we are likely to catch our first glimpse today of Sanjay Raut as well. Remember, viewers, he was supposed to be taken to the JJ Hospital at 9:30 a.m. That was the provisional input. Of course, that did not quite pan out because there was essentially no one here at 9:30. People started coming in and officials started coming in shortly after that. We are now almost on the verge of noon. It's quarter to noon here, and he is to be taken as per process to the hospital for a medical and then produced in court for the remand hearing. This now is a raid and a saga that is played out for over 24 hours, well over 24 hours, almost 30 hours now, since the questioning began yesterday at Bhandup by the Enforcement Directorate officials at Sanjay Raut's residence. It's called Maitri. Since then, 24 to 30 hours have elapsed, but now we are going to catch a glimpse of him right now.
Well, all eyes on Sanjay Raut. As his brother arrives at the ED office in a short while from now, he is to be presented in the special PMLA court in the Patra land scam case. And moving on to other news stories here at Republic, bringing you all the top stories trending at this hour. The top story of the day, of course, Sanjay Raut being arrested by the Enforcement Directorate Our reporter tells us the ED likely to seek 10 days remand. Moving on now, students from Mehu area in Ramban district of Jammu took out a Tiranga rally as part of Ghar Ghar Tiranga campaign. Earlier, a circular issued by the Education Department in Jammu and Kashmir has also been doing the rounds. Let's go across now to news from Tamil Nadu. A video has emerged. Republic has accessed the video. Let's take a look.
Viewers, Sunil Raut, the brother of Sanjay Raut, has just reached the ED's office. We are awaiting any minute from now that Sanjay Raut will be taken out. He will be put into a car and he will be driven to the JJ hospital for a medical, following which he will be taken to the special PMLA court where Alisha is reporting for the remand hearing. The ED is likely to seek up to 10 days of remand of Sanjay Raut in the Patra Chaul redevelopment case and scam. Stay with us on Republic. We'll get you all the visuals, we'll get you all the questions and the responses and up to the minute updates in a few seconds on Republic TV.
And here's a look at some news in brief. Floods unleashed by torrential rains in eastern Kentucky have killed about 28 people, including 4 children. According to officials, a dozen shelters were opened for flood victims in Kentucky, with 388 occupants on Sunday. Rishi Sunak is trailing in the race to become Britain's next Prime Minister and has vowed to slash the basic rate of income tax by 20% by 2029 in a potentially make or break throw of the dice by the former Finance Minister.
In the team's events, India's women's cricket team picked up its first win of the tournament, beating Pakistan with a comfortable 8-wicket win. Star opening batter Smriti Mandhana did the star turn for India with a fluent 63 with no wickets out after bowlers Sneh Rana and Radha Yadav had taken 2 wickets apiece to skittle Pakistan out.
The Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez has offered North Macedonia his country's full support for integration into the 27-nation European Union. EU officials have recently sought to encourage governments in the region to move on with reforms amid concerns over Russia's efforts to boost its influence in the Balkans.
In the 2008 Patra Chaul scam redevelopment case, the ED has arrived at the Maitri residence of Sanjay Raut. Sanjay Raut has been detained by the ED. The situation insofar as the residence of Sanjay Raut remains unchanged.
Sanjay Raut has been arrested and more people likely to be called in.
Look at the mountain of cash.
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
About 7:30 in the morning, the enforcement directorate landed up here. The questioning of Sanjay Raut by these 12 enforcement directorate officers is in progress.
Preliminary set of questions were posed.
At the mountain of cash.
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
Breaking news coming in from West Bengal's Kolkata. BJP holding protests there against the cash for jobs scam. Visuals of the protests as they begin. BJP, the Bharatiya Janata Party, protesting against the mega cash scam, which has two of the main accused. Still a very dramatic turn of events in that process. Opposition parties in the state continuing with the protests, in fact, for the past few days since Saturday. That's the news we've received, keeping up the heat on the Trinamool government over the cash for jobs scam. Although Trinamool is trying to still downplay the event, and whether it's the left-wing members of society. The BJP today holding protests at in Kolkata over the cash for jobs scam. Those are visuals there. We are getting you the visuals of the protests as they are happening right now in the West Bengal capital. In fact, protests have been continuing for the past few days in Kolkata against the SSC recruitment scam, which has as one of the accused Partho Chatterjee. And our reporters there on the ground bringing us all the latest updates. So protests against the Bengal cash scam. Kishle, to tell us what's happening right now. Kishle, we believe BJP protesting today, but protests are continuing as the opposition there trying to maintain the heat over the Trinamool Congress in the cash for jobs scam. Tell us about today, what's happening.
Exactly. Right now, what we are seeing is mega protests in Kolkata. There are protests happening in two spots in Kolkata, two major spots. One is Dharmotala Islamic, which is in the heart of the city, and another one also nearby. And both of these protests are related to the scams that are happening in West Bengal in educational departments,
protests
recruitment
in
programs.
Kolkata,
So right now,
Kishle on the ground, and the protests are against the cash for jobs scam. The Bharatiya Janata Party protesting there. Other national news now, the cost of commercial liquid petroleum. Well, let's go back once again before we go on to other national stories. Piyush Ohri to tell us what's happening. Piyush, high drama there throughout this entire scam as it was exposed by Republic. Tell us about what's happening right now. We believe there are protests, that's what Kishle was telling us, in two places by the BJP. What about the latest developments as far as the ED questioning is concerned, as far as more details of the scam in interrogation?
Definitely, as you said, definitely, as you said, that from the time Republic TV has surfaced the scam, there has been a lot of protests which has been spearheaded by BJP. They want to make sure that this scam continues to remain in the minds of people of Kolkata. So they are making sure that they continue to hold protests in several parts of Kolkata, trying to make sure that all the people, who are affected by the scam and all the citizens of Kolkata continue to remain aware of this scam. Meanwhile, the Enforcement Directorate is continuing its grilling.
Many thanks for joining us there. So the Bengal cash scam continues to dominate headlines. Our reporters giving us every update.
Viewers, over at the Enforcement Directorate's office, big developments are taking place. Sunil Raut, the MLA and brother of Sanjay Raut, has arrived here shortly before Sanjay Raut is to be taken to JJ Hospital for his medical checkup. And then we have learned just now that at the special PMLA court, the special court that is to hear it, that very desk has been earmarked already. And so things are about to pick up very, very soon. So stay with us. We'll be back after just a few seconds on Republic.
Oil prices sank today after an unexpected drop in Chinese factory activity raised concerns over slowing crude demand in the world's second largest economy. At 2339 GMT, crude oil futures sank 0.9% to $97.73 a barrel, while Brent oil futures have also dropped by 0.6% to about 103.39 per barrel, extending their sharp declines in the month. And Kosovo's government has accused neighboring Serbia of trying to destabilize the country as ethnic Serbs blocked roads and conducted other incidents in the north, apparently in a dispute over vehicle license plates and identity cards.
In the 2008 Patra Shawl scam redevelopment case, the ED has arrived at the Maitri residence of Sanjay Raut. Sanjay Raut has been detained by the ED. The situation insofar as the residence of Sanjay Raut remains unchanged.
Sanjay Raut has been arrested and more people likely to be called in.
You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic. Let's take a look at some more top national news. The cost of commercial liquid petroleum gas cylinders weighing 19 kgs will be cheaper from today, as their prices are being slashed by 36 rupees per unit. However, prices of domestic cylinders will remain steady.
In the team's events, India's women's cricket team picked up its first win of the tournament, beating Pakistan with a comfortable 8-wicket win. Star opening batter Smriti Mandhana did the star turn for India with a fluent 63 with no wickets out after bowlers Sneh Rana and Radha Yadav had taken 2 wickets apiece to skittle Pakistan out.
The Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez has offered North Macedonia his country's full support for integration into the 27-nation European Union. EU officials have recently sought to encourage governments in the region to move on with reforms amid concerns over Russia's efforts to boost its influence in the Balkans.
In the 2008 Patra Shawl scam redevelopment case, the ED has arrived at the Maitri residence of Sanjay Raut. Sanjay Raut has been detained by the ED. The situation insofar as the residence of Sanjay Raut remains unchanged.
Sanjay Raut has been arrested and more people likely to be called in.
Look at the mountain of cash.
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
About 7:30 in the morning, the enforcement directorate landed up here at the questioning of Sanjay Raut by these 12 enforcement directorate.
At the mountain of cash.
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
Raided for over 14. All right, we are going to straight dive into the latest as far as Sanjay Raut's arrest by the Enforcement Directorate is concerned. We are expecting him to be produced before court very shortly. He was, of course, expected to be produced at about 11 o'clock, but that seems to have been delayed. We were, of course, being told earlier that he will be taken for a medical test and thereafter he will be brought before the special PMLA court. I think let's head across to Ankit first, who's reporting from outside the Enforcement Directorate. Ankit, you were earlier telling us that the delay is possibly caused due to questioning that is still continuing inside the ED's office. Can you share with us the latest that you're hearing?
Well, the latest are 2 developments while that questioning continues, Nupur. The first is that Shiv Sena MLA and Sanjay Raut's brother Sunil Raut has reached and he has entered the ED building just about 20 minutes ago. We had questioned him, but he did not answer. We tried to confront him. We posed a number of questions to him while he was making his way inside, but he did not answer them. And the second is that we have just learned that the first response of Aditya Thackeray on this matter is in, and Aditya Thackeray says that Sanjay Raut is this is a conspiracy to finish the Shiv Sena. Action has been taken to suppress the voice of the people of Maharashtra. We are going to go across now to Alisha for more. Alisha, tell us about this first response that has come in from the Thackeray family and Aditya Thackeray.
Well, yes, Ankit, it's very important to see that a meeting, an expected meeting that is going to happen in Matoshri at 1 p.m. where Uddhav Thackeray is going to chair that meeting. But let me once show you in and around visuals of around the court where hearing is going to take place. All eyes on the hearing when Sanjay Raut will be produced before the special PMLA court, and we can see here the heavy police deployment. It is completely barricaded, is something what we have been witnessing here. But as you've been talking about and pointing about where what the Thackeray has to say about it, because yesterday we heard Uddhav Thackeray while addressing to the Shiv Sainik at Matoshri, where the Thane Shiv Sainik that has come at his resident, and he clearly mentioned that there are some of the guests that has arrived at Sanjay Raut resident and he could be arrested, is what indication that has already been given by Uddhav Thackeray. But we heard no word since then from the time Sanjay Raut was arrested. But what we have been hearing that Aditya Thackeray, who is in a Sindhudurga tour, he has spoken to the media and stated that this is nothing to suppress the voice of Maharashtra. They are the action that has been initiated by ED is something to finish off the party, is what Aditya Thackeray has mentioned. But as I mentioned, let's see what enforcement directorate will put forward. Right. All the arguments that is going to happen once the Sanjay Raut will be appeared. He will be produced before the court, because what we have been told that he is the most likely to be produced whether in a courtroom number 54 or 16, that is the registered who is going to decide whether he will be produced before courtroom number 16 or 54, which is a designated PMLA court. But what we know that ED has the evidence, and which is why he was placed under arrest after several hours of questioning. We know that there were 9 hours of searches that was conducted at his residence, after which Sanjay Raut was brought to the ED office, where 6 hours of interrogation that was underway, and we saw that the senior ED official that has also entered, after which he was placed under arrest. So anytime from now, where Sanjay Raut could be brought in and he will be produced before the ED court, where ED will seek his custody.
Absolutely, Alisha. So we will also perhaps then hear more about the charge sheet that has been filed against Sanjay Raut. Ankit as well as Alisha, both of you do stay with us. Now, politically, we have been getting a large amount of reactions, with the opposition saying that this is a conspiracy and targeting by the centre. Listen in.
कई महीनों से संजय राउत जी का जांच शुरू थी। कई बिल्डरों को एफएसआई, टीडीआर इसके माध्यम से भी बड़ा घोटाला हुआ है और कई बिल्डरों को बड़ा फायदा पहुंचाने का काम किया है। और जो संपत्ति अवैध जमा की वो अटैच करना चाहिए, और जो गरीब लोगों का पैसा संजय राउत ने सही मायने में महाविकास आघाड़ी के माध्यम से उसमें भ्रष्टाचार किया है, वो भी आगे आएंगे।
संजय राउत जी झुकेंगे नहीं, आपकी मंशा पूरी नहीं होने देंगे, और हम भी देखते हैं कि अब दिल्ली में कितना जोर है।
All right, in fact, we are now giving to understand that Raut is being questioned even as we speak. Now, earlier on, of course, we were bringing you details of how there are senior officials from the Enforcement Directorate who are now questioning Sanjay Raut once again. He was brought to the ED headquarters, and I think Alisha has more details on this in terms of the questioning that is still happening. Alisha, can you share with us more details of the questioning that is currently on of Sanjay Raut?
Well, what we know from our sources that there were some of the documents of the property that belongs to Sanjay Raut and Varsha Raut has come across and also been recovered by Enforcement Directorate during the search that was conducted at his residence. So that is when Sanjay Raut was brought into the ED office, he was confronted with those documents, because it's a case of 14 years back when the Patra Chaul case that was registered first with economic offence wing of Mumbai police by the Mahada officials, because it's a clearly cheating case. There was an agreement between Guru Ashish Construction Private Limited, the tenant society, and as well as Mahada to redevelop the Patra Chaul that is in Goregaon in Mumbai. But rather than making a rehab of the construction, the floor specs index that was sold to a private developer by Praveen Raut, who is known to be the close aide of Sanjay Raut, for around 901.72 crore is what we have been told. But not only that, in 2010, what we know that there are 100 crores that has been taken from Pravin Raut from HDIL, that is Rakesh and Sarang Wadwan, who is the promoters of HDIL. So that money, that 100 crore, that was diverted to the close associates and close aid, including Sanjay Raut and his family. Moreover, there are 83 lakhs that was given to Varsha Raut as a wife of Sanjay Raut. So there are many much documents and the evidence that has been put forward. ED has been collected, and that is the reason where Sanjay Raut was put under arrest. And importantly, as I earlier mentioned, that all eyes on court, because the time Sanjay Raut he will be produced, what we have been told that ED is going to seek at least 10 days of custody, but we will wait for how many days custody that is ED is going to seek, because there are evidence against Sanjay Raut, whether it is unaccounted cash that has been recovered or incriminated documents that has been recovered by the Enforcement Directorate.
Absolutely, Alisha, stay with us. Now, we are, of course, seeing a lot of action from the opposition. We are seeing some amount of protest coming in from the NCP as well as the Congress party. But, largely, Ankit, it does appear that there is really no cohesion between opposition parties as far as the protests are concerned. And we are yet also to hear from Uddhav Thackeray. Aditya Thackeray, of course, has spoken very briefly, but there is no concrete sort of statement that has come in from the Uddhav Thackeray faction yet.
No doubt, and that is one of the big puzzling questions, because, for instance, Sanjay Raut is the main spokesperson of Uddhav Thackeray. Throughout this entire Maharashtra political crisis, it was Sanjay Raut who was making all the statements for the Uddhav Thackeray faction, the most combative statements. That has been the case for a long time now. So the Shiv Sena faction of Uddhav Thackeray essentially not doing very much until this point is a subject of a debate. The second is that he is also known to be very close to Sharad Pawar. And yet yesterday when Ajit Pawar first spoke, he said two things. He said one is that the agencies probe based on their own inputs, and the second is that it is up to Sanjay Raut to explain why the ED has landed up at his door. So that was once again a conflicting kind of response that had come in from the NCP. Today they have tried to make up for that, it appears, because Uddhav Thackeray is about to hold a meeting. Aditya Thackeray, wherever he is on his tour, has made one statement essentially saying the same thing, that this is an attempt to muzzle the opposition. But the NCP also had planned a protest, but that protest is not transpired just as yet. Whether that is because they have just not mustered the cadre for it, or whether it's because there is substantial barricading on all sides of this Enforcement Directorate office. You can see I'm surrounded by police officials, police cars. There is barricading on all three sides of the approach roads to this place. Whether that is the reason, also it remains to be seen. But for what it's worth, the NCP has...
सच में जो जेल के पीछे जाने वाले हैं, उन्होंने करप्शन किया है। अगर देश का पैसा कोई डुबाता है, गरीब की खून पसीने के पैसे अगर कोई इस तरीके से मिसयूज करता है, तो उसके साथ में ऐसा ही होना चाहिए। उन्होंने जिस तरीके से कल हाथ वेविंग करके एक ऐसे देश के कोई हीरो हाथ कर रहे हैं और सभी को आश्वस्त कर रहे हैं कि मैं आपके साथ हूँ, करप्शन करने वाले व्यक्ति ने इस तरीका का एटीट्यूड रखना, ये मेरे हिसाब से मुझे गलत लगता है। क्योंकि एक सादे व्यक्ति के घर में अगर एक कांस्टेबल भी पहुंचता है, तो उसके घर के परिवार के सभी सदस्य हिल जाते हैं कि मेरे घर पे कौन से कारण ये पुलिस वाले आ गए। पर जिस तरीके से उनका एटीट्यूड था, जिस तरीके से विंडो पे खड़े होके वो अपना हाथ वेविंग कर रहे थे, मैं ताकतवर हूँ, मैं लड़ूंगा। आप लड़िए, लड़ने से कोई मना ही नहीं, पर देश का पैसा अगर कोई करप्शन करता है तो उसे इस तरीके का ट्रीटमेंट उसके साथ होना चाहिए। देश की जनता भी ये चाहती है, गरीब लोग जिनके पैसे खून पसीने के पैसे हैं, अगर वो लीडर हो या कोई बड़ा व्यक्ति हो, उनके साथ में अगर वो गलत करते हैं, देश के पैसे डुबाते हैं, तो उनके साथ ये ट्रीटमेंट होनी चाहिए। संजय राऊतजींना जे अटक झालेली आहे, बरेचशे दिवसापासून आपण सगळे लोक ते कल भी मैं कंटिन्यू
That was the first reaction we were getting from Navneet Rana over there, saying that this is action that has been taken in a corruption case, and hence it should essentially reach its logical conclusion. But we have been getting other reactions also from the opposition parties. I think we're going to play those out right now. We spoke earlier this morning to Jayant Chaudhary as well. All right, I was earlier saying that All right, we don't seem to have those reactions right now yet, but I'm going to go back across. All right, let's cut across to a reaction we are getting right now.
We have written to the Chief Secretaries and to the concerned authorities that the street vendors must be given due respect and that their dignity should be uppermost. They should be made to be feel wanted in our economic story, and I am sure, sir, that is something that is currently underway.
Thank you. Leader of the House.
To all my honorable colleagues,
Please go to your seat. Please go to your seat.
That we have very important legislative business. Then we have price rise to be discussed. They have been demanding that price rise be discussed. Today it is listed in the Lok Sabha. Tomorrow it will be listed in the Rajya Sabha. Opposition has collectively assured us that once the date is finalized and it is listed, we will allow the House to run properly. Many members are coming here, they have important issues. I appeal to my honorable colleagues from the opposition to allow the House to function smoothly. We are lawmakers and not lawbreakers. Those who break the law face the consequences of the law. I would appeal to them, let law take its own course. Government cannot interfere in the law enforcement agencies. They are doing their job. I would honestly appeal to the opposition to allow the House to run so that important legislative business is done. Also, we have price rise discussion pending, and otherwise we will be perforce required to run the House every day late or extend the working of the House. So it's important that we all come to a agreed position and let the House function. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Please go to your seat. Please go to your seat. Let the House function. Later on you can. You want to say? LOP has not requested. LOP has not requested for time. He has not requested. Even then I am requesting him so that he can say something about what has been said by the leader of the House. If you want to say something on the discussion on price rise, if you want to say something, you can say.
एक मिनट सुनिए. देखिए, हाउस.
All of us, please go to your seat. Please go to your seats.
नहीं, वो तो अपने सीट पे बैठे हैं. मेरा निवेदन आपसे यही है कि जो मुद्दे आपके सामने हमने रखे हैं और खास करके नोटिस भी दिए हैं, उन नोटिस का जिक्र भी आपने नहीं किया. जो झारखंड में हो रहा है, जो महाराष्ट्र में हो रहा है, जो आसाम में और
Don't disturb LOP. Don't disturb LOP. You are disturbing LOP. You are disturbing LOP. You are the chief of the party. You are disturbing your own LOP. What is that?
देखिए, गुजरात में अरे ये 100-150 लोग मर चुके हैं और हमने महंगाई मुद्दे पे तो चर्चा के लिए आपसे सतत कोशिश कर रहे हैं, फिर भी आप उसके ऊपर कुछ नहीं कहना चाहते.
ये
तो
थैंक यू. नहीं, आपने प्राइस राइज के ऊपर डिस्कस करने की बात की है. ऑलरेडी इट विल बी डिस्कस टुमारो.
आपका दोस्त क्या कर रहा है?
इट इज बीइंग डिस्कस इन लोकसभा टुडे एंड इट विल बी डिस्कस्ड हियर टुमारो. मिस्टर विजय रेड्डी,
इलेक्टेड गवर्नमेंट को डिस्टेबलाइज कर. सर, हमने एग्री किया है प्राइस राइज पे डिस्कशन कल होगा. इसके ऊपर हम सबने सहमति भी बनाई थी और ये बात हुई थी कि एक बार डेट तय हो जाए तो हाउस अच्छी तरीके से चलेगा, सुचारू रूप से. आज लोकसभा में लिस्टेड है, कल राज्यसभा में 2 बजे प्राइस राइज पे डिस्कशन होगा. और जहां तक नोटिस का बात है, आज सुबह ही डिस्टर्ब किया तो चेयरमैन हैड टू एडजर्न. तो मुझे लगता है LOP की बात हमने एग्री की है. प्राइस राइज पे कल डिस्कशन होगा अभी हमें लेजिस्लेटिव बिजनेस के लिए और क्वेश्चन आवर के लिए अलाउ करना चाहिए.
धन्यवाद. So, Leader of the House has said the discussion on price rise will come tomorrow. Vijay Reddy.
Sir, in the light of the fact that the rejection rate under PM Swanidhi is about 25% and the higher percentage are in pending status, I would like to know from the Honorable Minister, does the government intend to use this PM Swanidhi to include street vendors in the formal economic structure of the economy? In the formal economic structure of the economy to get accurate picture of India's GDP. Thank you very much.
Minister.
Sir, I want to thank the honourable member. As I said in the response to the earlier supplementary, town vending committees are in place in local areas in pursuance of the Street Vendors Act 2014. Now, this is a subject under the purview of the state governments. The Swanidhi scheme has the effect on facilitating the transfer of the 40 or 50 lakh street vendors that we have in India from the pure informal economy, where for their daily survival they have to take money, borrow money at exorbitant rates. Sometimes the rates are as high as 3,600% per year by being given micro loans of 10,000 rupees initially, and then if they pay it back, immediately getting 20,000 and a third loan of 50,000, a total of 90,000. You are converting people, first releasing them from the clutches of money lenders, and then you are transferring them through their joining the formal economy, and then you will be able to measure, as is being done, their contribution to the national GDP. Insofar as the rejection rate is concerned, the rejection rate is not something that the center can monitor. The individual goes, and I can tell you, the banks are now freely granting these loans. We have already given loans to 32 lakh people. The total amount of money lent is already over 3,683 crores. Many of these people have in fact now moved from the first loan of 10,000 to the second loan of 20,000. It is our expectation that the entire body of street vendors, whether they are 40 lakhs, more or less, this will depend on local surveys which have to be carried out by the town vending committees, the exact number. I have full confidence that the system working as one, system working as a whole, will be able to provide loans to all eligible persons. And I want to add for the information of the honourable member that earlier there was a cut-off date, that if you were a street vendor before a particular date, only then you would qualify for a loan. Now we have proceeded and saying that you don't need a past history. In other words, if somebody wants to take to the street vending profession, he or she will get the opportunity. That's also very heartening that a lot of ladies, women, our sisters and mothers have also partaken and participated as recipients of loans. So this is a scheme which is working exceptionally well, and in going forward, I'm sure, even though the scheme was only laid out in 2020, we have a situation today that there is a full rollout in all parts of the country. And insofar as the rejection rate issue is concerned, sir, the money has to be lent by a designated bank. Whenever we receive any information from any state or union territory that any difficulty is being faced, my colleagues in the ministry are personally in touch with the bank.
Please be brief. Please be brief, Mr. Minister.
I'm very happy to contribute to further if he so desires.
Thank you. Supplementary, Rakesh Sinha. Mr. Rakesh Sinha.
किया है। मैं माननीय मंत्री जी से जानना चाहता हूं, जो शहर के स्ट्रीट वेंडर थे वे तो आसानी से शहर में आ गए हैं, क्या सरकार पूरे देश में स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स का एक मैपिंग करेगी, जिससे पूरे देश में स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स की एक सूची बने, उनका रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए उनको उत्साहित किया जाए और उन तक हमारी योजनाएं पहुंच पाए। एक बार फिर मैं इसमें एक बात जोड़ना चाहता हूं कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जिस प्रकार से स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स को आर्थिक सहायता देना और उनको एक मार्केट फोर्स के अंदर लाना, जिसके कारण उनका जीडीपी में योगदान को स्वीकार किया जा रहा है, मैं मंत्री जी से इसमें एक सुझाव भी देता हूं और जानना भी चाहता हूं, क्या ऐसे स्ट्रीट वेंडर की हायरार्की ऑफ इकोनॉमिक रोल क्या तय करेगी? कुछ स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स ऐसे हैं जिनका योगदान 5,000 का है, कुछ स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स ऐसे हैं जिनका योगदान 1 लाख रुपए का है। तो हायरार्की तय करने से सरकार को सुविधा होगी उनको सहायता देने में। धन्यवाद।
All right, so what we are seeing, of course, is continued opposition in the Rajya Sabha, essentially interrupting that speech that was being made by Hardeep Singh Puri on the street vendors bill. So, in that sense, we are seeing continued protests that are taking place in both houses of Parliament. Currently, of course, in the Rajya Sabha, Piyush Goyal, of course, did try to speak and tell the opposition that the issue of price rise that they have raised repeatedly is going to be picked up in Rajya Sabha tomorrow for discussion, but that doesn't seem to be really, taming down the opposition so far, continuing to raise slogans inside the Rajya Sabha. All right, now we are getting significant leads on the casino scam. Leads seem to indicate that the casino scam probe is underway, and now in this particular scam, we are given to understand that the ED is questioning Chikoti Praveen and top aides, but that's not on. What we are also given to understand is that there seems to be linkages that are now coming out. All right, I think we're going to go down to our correspondent on the ground to get more details on this. Joining me right now, of course, is Anirudh. Give us more details as to what we are picking up in terms of what's happening. Aneri? Hear me?
Well, Nupur, what we are learning is that after almost 18 hours of raids which were conducted, and also at the Chikoti Praveen's residence and also at Madhav's residence, we see that now the ED has had issued notice to Chikoti Praveen, and along with him, his aide Madhav have now appeared before the Enforcement Directorate for the questioning. And also we have been seeing that recent past, Chikoti Praveen had organized casinos in other countries, including Bangladesh, Indonesia and such other countries. So we also have to see how this links goes up to, because raids were conducted by the Enforcement Directorate few days back in Hyderabad in various locations, almost 8 locations where the raids were conducted. And also at the same time, now we see that Chikoti Praveen along with his aide Madhav have arrived at the Enforcement Directorate office, where now the questioning will be going on in regard with the links. And also sources have been telling us that there are several links of the politicians and also VIPs involved in this particular casino scam which is going on. Well, there are allegations which are being faced by few of the TRS leaders and the YSRCP leaders, because in the recent time where there was a casino scam which had appeared in Andhra Pradesh, which was organized rather during the Sankranti festival in Andhra Pradesh, where Kodali Nani was one of the minister, he had also faced a lot of allegations in this regard. And it was one of the person who had organized this casino in Andhra Pradesh was Chikoti Praveen. So now we'll have to look into it, how this whole investigation goes on, as Enforcement Directorate is conducting questioning. Earlier there were raids at 8 locations, and almost for 18 hours we had seen that there were questioning which had taken place at the residence of Chikoti Praveen. And now Enforcement Directorate is taking up questioning of Chikoti Praveen along with Madhav at the Regional Enforcement Directorate office in Hyderabad. Keep watching Republic TV. We'll be right back after a short break with more news and updates on this.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
About 7:30 in the morning, the enforcement directorate landed up here. Questioning of Sanjay Raut by these 12 enforcement directorate officers is in progress.
Preliminary set of questions were posed at Sanjay Raut when he was at his residence. He wasn't really cooperating, and that is one of the reasons why he has now been brought to the enforcement directorate's office at Balad Estate.
Sanjay Raut has already been arrested and will be around 11:30 when he will be brought up before the special PMLA court where the ED will ask for the custody.
Oil prices sank today after an unexpected drop in Chinese factory activity raised concerns over slowing crude demand in the world's second largest economy. At 2339 GMT, crude oil futures sank 0.9% to $97.73 a barrel, while Brent oil futures have also dropped by 0.6% to about 103.39 per barrel, extending their sharp declines in the month. And Kosovo's government has accused neighbouring Serbia of trying to destabilize the country as ethnic Serbs blocked roads and conducted other incidents in the north, apparently in a dispute over vehicle license plates and identity cards.
The protesters are trying to exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to respond?
Sonia Gandhi coming out of the, and we can see Priyanka Gandhi also here, along with.
The headlines at 12:30. Raided for over 14 hours, grilled for over 6 ED news titans as Raut is now arrested.
संजय राउत जी झुकेंगे नहीं, आपकी मंशा पूरी नहीं होने देंगे, और हम भी देखते हैं कि अब दिल्ली में कितना जोर है.
Silent on graft case, in complete heartbreak, opposition comes to Raut's defense. No end to Raut's troubles after ED arrest for alleged corruption. FIR against Sanjay Raut for criminal intimidation now to be presented in court soon. Complete chaos ensues in Karnataka Congress as Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah fight. Moily throws a third name into the mix.
Tolerance to violence. Anyone who uses gun will be dealt with gun. It may sound harsh, but if they say they are our people, yes, they are our people.
Tamil Nadu governor makes a big statement on terrorism, says those who use guns should be dealt with guns. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic. I'm Rukma, and news just breaking now from Kanpur in Uttar Pradesh. A school in the city recently has come under the radar for the words used in one of its 4 prayers of different religions recited during school assemblies. After a complaint was filed against the school, the administration has now chosen to have the national anthem recited instead. We are still awaiting more details regarding this breaking story, but well, as far as latest details go, a school in Kanpur finds itself under the radar over the prayers, all religion prayers that are recited during its assemblies, and now it has decided to replace it with a national anthem. Let's understand more from this by listening in.
मेरे संज्ञान में ये मामला आया था। एक पांडे जी हैं, मैं पूरा नाम नहीं बताऊंगी क्योंकि पेरेंट्स हैं, बच्चे हैं, तो प्रेशर ना पड़े स्कूल से। यूकेजी के 4 बच्चे हैं जिनको ये सब चीज़ें पढ़ाई जा रही है। अव्वल तो ये स्कूल में स्टार्टिंग से ही प्ले ग्रुप से ही पढ़ाया जा रहा है। पहले हमारा
Now you can see those visuals going back to the top story of the day, dominating the headlines for the past few days ever since Republic broke it. Sanjay Raut leaving the ED office. Earlier, our reporter Ankit was telling us about how the car was on standby, and we were bringing you those visuals of all the arrangements that have been put in place. Ankit, it's over to you. Tell us what's happening now. We see that.
Sanjay Raut, what is your link with Praveen Raut? Sanjay Raut, what is your link with Praveen Raut? Sanjay Raut, what is your strategy? And there Sanjay Raut just left the ED's office. He is being taken to the JJ hospital where he is to be given a medical test before he is produced at the special PMLA court for his remand hearing. This was supposed to happen about 3 hours ago. However, there was a delay because his interrogation had continued. But now finally, Sanjay Raut, with a complement of ED officials and security agencies and officers, has been taken and he's en route to the JJ hospital where his medical checkup is to be done as per process following his arrest last night. Viewers, it's 9:30 and so there has been a 3-hour delay in the medical that was to take place at 9:30. It was 7:30 AM yesterday morning that the ED officials first landed up at Sanjay Raut's residence and interrogated him. There was a grilling done for 9 hours, after which he was detained. It took 1 more hour to bring him to the ED's office. Subsequent to which all of yesterday evening, the questioning continued, the interrogation continued in this Patra Chaul land redevelopment scam case. Now, today morning, after senior officers of the ED once again returned to their office, Sanjay Raut has been taken. You saw his body language once again, a show of bravado, but it's not fooling anyone because none of the answers that were required to be given to the 672 families that were cheated out of their rehabilitation accommodations have been received so far. He has been waving at the media. We saw it yesterday also. Both at his house and at the ED's office, he had attempted to play to the galleries. There was a braggadocio and a bravado about him. However, that does not answer any of the questions, and neither have his ally parties come to support him in any substantive measure. We know that Uddhav Thackeray's faction of the Shiv Sena is to hold a meeting today at Matoshri. We know that the NCP had assured that it would have protests and it would send its support 200%. However, that has not transpired. In fact, all we have seen here is a mustering of the riot police for preparation in anticipation of anything adverse happening. However, that was not required. The barricades proved sufficient. Sanjay Raut finally, about 45 minutes after his brother and Maharashtra MLA Sunil Raut reached the Enforcement Directorate, has now been taken to the JJ hospital. He is to undergo a medical exam there, and the ED, we are told, at the special PMLA court is likely to seek up to 10 days of remand of Sanjay Raut, Rajya Sabha Member of Parliament, Uddhav Thackeray's main spokesperson, a polarizing figure who has had a lot to say over the last 3 years that the MVA government ruled in Maharashtra and then was brought down because of a complete split in the Shiv Sena. Most of the party's elected representatives, whether it be in the Legislative Assembly of Maharashtra or in the Lok Sabha, are now with Eknath Shinde, who is the new Chief Minister, and Sanjay Raut, Uddhav Thackeray, Aditya Thackeray have been left in the cold. They are attempting on a daily basis to keep their party from fraying further, but every now and then we keep hearing reports of Shiv Sena leaders jumping ship and joining the Eknath Shinde camp. In this context, Sanjay Raut had avoided 2 earlier summons by the Enforcement Directorate. He had not shown up on July 27th, which was the last summons that was issued to him. The first time he had cited the political crisis in Maharashtra. The second time he cited that the vice presidential elections were on and he needed to be involved. He was in Delhi at the time. But once he reached Mumbai and the ED found out, they raided his residence in Bhandup, the 3-story white-colored building that we were reporting from yesterday. All of yesterday they grilled him there. Then they took him, and even while he was leaving, leaving in his own personal car, he had attempted to make a display of strength, a display of defiance. He has tweeted about 4 things since the raids began yesterday, but in none of them has he given any answers to the Patra Chaul redevelopment scam case, and why since the year 2008 the people who were supposed to have been rehabilitated were not. Instead, why 1,034 crore rupees according to the ED of transactions have taken place that have nothing to do with the 672 people and providing relief to them. Instead, private contractors have had money exchanging. Money has also allegedly been exchanged between Praveen Raut, the proprietor of the developer who was supposed to deliver that project, and Varsha Raut, Sanjay Raut's wife. And that money was used allegedly to purchase a house in Dadar that was also raided yesterday by the Enforcement Directorate and has been attached alongside 11.2 crore rupees worth of various properties have been attached by the ED. This includes 8 parcels of land in Alibag as well that are named for Varsha Raut and Swapna Patkar, among other people, is what we are told. And so there is a lot for Sanjay Raut to answer. The ED has already posed substantive questions to him, and this grilling is likely to continue once the ED gets remand. We also know that at the special PMLA court where Alisha is going to be reporting, the court bench has been set up and decided by the registrar. We already know which of the two. There is a toss-up between 2 courtrooms, and one of those will host the hearing where the remand will be sought for Sanjay Raut. But that is all after the process at the JJ hospital where Sanjay Raut is to undergo a medical. We had seen visuals just now. It was for about 10 seconds that Sanjay Raut came flying out of the ED's gates. He had his saffron scarf around his neck once again, and he waved at the media. He perhaps would have been surprised to know that there were none of his protesters around. Maybe he expected that there would be some Shiv Sainiks here who would be sloganeering like they were yesterday outside his house. However, not one Shiv Sena slogan has been heard. There is not one NCP protester that has been seen, even though we were told that from 10 a.m. onwards the NCP would be protesting. Perhaps the Shiv Sainiks are at Uddhav Thackeray's meeting. Uddhav Thackeray was to chair a meeting at 1 o'clock at Matoshri. We know Aditya Thackeray is somewhere in Sindhudurg. He is touring Sindhudurg at the moment. And from there, he had given a short statement. He had said that this is an attempt to silence the opposition. However, none of that answers why Sanjay Raut avoided appearing before the ED on 2 separate occasions. Why for 14 years these people have been left in the lurch. The true claimants to the redeveloped projects in the Patra Chaul, why they have had their life savings and life earnings and all their properties taken away and not rehabilitated like they were supposed to be, like is the norm in these kind of cases in Mumbai. And so there are a number of questions that remain unanswered. There is a vast money trail as well. The ED has really put out a lot of various claims and allegations out in the open, and none of those have been answered in any substantive measure. Also, it's important to note that yesterday while he was arrested, 11 lakh rupees were seized, hard cash was seized, and all this was put down under the tab of unaccounted cash by the Enforcement Directorate while they were arresting him. Now, Sunil Raut did try to give an explanation. He said that this was leftover cash in an envelope amounting from Aditya Thackeray's earlier visit to Ayodhya, and Sanjay Raut had accompanied him then, and so Sunil Raut claimed that these were party funds. But what remains to be seen is how the ED takes note of this, whether the ED will be satisfied by this explanation. And so all in all, trouble has mounted for Sanjay Raut. It has been mounting for some time. This is not the only case against him also. It also needs to be said. There are different cases against him. There is a defamation case filed by the wife of Kirit Somaiya, Medha Somaiya, against Sanjay Raut as well. And there is no love lost between the BJP and the Shiv Sena in this regard. The two are, however, maintaining their positions. The BJP claims that the agencies are doing their job, and the agencies in recent weeks and months and years in different states while probing different leaders have made substantive recoveries, enough evidence to suggest that they are doing the job based on their merits, and always there is something that is found there. And the same is true in the Sanjay Raut case as well. There are also a number of questions you heard while he was leaving. We tried to pose to him. We tried to ask him what is the link between him and Praveen Raut, because it's very important. Money had changed hands between the wife of Praveen Raut and Sanjay Raut's wife Varsha Raut, according to the Enforcement Directorate. And that money was used to buy a flat.
So Sanjay Raut has left for JJ Hospital for his medical checkup. Our reporter Ankit on the ground giving us all those details. Many thanks, Ankit. Stay with us. Meanwhile, the top story of the day. Let's go on now to some other news and information that we are getting.
1000 करोड़ से ऊपर का मामला है, वो घोटाले की जानकारी दे दें, ईडी को सारे पक्ष रख दें और बता दें कि किस किस का क्या क्या हाथ है, किस किस का क्या क्या खेल है, उसमें वो जानकारी दे दें। वो असल में क्या है कि जानकारियाँ छुपा रहे हैं, इसलिए ईडी ने उनको अपने दफ्तर ले गई है।
All the institutions are being compromised by the Bharatiya Janata Party for their own political gains, whether it's the Enforcement Directorate, which is now the extended department of the Bharatiya Janata Party, whether it is the Income Tax Department, whether it is the CBI. And arresting a floor leader of Shiv Sena.
पेपर चलाते हैं, पार्टी चलाते हैं, उस व्यक्ति के घर में अगर 10-11 लाख मिले और उसी को ईडी का केस बना के उसको हरासमेंट करने की कोशिश की है, तो ये सरासर सरकार अपोजिशन को दबाना चाहती है।
जो इसकी टाइमिंग है वो सस्पेक्ट है। सब जानते हैं कि अभी महाराष्ट्र में कैबिनेट तक फॉर्म नहीं हो पाया। क्यों कैबिनेट 1 महीने बाद फॉर्म नहीं हुआ? इसलिए क्योंकि अभी दुविधाएं हैं, अंतर्विरोध हैं, जिन्हें वो सेटल करना चाहते हैं शिंदे जी। तो इसलिए एक लोगों को अपने टोज पे रखने के लिए, नर्वस रखने के लिए, एक प्रेशर बनाने के लिए पॉलिटिकल शायद ये कार्रवाई की गई।
जहां जहां इनको सरकारों को गिराना है, जहां भी सरकारों को अस्थिर करना है, वहां ईडी के माध्यम से और अपनी जांच एजेंसियों के माध्यम से सरकार के ऊपर दबाव बनाते हैं। महाराष्ट्र का पूरा खेल आप लोगों ने देखा कि ईडी के माध्यम से ही किया गया। ईडी ने धमकाया, ईडी ने गिरफ्तारी की धमकी दी, दबाव बनाया, विधायक टूटे और सरकार गिर गई।
So reactions coming in back to back. Sanjay Raut arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in late night action by the ED yesterday, and our reporter Ankit showing us in through those visuals how Sanjay Raut right now has left for his medical checkup before he is presented in the PMLA court, and we'll have to wait and watch what happens there. Meanwhile, his party, the Uddhav faction of the Shiv Sena, is to hold a meeting, we believe, with regard to his arrest and questioning in just about half an hour's time from now.
Rainfall is no more pleasant in Kulu district. Heavy rainfall in Himachal Pradesh is sending rivers into spate, causing landslides at several places. The Bias River in the Kulu district is causing major anxiety as the water level is on a continuous rise. Watch how the river flows across several homes, causing major concerns of flood and destruction of weaker dwellings. Meanwhile, when everybody is praying the rain to stop, forces to be sent on site for inspection and action will be taken accordingly. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
It's crunch time, viewers, for Sanjay Raut, who has been taken finally out of the ED's office. He's en route to JJ Hospital for a medical, following which he will be taken to the special PMLA court where the ED will seek his remand. We are told 10 days of remand will be sought. Will the ED get that remand? Will Sanjay Raut manage to reduce it to any extent? And will we find any answers in this Patra Chaudhary development land scam case? Find out in just a few seconds only on Republic TV. Stay with us, viewers.
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
The Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez has offered North Macedonia his country's full support for integration into the 27-nation European Union. EU officials have recently sought to encourage governments in the region to move on with reforms amid concerns over Russia's efforts to boost its influence in the Balkans.
2008 Patra shawl scam redevelopment case, the ED has arrived at the Maitri residence of Sanjay Raut. Sanjay Raut has been detained by the ED. The situation insofar as the residence of Sanjay Raut remains unchanged.
Sanjay Raut has been arrested and more people likely to be called in.
Look at the mountain of cash.
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
About 7:30 in the morning, the enforcement directorate landed up here. The questioning of Sanjay Raut by these 12 enforcement directorate officers is in progress.
Preliminary set of questions were posed at Sanjay Raut when he was at his residence. He wasn't really cooperating, and that is one of the reasons why he's now been brought to the enforcement directorate's office at Balad Estate.
Sanjay Raut has already been arrested and it will be around 11:30 when he will be brought up before the special PMLA court where the ED will ask for the custody.
The protesters are trying to exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to report?
Sonia Gandhi coming out of the, and we can see Priyanka Gandhi also here along with Sonia Gandhi.
Sanjay Raut sitting outside his residence. He has come out. Yes.
In the 2008 Patra shawl scam redevelopment case, the ED has arrived at the Maitri residence of Sanjay Raut. Sanjay Raut has been detained by the ED. The situation insofar as the residence of Sanjay Raut remains unchanged.
Sanjay Raut has been arrested and more people likely to be called in.
Breaking news coming in on Live and Breaking. A school in Kanpur recently came under the radar for the words used in one of its 4 prayers of different religions recited at the school. After a complaint was filed against the school, the administration has chosen to have the national anthem recited instead. So, here's a shocker from a school in Uttar Pradesh's Kanpur. Hindu students made to recite the Kalma instead of an all-religion prayer, and Hindu students, we believe, were made and a complaint has been lodged. Let's listen in to understand more.
कल शाम एक ट्वीट आया था जिसमें ट्वीटकर्ता ने ये बात कही थी कि एक फ्लोरेट स्कूल है पी रोड पे थाना सीसा मऊ में, वहाँ पर इस्लाम धर्म से संबंधित कुछ प्रेयर कराई जाती है। जब ये मामला संज्ञान में आया त्वरित रूप से इसमें डीएम साहब को भी इसमें सूचना दी गई और उसके बाद इसमें डीएम साहब ने एसीएम थर्ड साहब को इसके लिए डिप्यूट किया। आज एसीएम थर्ड साहब हमारे साथ यहाँ मौके पर आए हैं और कल भी हमारे द्वारा इसमें प्रिंसिपल और जो स्कूल मैनेजमेंट है उनसे बात हुई थी, तो उनका कहना था कि हमारे यहाँ पे मॉर्निंग प्रेयर में चारों धर्म, हिंदू मुस्लिम सिख ईसाई, चारों धर्म से संबंधित जो प्रेयर कराई जाती है। इसके अलावा उनका ये कहना था 12-13 साल से चल रहा है, कभी किसी के द्वारा इसका ऑब्जेक्शन नहीं किया गया। पिछले 2-3 दिन पहले यहाँ पे किसी ने इस संदर्भ में कोई ऑब्जेक्शन किया था, तो स्कूल अथॉरिटी ने कहा था कि अगर आप नहीं चाहेंगे तो हम इसे बंद करा देंगे, और उसके बाद परसों इसमें स्कूल अथॉरिटी ने आदेश कर दिया था कि इसे रोक दिया जाए और केवल राष्ट्रगान किया जाए।
So, the policeman on the case, the police officer on the case telling us about what the entire incident is all about. But let's go across to Gaurav. Gaurav, what's happening right there? A complaint lodged against the school, but the school has come out with a defense saying that it's a practice that's been there for over 11 years now, and prayers of all religions are recited by the students. So who lodged the complaint? How did this entire process unfold?
देखिए बिल्कुल आपको बता दें शीशामऊ थाना क्षेत्र के अंतर्गत पी रोड पे ये स्कूल है, प्राइवेट स्कूल है, जहां पर इस तरह से जो राष्ट्रगान के बाद कलमा पढ़ाए जाने की बात सामने आई थी। कुछ पेरेंट्स थे जिन्होंने अपने बच्चों से इस चीज की जानकारी ली थी और उसके बाद उन्होंने इसकी शिकायत करी थी। शिकायत करने के बाद जो प्रिंसिपल थे उनका साफ तौर पर कहना था कि लिखित में इसकी शिकायत दीजिए, तभी इस पर कोई कार्रवाई की जा सकती है। हालांकि इस पूरे प्रकरण में जब जो प्रशासन था उससे जब इनकी पूरी शिकायत की गई तो उसके बाद से आज पुलिस ने इस पर केस भी दर्ज किया और आज की अगर बात की जाए तो आज उस स्कूल में राष्ट्रगान के बाद कलमा नहीं पढ़ा गया। साफ तौर पर आपको बता दें कई जो हिंदूवादी संगठन थे वो भी मौके पर मौजूद थे। स्कूल के बाहर गंगा जल छिड़का गया जिसके बाद से उसको पवित्र किया गया और साफ तौर पर जो वहां के स्टूडेंट थे उन्होंने भी इस बात को बताया कि कैसे उनको जो फोर्सफुली ये बोला जाता है कि राष्ट्रगान के बाद वो जो कलमा है उसको पढ़ेंगे और उसके बाद जो बच्चे थे वो लगातार इस चीज की कई सालों से प्रैक्टिस कर रहे थे और उसी के चलते इस तरह के जो पेरेंट्स थे उन्होंने एक शिकायत दर्ज करी थी और उसके बाद से इस पूरे मामले में जो कार्रवाई हुई आप साफ तौर पर आपको अगर बताएं तो वहां पर भारी पुलिस बल भी तैनात था और उसी के बीच जो हिंदूवादी संगठन थे उन्होंने वहां पर जो धरना प्रदर्शन भी किया, ज्ञापन भी दिया जिसमें साफ तौर पर यह मेंशन किया है कि जिस तरह से राष्ट्रगान के बाद कलमा पढ़ाए जाने को लेकर के जोर जो है वो बच्चों पे दिया जा रहा था और उसके बाद से इस शिकायत के बाद आज जो एक्शन हुआ और उसके बाद आज फिलहाल की बात की जाए तो फिलहाल स्कूल में राष्ट्रगान के बाद जो कलमा है वो नहीं पढ़ा गया है। बैक टू यू।
Well, action being taken by the school authorities clearly, Gaurav. When you tell us it's a huge shocker from a Kanpur school that students are being forced to recite the kalma, the school administration says in its defense that from now on it will stop the practice. That's what Gaurav is telling us. The practice has been stopped after some parents lodged a complaint. Police also taking note of the case.
And here's a look at some news in brief. Floods unleashed by torrential rains in eastern Kentucky have killed about 28 people, including 4 children. According to officials, a dozen shelters were opened for flood victims in Kentucky, with 388 occupants on Sunday. Rishi Sunak is trailing in the race to become Britain's next Prime Minister and has vowed to slash the basic rate of income tax by 20% by 2029 in a potentially make or break throw of the dice by the former finance minister.
In the team's events, India's women's cricket team picked up its first win of the tournament, beating Pakistan with a comfortable 8-wicket win. Star opening batter Smriti Mandhana did the star turn for India with a fluent 63 with no wickets out after bowlers Sneh Rana and Radha Yadav had taken 2 wickets apiece to skittle Pakistan out.
The Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez has offered North Macedonia his country's full support for integration into the 27-nation European Union. EU officials have recently sought to encourage governments in the region to move on with reforms amid concerns over Russia's efforts to boost its influence in the Balkans.
In the 2008 Patra Shawl scam redevelopment case, the ED has arrived at the Maitri residence of Sanjay Raut. Sanjay Raut has been detained by the ED. The situation
इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट किया और इंडियन फ्लैग को वहाँ पे देखा इटली में, तो कैसा लगा तुम्हें?
जब मैं वहाँ पहुँची मैंने देखा इंडिया का फ्लैग, वाह, ये तो मैं इतनी खुश हो गई कि नहीं, अब तो कुछ करके दिखाना है। इंडिया का फ्लैग ऊपर होना चाहिए, बस इतना मैं चाहती थी और वो मैंने कर दिखाया।
अगर आप इंडिया रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हो ना, हार नहीं माननी है, क्योंकि गोल्ड तो लेकर ही आना है आपको। बचपन से सर एक ड्रीम है मेरा, अब एक तो अपनी गेम को प्रोफेशनली यूज़ करना है, प्रोफेशनली आगे बढ़ाना है और वर्ल्ड ओलंपिक्स में गोल्ड लाना है इंडिया के लिए, अपनी स्टेट के लिए।
of Sanjay Raut by these 12 Enforcement Directorate officers is in progress.
Preliminary set of questions were posed at Sanjay Raut when he was at his residence. He wasn't really cooperating, and that is one of the reasons why he's now been brought to the Enforcement Directorate's office at Balad Estate.
Sanjay Raut has already been arrested and it will be around 11:30 when he will be brought up before the special PMLA court where the ED will ask for the custody.
Raided over 14 hours, grilled for over 6. ED news tightens as Raut is now arrested.
संजय राउत जी झुकेंगे नहीं, आपकी मंशा पूरी नहीं होने देंगे और हम भी देखते हैं कि अब दिल्ली में कितना जोर है।
Silent on graft case and complete heartbreak, opposition comes to Raut's defense. No end to Raut's trouble after ED arrest for alleged corruption. FIR against Raut for criminal intimidation now to be presented in the court soon. Complete chaos ensues in Karnataka Congress as Shiv Kumar and Siddaramaiah fight. Molly throws a third name in the mix.
Zero tolerance to violence. Anyone who uses gun will be dealt with gun. It may sound harsh, but if they say they are our people, yes, they are our people.
Tamil Nadu governor makes a big statement on terrorism, says those who use guns should be dealt with guns. TV, I'm Priyanka Sharma. We are live and breaking and we're getting you all the fastest updates. Now this time we are shifting our focus to West Bengal and the reshuffle that is going on in the Congress party there. Let's get you that breaking update from the state of West Bengal, where in fact Mamata Banerjee had also done a press conference and she's speaking about this entire matter as well. The cabinet reshuffle that she's talking about is day after tomorrow, and she's also saying that it won't be a full revamp. And we are also seeing her talking about how Partha Chatterjee is in jail. He is in custody. Remember, West Bengal government did a huge amount of trouble because of the Partha Chatterjee case there. And we see Mamata Banerjee in that press conference addressing that. And we are getting you the latest as far as the reshuffle is concerned in the West Bengal government. And we're bringing to you, viewers, all the updates of what's happening in West Bengal, and we are getting you the details of what's really going on with respect to the cabinet reshuffle. In fact, we were getting you the latest as far as Mamata Banerjee's press conference is concerned, and our correspondents, our viewers on the ground, keeping you ahead on that development from West Bengal. My colleague Piyush Ori joins me from the ground. Piyush, tell us more about this reshuffle. We just heard Mamata Banerjee's press conference as well, and she has also addressed the Partha Chatterjee issue in that. But speak to us a little bit about this reshuffle.
So definitely, as you rightly pointed out, Priyanka, that West Bengal is in trouble from the time Partha Chatterjee has been, charged with a massive SSC scam, the teacher recruitment scam, in which piles of cash has been found from his associate Arpita Mukherjee's home. Now, ever since this incident has happened, the TMC is also on the back foot, and there are claims now being made that several other ministers and officials that are associated with TMC are involved in this scam. In fact, there is a lot of protest which is also being held by the opposition in different parts of Kolkata to make sure that TMC continues to remain on back foot. In this context, the meeting today was held by Mamata Banerjee to revamp her government and make some cabinet formation. As of now, it has not been decided that who is going to replace Partha Chatterjee, who, mind you, was suspended from all his cabinet berths ever since this scam occurred. So as of now, it has still not been decided by Mamata Banerjee of who is going to be replacing Partha Chatterjee, and also who are the other replacements in the cabinet reshuffle that is going to take place. Having said that, it has been told to us by the sources over there that Mamata Banerjee now would be making sure that new, experienced and young faces are going to be part of this government, so that they can be an image makeover of this TMC government, which has already been rattled by this SSC scam, which has shaken not only TMC government, over here in Bengal, but also continues to be shaken all over the country. Back to you in the studio, Priyanka.
Piyush, stay with us because this is getting a lot bigger, because we had seen from the very moment that the ED had started conducting their investigation, the Mamata Banerjee government had tried to distance themselves from Partha Chatterjee and had said that they have nothing to do with this. And then, of course, we had seen the subsequent TMC leaders that had also been summoned by the ED. So it's no longer, deniable for the Mamata Banerjee government to, plead plausible deniability with respect to what Partha Chatterjee was doing. So speak to us about the political, war of words that are also breaking out, and also more and more TMC leaders that are being called in for the investigation now, Piyush.
So you rightly pointed out, Priyanka, that it is now not only related to Partha Chatterjee, who was second in command in TMC after Mamata Banerjee. Abhishek Banerjee, the nephew of Mamata Banerjee, some days back, held a press conference, and in that he said very categorically that circumstantial evidence against Mamata Banerjee, in this case at least, is completely, against Partha Chatterjee, and now the onus is completely on Partha Chatterjee to come clean. So you can see very clearly over here that TMC is trying to distance itself from Partha Chatterjee in this scam. The Partha Chatterjee also, yesterday when he was being taken for the medical examination, said that, the money which is being uncovered, the money which is being unearthed completely does not belong to him. So he's also trying to point out that he's not the only one who is involved in the scam. So you can now find out that, there are a lot of can of worms which are involved in the scam. There are a lot of skeletons which are there in the closet which needs to be uncovered. And there is a fear among TMC ranks that, there may be a possibility of this case not only being restricted to Partha Chatterjee but also several other leaders. The Enforcement Directorate also on its part is summoned a few TMC leaders like Maulik Bhattacharya and other TMC leaders, but right now there has been
to some more breaking updates that we're tracking on another mega story, that is that of the Enforcement Directorate's investigation into Sanjay Raut. And yesterday, viewers, we had seen how the entire
so that his remand can be sought for by the Enforcement Directorate, who will be looking into his links into the entire Patrachol of 1,035 crore scam that has been unearthed by the Enforcement Directorate, which includes Sanjay Raut, his wife, and of course several of his counterparts as well, who had been involved in this entire scam that had come to light.
Entire scam that had come to light. Now, viewers, as per the procedure, we are seeing Sanjay Raut having reached the JJ hospital for the medical checkup. The Enforcement Directorate taking him for the medical checkup as per the requirement, as per the law, so that he can be produced before the court, his remand can be sought for, and of course in the legal arguments, we will get to know a lot more as far as the Enforcement Directorate's investigation is concerned as to how the reason, in fact, for wanting Sanjay Raut in their custody so that he can be asked questions about the entire scandal that had come to light of 1,035 crore. And there you have it right now, viewers, the exclusive visuals that we are showing you right now on your screens of Sanjay Raut.
And we can expect Sanjay Raut to be there for a couple of minutes and then be coming out, and then the ED will be taking him back again to the office, and then perhaps for producing him in the court so that his remand can be sought for. And as I was saying earlier, the legal arguments are going to be something that is going to be a huge development as far as this entire investigation is concerned, because that will give us a glimpse into
what the investigation of the Enforcement Directorate looks like right now.
visuals of Sanjay Raut. He has been brought to the JJ hospital. It was just about 15 minutes ago that he was taken from the ED's office in a convoy of cars and taken for his medical examination. Following this medical, he'll be taken out once again and sent to the special PMLA court, the Special Prevention of Money Laundering court that is earmarked for ED cases, where the Enforcement Directorate is likely to seek, we are told, 10 days of remand of the Shiv Sena Member of Parliament of the Rajya Sabha, who they arrested last evening from they detained him rather from his home and then later arrested him after 6 hours of grilling at the ED's office. It was past midnight by that time. These raids at his house had begun early yesterday morning at 7:30 a.m. and since then they had continued. For 9 hours he was grilled at his house. There is a cornucopia of and a treasure trove of money trail and related deals that the ED is aware of and has told the public about, essentially in the Patra Chaul redevelopment land scam case. And there are about 1,034 crore rupees worth of different transactions that have taken place. Just as importantly, there are 672 families whose life savings have essentially been wasted because they have not been rehabilitated. The land in the Patra Chaul was taken from them. They were to be rehabilitated, but they weren't. Instead, that land was sold to various private developers, and 900 crore rupees is allegedly has been obtained from those private builders by the company of Praveen Raut, who is also linked to Sanjay Raut. There is also a loan that was given by Praveen Raut's wife allegedly to Sanjay Raut's wife Varsha Raut that was repaid 10 years later after the ED filed a case, and it was repaid without any interest. So can you even call it a loan is a question. Now Sanjay Raut is at the JJ hospital. His medical is to take place as per the process, as is the process mandated in all of these arrests, where it be by any agency, whether it's the Mumbai Police or the ED or the CBI. You must take the person you have detained to the medical checkup and only then to the court for a remand hearing. What is the argument that Sanjay Raut is going to put up in the court? That remains to be seen. We'll be having Alisha reporting from there, and she'll bring us minute-to-minute updates of what the Sanjay Raut legal team advises the judge when they appeal to him and when they argue their case. However, the ED is likely to have a fairly strong set of arguments in its remand petition, and they are going to spell out all the details of this case and what exactly they have found and what Sanjay Raut has not been able to answer, because viewers, answers have been short in coming. There has been a lot of bravado, there has been a lot of chest thumping, there is a lot of playing the victim card. The opposition parties have been attacking the agencies and accusing them of trying to silence the opposition, but there has been nothing in way of answering the questions of this scam. And so right now Sanjay Raut is at the JJ hospital, viewers.
Right, Ankit. Well, absolutely, Ankit there getting us the latest as far as the movement of Sanjay Raut is also concerned, and of course what's happening with the investigation so far. Ankit, we trust you to keep us ahead on that story. And moving on now, viewers, to another breaking update that we are getting from the Apex Court now. The Supreme Court has dismissed the petition seeking alternative direction other than demolishing the Twin Towers. Now, the Supreme Court, in fact, has imposed a cost of rupees 5 lakh on the petitioner who approached it by way of a writ petition seeking alternative direction other than demolishing the Twin Towers. Now, we are getting you the latest updates as far as this entire case was concerned in the Apex Court, where the Supreme Court now, we are learning, viewers, has dismissed that petition that had been made, and not just dismissed, but has also imposed a cost of rupees 5 lakh on the petitioner who had approached it by way of a writ petition and had sought alternative direction other than demolishing those Twin Towers. And somehow my colleague who had been tracking these updates is joining me live from New Delhi. Somehow, tell us more about this entire matter, the petition that had been made in the Supreme Court, and why has the Supreme Court dismissed it and also has imposed a cost?
Yeah, it's an interesting development where in the Noida Supertech Twin Tower demolition case, the alternation of the Twin Towers. So the petition was basically seeking regarding the alternative direction. But on the other hand, the Supreme Court imposed a cost of 5 lakh on the petitioner who approached by a writ petition. So it was a matter of writ petitioner named the organization named the Center for
All right, so that was somehow getting us all the updates as far as the Supreme Court hearing is concerned that has dismissed this petition. In fact, has also imposed a fine, cost in fact of rupees 5 lakh as well. And viewers, back-to-back breaking updates here on Live and Breaking on Republic TV, where samples of a 22-year-old man who died in Kerala on July 30th have come out positive for monkeypox on Monday. The man had recently returned from the UAE, where also his samples had tested positive for the disease. Now, apparently, his samples were taken in the UAE on July 19th, and he returned to India on July the 21st and was admitted to a hospital in Thrissur on July the 27th. Now, his samples were sent for testing to the NIV in Pune, and according to the relatives of the deceased, they were informed on July 30th, and that was the same day that the patient had died. And we are also learning that the samples had been taken in the UAE and they had tested positive. My colleague Ashwin has been tracking this story for us on the ground. Ashwin, tell us more about this another case of monkeypox that has come out positive. This man had been traveling from the UAE. What are the other details that the government machinery has been able to tell you? Are they doing anything as far as contact tracing is concerned or preventive measures are concerned?
It's a situation of high alert in the state of Kerala. As per the PTI report, it is stated that one person who died in the hospital is suffering from monkeypox. The health minister earlier today has stated if the person has symptoms in UAE and he was tested with symptoms, why would he travel? That was a question that Health Minister Veena George had asked. But now, as per sources, we are getting information that the person is indeed confirmed with monkeypox, and the reason for the death of the 20-year-old puts the entire system in a kind of high alert, because they have contact with this person, the people who traveled with him on the flight when he boarded the flight on July in the 3rd week of July,
Ashwin.
and then this person. So it needs to be seen whether how the thing like government machinery is going to act as a health ministry.
Right, Ashwin, their viewers getting us all the details as far as this man is concerned, who is another case that has tested positive for monkeypox. And of course, we are tracking all the details as far as what the government is doing to make sure there are preventive measures in place.
हे तुम्ही लक्षात घ्या की मी हे सतत सांगत आलेलो आहे की जी गद्दारी झालेली आहे ही सर्वांसोबत झालेली आहे. ही गद्दारी ही राजकीय संस्कृतीसोबत झालेली आहे. कारण तुम्ही विचार करा, अनेक वेळा मी बघितलं ह्या राजकारणात महाराष्ट्रामध्ये गद्दार इकडून तिकडे जात असतात, तिकडून इकडे येत असतात. राजकीय संस्कृती ही राहिलेली. असं नाहीये की कुठेही कोणी एक पक्ष पकडला की कधी कधी लोकांना पटतं, दुसऱ्या पक्षाची एक भावना पटते, जी काही त्यांची विचारधारणा असते ती पटत असते. पण ह्या लोकांवर जे काही घडलेलं आहे 40 गद्दारांवर काही एक ठराविक मला माहिती आहे त्यांच्यावर काही दडपण होती. मला माहित नाही काय दडपण होती, तुम्हाला कदाचित जास्ती माहिती असेल. हे जग जाहीर झालेलं आता. ही दडपण ही जग जाहीर झालेली आहेत. पण माझं त्यांना म्हणणं अजूनही असं आहे की माझ्या मनात तुमच्याबद्दल राग द्वेष काही नाहीये. तुम्हाला जायचं ना तिथे, तुमची काही दडपण आहे ती सोडवून घ्यायची ना, आनंदात जा, खुश राहा, तिथे सुखी राहा. आमच्या मनात तुमच्याबद्दल काही नाही, कारण आम्हाला कधीही शिकवलं नाही कोणाबद्दल वाईट चिंतन, कोणाबद्दलही वाईट विचार करणं हे आमच्या घरात कधीही शिकवलं नाही. तुम्हाला राहायचं तिथे आनंदात राहा, सुखी राहा, तुमचं जे काही ते सोडवून घ्या, खुश राहा. पण एवढंच थोडं करा, जर थोडी लाज उरली असेल, हिंमत उरली असेल तर आमदारकीचा राजीनामा द्या आणि निवडणुकीला सामोरे या. आमदारकीचा राजीनामा द्या, निवडणुकीला सामोरे या. जे काही जनता ठरवेल ते आम्हाला मान्य असेल आणि ही निवडणूक होऊन जाऊ दे एकदा. होऊन जाऊ दे एकदा महाराष्ट्रात. 40च्या 40 सीटांवर घ्या निवडणूक, बघूया कोण जिंकतंय. सत्य जिंकतं की सत्ता जिंकते हे बघायला पाहिजे. कारण आपल्या देशात जे वाक्य आहे ते सत्यमेव जयते सत्यमेव जयते नाहीये. पण ज्यांना असं वाटत असेल की मी चूक केली, मी पक्षप्रमुखांच्या पाठीत खंजीर बसला, मी गद्दारी केली हे ज्यांना वाटत असेल की ज्या शिवसेनेने मला राजकीय ओळख दिली त्या शिवसेनेला असं पाडायला नको, तोडायला नको, असं ज्या गद्दारांना वाटत असेल त्यांना मी सांगू इच्छितो की तुमच्यासाठी मातोश्रीचे दरवाजे सदैव खुले असतील. कारण उद्धव साहेबांचं मन मोठं आहे, हृदय मोठं आहे. काही तर असे पण आहेत त्या 40 लोकांमध्ये, तुम्ही विचार करा की जे जाऊन परत आलेले आणि त्यांना पुन्हा एकदा आपण आमदारकी दिलेली, महत्वाची स्थानं दिलेली. कदाचित चूक आहे, मी मान्य करतो, उद्धव साहेबांची चूक असेल, माझी चूक असेल, आपल्या सर्वांची चूक असेल की आपण जसं मी सांगितलं ना, त्यांना एवढा विश्वास त्यांच्यावर ठेवला, अंधविश्वास ठेवला, मिठी अशी आपण त्यांना मारली की आपले डोळे बंद होते ते मिठीमध्ये, आणि त्या डोळे बंद असताना त्यांच्या हातात त्यांनी खंजीर कधी घेतला आणि आपल्या पाठीत खंजीर कधी खुपसला हे आपल्याला कळलंच नाही. पण ही जे काय आज बोलत आहेत की आम्ही उठाव केला, आम्हाला बंडखोर, मध्ये कोणीतरी मला मेसेज केला याच गद्दारांमधून, माझ्या एका सोबतीला मला मेसेज केला की आदित्यजींना रिक्वेस्ट करतो, गद्दार बोलू नका, विश्वासघातकी बोला. मला तुम्ही सांगा ह्या दोन शब्दांमध्ये फरक काय हो? म्हणजे गद्दार तो विश्वासघातकी तो गद्दार. हे आता आज स्वतः उठाव केला, आम्ही बंडखोर, आम्ही बंड केला. बंड आणि उठाव करायला ताकद लागते, हिंमत लागते. ही तुमच्यात कधी नव्हती. तुम्ही बंड करायला जर असतात ना तर तुम्ही इथे उभं राहून केलं असतात बंड. त्यांना मी सगळीकडे घेऊन फिरतोय, त्यांची हिंमत ती सगळीकडे दाखवायला.
I challenge us to resign first. If they have any shame, they should resign, come back again for voting.
ही महाराष्ट्राची वृत्ती कधी नव्हती. बंड जर करायचा असता, उठाव करायचा असता, तुम्ही महाराष्ट्रात राहिला असतात आणि उठाव केला असतात, हिंमत असती तुमच्यामध्ये सांगायची की हे होतं ते चुकीचं होतंय. ते केलं त्यांनी, ती गद्दारी केली. कुठे गेले गद्दारी करायला? पहिलं
You went to Surat. You went to Surat. If you had anything, you should have stayed back in Maharashtra.
तिथून कुठे गेले? गुवाहाटी.
From Surat, you went to Guwahati.
गुवाहाटीचं तुम्हाला अजून एक वैशिष्ट्य सांगतो, आसामचं तुम्हाला अजून एक वैशिष्ट्य सांगतो. वैभवजी, मला वाटतं महाराष्ट्राला गद्दारांचं सत्य माहिती, आपल्याला काही सांगायची गरजच नाहीये.
All of Maharashtra knows who are the traitors.
या निवडणूक सामोरे या, 40 आणि राजीनामा द्या आणि
Come and challenge in the election.
वैभवजी, आपण
If you have the numbers, resign and come and challenge us in the election.
पण तुम्ही वृत्ती बघा कशी असते, माणुसकी कशी असते, शिवसैनिक कसा असतो विचार करा. जर हे जे सांगतात ना की आम्ही खरे शिवसैनिक, आम्हाला बाळासाहेब ठाकरेंची शिकवण आहे, दिघे साहेबांची शिकवण आहे, हे जेव्हा आसाममध्ये गेलेले ना तेव्हा दोन चित्र समोर आलेली. एका बाजूला महापूर आलेला, महाप्रलय आलेला, पूर आलेला, लोक बेघर झालेली, लाखो घरं वाहून गेलेली.
In Assam, one side a lot of floods, which was reported.
जी काही चित्र याच प्रेस मधून येत होते, ते मस्त टी-शर्ट ट्रॅक पण मध्ये हॉटेलमध्ये ब्रेकफास्ट करतायत.
And on the other side, there were MLAs who were inside the hotel.
And viewers, we just heard Aditya Thackeray, also some power posturing there, political posturing there as well, the kind of statements he has been making, challenging the Eknath Shinde camp there and calling out, saying that they were the ones who are the traitors, who went to Surat, who went to Guwahati, who went to Goa, and he's challenging them in the elections as well.
अनेक लोगों को जेल में डालने की धमकी देने वाले संजय राउत को आज जेल में भेजा जा रहा है. सत्यमेव जयते.
All the institutions are being compromised by the Bharatiya Janata Party for their own political gains, whether it's the Enforcement Directorate, which is now the extended department of the Bharatiya Janata Party, whether it is the Income Tax Department, whether it is the CBI. And arresting a floor leader of Shiv Sena.
पेपर चलाते हैं, पार्टी चलाते हैं, उस व्यक्ति के घर में अगर 10-11 लाख मिले और उसी को ईडी का केस बना के उसको हरासमेंट करने की कोशिश की है, तो ये सरासर सरकार अपोजिशन को दबाना चाहती है.
अगर देश का पैसा कोई डुबाता है, गरीब की खून पसीने के
पैसे अगर कोई इस तरीके से मिसयूज़ करता है तो उसके साथ में ऐसा ही होना चाहिए। उन्होंने जिस तरीके से कल हाथ वेविंग करके एक ऐसे देश के कोई हीरो हाथ कर रहे हैं और सभी को आश्वस्त कर रहे हैं कि मैं आपके साथ हूँ, करप्शन करने वाले व्यक्ति ने इस तरीका का एटीट्यूड रखना, ये मेरे हिसाब से मुझे गलत लगता है।
And there you have it, viewers, the kind of political war of words that has broken out with respect to Sanjay Raut's investigation by the Enforcement Directorate. We heard Kirit Somaiya and the likes of Navneet Rana, along with several union leaders as well, condemning this entire action. Some in support of it, the others claiming that this is a political vendetta, echoing what the Shiv Sainik had also been saying, along with Aditya Thackeray. We'll be keeping you ahead because we have our eyes on how next Sanjay Raut will be produced in the court. And let's take a quick check of the top stories in brief. Congress MP Suresh Korikunil gives adjournment motion notice to Lok Sabha on alleged attempts of BJP to topple government in Jharkhand. Meanwhile, the monsoon session so far has been marked with the disruptions by the opposition members demanding a discussion over the price rise and the GST rates. CPIM Rajya Sabha MP Dr. V. Shivadasana gives suspension of business notice under the Rule 267 to discuss the reduced work allocation under the MGNREGS this year despite high demand for work. RPF Department of Southern Railway is conducting a number of events throughout the year in commemoration of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, and this time it is conducting a motorcycle rally to mark the completion of 75 years of independence. The RPF teams will assemble the Southern Railway headquarters and team will rally to Hussain Sagar Lake in Hyderabad, from where all railway teams of South India will proceed to capital city New Delhi. Tamil Nadu Governor R.N. Ravi has spoken about how there should be zero tolerance towards violence and there should be no negotiation with anyone who talks against the country's unity and integrity. Ravi, who is also a former governor of Nagaland, said that if anyone who uses a gun should be dealt with a gun.
Pathankot, Kargil, Uri, and what happened after Pulwama? After Pulwama, we hit them back 250 kilometers inside in Balakot using air power with precision. Message was, if you commit an act of terrorism, you have to pay a cost. Terrorism is no longer a low option cost, low option for you.
After Achinta Shirley's memorable win in weightlifting and bringing gold to India in Commonwealth Games this year, Achinta Shirley's brother, expresses his happiness about his brother's big win but shares the drawbacks of the Bengal government and said that the Bengal government should have paid more attention, and even blames the sports minister and calls him ignorant.
हाँ चाहते तो है गवर्नमेंट सपोर्ट करे, इससे ज़्यादा गेम को डेवलप होता है। मतलब गवर्नमेंट सपोर्ट करेगा तो गेम भी डेवलप होगा ना। तो बहुत खर्चा है इस गेम में, तो सपोर्ट नहीं करेगा तो कुछ भी नहीं होता किसी की, क्योंकि अलग अलग स्टेट में मतलब एग्जाम्पल के लिए हरियाणा, पंजाब और सब स्टेट में बहुत मतलब अमाउंट देता है गेम के लिए। फास्ट होने से भी बहुत कैश मनी देता है।
Viewers, the politics is heating up with regards to the arrest of Sanjay Raut. He is in JJ hospital. His medical is ongoing. After that, he is to be taken to the special PMLA court for his remand hearing. We'll see how much remand the ED seeks and what Sanjay Raut argues. Meanwhile, Aditya Thackeray has issued his statement. We heard him a short while back. And Uddhav Thackeray, apart from chairing a meeting of the Shiv Sainiks, is likely to meet Sanjay Raut's family as well. All that and more coming up on only one place, Republic TV. Stay tuned. We'll be back in just a few seconds. In the 2008 Patra Shawl scam redevelopment case, the ED has arrived at the Maitri residence of Sanjay Raut. Sanjay Raut has been detained by the ED. The situation insofar as the residence of Sanjay Raut remains unchanged.
Sanjay Raut has been arrested and more people likely to be called in.
Look at the mountain of cash.
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
Oil prices sank today after an unexpected drop in Chinese factory activity raised concerns over slowing crude demand in the world's second largest economy. At 2339 GMT, crude oil futures sank 0.9% to $97.73 a barrel, while Brent oil futures have also dropped by 0.6% to about 103.39 per barrel, extending their sharp declines in the month. And Kosovo's government has accused neighbouring Serbia of trying to destabilize the country as ethnic Serbs blocked roads and conducted other incidents in the north, apparently in a dispute over vehicle license plates and identity cards.
About 7:30 in the morning, the enforcement directorate landed up here. The questioning of Sanjay Raut by these 12 enforcement directorate officers is in progress.
Preliminary set of questions were posed at Sanjay Raut when he was at his residence. He wasn't really cooperating, and that is one of the reasons why he's now been brought to the Enforcement Directorate's office at Balad Estate.
Sanjay Raut has already been arrested and it will be around 11:30 when he will be brought before the special PMLA court where the ED will ask for the custody.
Nationalists to ask for hashtag Har Ghar Tiranga. The truth is that there are vested interests and there are groups within India who are afraid of nationalism. They are very afraid of the nation first doctrine. They are worried about the unifying consequences of nationalism, and they feel they will be irrelevant if there is a wave of nationalism in this country.
Straight away starting with breaking news coming in, Union Minister Piyush Goyal has now assured the suspended Congress MPs of revoking the suspension if they apologise for their act, and also assured that they would not bring placards in the House henceforth. So that's the big statement coming in from Piyush Goyal, saying that the centre is willing to revoke the suspension of the suspended Congress MPs for their unruly behaviour if they apologise, and also henceforth they wouldn't bring placards in the House. So that's the kind of assurance that's been sought from the suspended Congress MPs by Piyush Goyal, saying that the centre is willing to revoke the suspension if they apologise for their unruly behaviour, and that they wouldn't create the kind of ruckus they have created in the past in the House. Remember, in the House, we've seen in the past how the opposition gathered to the well of the House and created ruckus as well, which is why they were suspended as well. So now Piyush Goyal making it clear that if the suspended Congress MPs apologise for their act, their suspension will be revoked, and that also seeking an assurance from them that they will not repeat such behaviour in future as well. Let's listen into that soundbite.
अलग-अलग एमपीज जो चारों एमपीज है वो आके खेत व्यक्त कर दें या उनका नेता उनके बिहार पे खेत व्यक्त करे और इंश्योर करे कि आगे वो प्लेकार्ड लेके नहीं आएंगे जो पूरी तरीके से कायदे कानून के खिलाफ है। तो सस्पेंशन वापस देने के लिए सरकार मोशन मूव करने के लिए
राज्यसभा में एक नया मुद्दा सेंट्रल एजेंसीज के मिसयूज का उठा दिया है अपोजिशन ने।
देखिए, वी आर लॉ मेकर्स नॉट लॉ ब्रेकर्स। हम सब सदन में माननीय सांसद यहाँ कानून बनाने के लिए आते हैं। कानून की एजेंसीज अपना काम कर रही है। शायद उनके सरकार में रहता होगा कि सरकार दखल अंदाज करती होगी इन एजेंसीज के काम में। हमारी सरकार कभी एजेंसीज के काम में दखल अंदाज नहीं करती है। जो उनका काम है द लॉ विल टेक इट्स ओन कोर्स, उसमें केंद्र सरकार का या कोई राज्य सरकार भी दखल अंदाज नहीं होगा।
So the entire opposition seems to be united on the Sanjay Raut arrest, demanding release of Sanjay Raut. What do you have to say on that?
मुझे लगता है कि उनके मन में कुछ खोट हो।
आज से 3 दिन पहले ये तय हो गया
गुरुवार को कि आप मंडे को लोकसभा में और मंगलवार को राज्यसभा में महंगाई पर चर्चा कर लीजिए। अब हम हाउस को चलने देंगे। उसके बावजूद पुनः एक बार आज दोनों सदनों में उन्होंने हाउस चलने नहीं दिया। बार बार हमारे अपील के बावजूद मैंने आज आश्वस्त कराया कि कल दोपहर को 2 बजे राज्यसभा में चर्चा होगी महंगाई पे। आज लोकसभा में तो लिस्टेड है, उसके बावजूद विपक्ष कोई एक मत पर नहीं आ पा रही है। अब समझ में आ रहा है कि ये महंगाई से भाग रहे हैं। शायद बहुत उनके मन में शंका है कि सरकार ने जो अच्छे काम किए वो सामने आएंगे और ऑपोजिशन को भी हम एक तरीके से नकाब खुलासा कर देंगे कि कैसे ऑपोजिशन के राज्यों ने महंगाई के ऊपर ठोस कदम नहीं उठाए, वैट भी नहीं कम किया पेट्रोल डीजल पे। ऑपोजिशन अब महंगाई की चर्चा से, जीएसटी की चर्चा से भाग रही है। ये पूरी तरीके से आज स्पष्ट हो गया। अभी भी हमने अपील किया है कि दोनों सदन सुचारू रूप से चले, सरकार अपना पक्ष भी रख सके, विपक्ष भी रखे। बहुत ज़रूरी अहम लॉ मेकिंग भी सदन के सामने है, जो कानून पारित करने हैं। उसमें भी हम चाहते हैं कि दोनों सदनों में चर्चा हो और कानून भी पारित हो। सदन का काम कानून भी है, सदन का काम अलग अलग विषयों पे चर्चा भी है, और दोनों को आगे करने के लिए हम विपक्ष से पुनः एक बार अपील करते हैं। जोशी जी ने बताया कि उन्होंने खेद व्यक्त करना चाहिए जो उन्होंने गलत काम किया, और नेता ने या अलग अलग एमपीज जो चारों एमपीज हैं वो आके खेद व्यक्त कर दे, या उनका नेता उनके बिहाफ पे खेद व्यक्त करे और एश्योर करे कि आगे वो प्लेकार्ड लेके नहीं आएंगे जो पूरी तरीके से कायदे कानून के खिलाफ है। तो सस्पेंशन वापस देने के लिए सरकार मोशन मूव करने के लिए तैयार है।
राज्यसभा में एक नया मुद्दा सेंट्रल एजेंसीज के मिसयूज का उठा दिया है अपोजिशन ने।
देखिए, वी आर लॉ मेकर्स नॉट लॉ ब्रेकर्स। हम सब सदन में माननीय सांसद यहाँ कानून बनाने के लिए आते हैं। कानून की एजेंसीज अपना काम कर रही है। शायद उनके सरकार में रहता होगा कि सरकार दखल अंदाज करती होगी इन एजेंसीज के काम पे। हमारी सरकार कभी एजेंसीज के काम में दखल अंदाज नहीं करती है। जो उनका काम है, द लॉ विल टेक इट्स ओन कोर्स। उसमें केंद्र सरकार का या कोई राज्य सरकार की दखल अंदाज नहीं होना चाहिए।
So the entire opposition seems to be united on the Sanjay Raut arrest, demanding release of Sanjay Raut.
तो मुझे लगता है कि उनके मन में कुछ खोट होगा, उनके मन में कुछ चिंता होगी कि उनका कुछ पर्दाफाश होने वाला है, इसलिए वो चाहते हैं कि सरकार दखल अंदाज करे। पर देश की जो कानून व्यवस्था है वो कानून व्यवस्था संभालने वाले ही एजेंसीज करती हैं। सरकार को उसमें दखल अंदाज नहीं देना करना चाहिए। और हमारे हिसाब से विपक्ष शायद महंगाई की चर्चा से भागने के कारण अब नए नए मुद्दे लेके आ रहे हैं। धन्यवाद।
And Madhurima is also joining us live, tracking all those details. Madhurima, that was an all-out appeal by Union Minister Piyush Goyal. Does it look like, from the face of it, opposition is, if the opposition is in any mood to relent? Well, Madhurima, if you can hear us, what are you learning from your sources? Is the opposition in any mood to relent after the all-out appeal by Piyush? Well, moving on to more breaking news coming in then. In fact, more news coming in, this one with regard to a strong statement that has been made by the government on Raut. So government there making it clear that maybe Uddhav Sena is scared is what we are learning as of now. So that's the breaking update coming in. A strong statement that has been made by the government on Sanjay Raut. Now this is with respect to the arrest of Sanjay Raut in the Patra Chaul scam. The government saying that central, in fact, government saying that from the face of it, it looks that Uddhav Sena is scared. This is with regard to the arrest of Sanjay Raut, the Shiv Sena MP in the Patra Chawl scam. Well, that's the latest that is coming in as of now. The breaking news coming in, the government saying that there is a probability that the Uddhav Sena is scared. This is in the backdrop of the arrest of Sanjay Raut by the Enforcement Directorate in connection to the Patra Chawl scam. Remember, he will be produced before the court in a short while from now, where the ED will be seeking the further remand of the Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut to question him further with regard to the Patra Chawl scam, which amounts to over 1,000 crore rupees. So a big statement there by the government with respect to the arrest of Sanjay Raut, and with Sanjay Raut now under the ED lens in connection to the Patra Chawl scam. Remember, Raut was arrested late last night at around 12:05 a.m. to be precise, is when Sanjay Raut was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with the Patra Chawl scam, which amounts to over 1,000 crore rupees. So Republic Newsbreak there confirmed on Sanjay Raut. So a lot of details coming in at this point. Remember, Sanjay Raut will be produced before the court very shortly. Where the ED will be seeking further remand of Sanjay Raut in connection to the Patra Chawl scam, which amounts to over 1,000 crore rupees. So back-to-back biggest leads coming on Republic. Ankit is joining us live, tracking all those details for us. Ankit, give us the latest that you are learning from your sources. We understand a big statement that has been made by the government as well with regard to the arrest of Sanjay Raut in connection to the Patra Chawl scam. Well, we'll connect to Ankit in just a bit, but that's the big news break coming in this hour. Back-to-back breaking updates coming in on the arrest of Sanjay Raut in connection to the Patra Chawl scam. Ankit is joining us live. Ankit, take it away. Give us all the latest updates that you're learning from your sources.
So a big statement made just now by Piyush Goyal while he was speaking on the parliamentarians of the Congress who have been suspended. He was asked about Sanjay Raut and the allegations that the Shiv Sena and various other opposition parties have been making, that this is the government doing its work via the agencies to silence them. He said that maybe there are other governments that use the agencies that are in their disposal to do such things, but our government, that is the central government, does not do so. The agencies work independently based on the inputs that they have received. So there was Piyush Goyal taking a pot shot at the erstwhile MVA government. He is turning them and showing them the mirror that they perhaps may have used the agencies as they wanted to persecute their opponents, but their government, that is the Modi government, does no such thing. The ED is investigating based on the inputs that it has and the case that it has been probing, and that is why Sanjay Raut has been put under arrest. And maybe the Shiv Sena is afraid of what is to come to the fore. That is the big statement that has been made by a central minister, Piyush Goyal, with regards to this enormous controversy. We have seen the centre not really broach the topic too much. I think there was a statement earlier by Ajay Mishra Teni. Apart from that, there has been not much else. However, the Shiv Sena has been accusing from a moment-to-moment basis that this is some kind of ED is being put forward in some way to silence the opposition. However, we know that that is not the case because there have been numerous summons issued to Sanjay Raut earlier, and also there is a long trail of money transactions allegedly as per the ED that are being probed. And so this is where it is at the moment. We've also confirmed what our news break was, which was that Sanjay Raut was arrested at 5 minutes past midnight last evening. This is even as he is in the JJ hospital at the moment undergoing the medical samiksha before his presentation for remand.
Yes, Ankit, stay with us. More source-based information that is just trickling in. We are told that the former Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray has reached at Sanjay Raut's residence, is what we are given to understand at this point. So the former Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, who's just arrived at Sanjay Raut's residence. If you could give us the latest that you're picking up on that, Ankit.
Absolutely. So Uddhav Thackeray was to hold a meeting of the Shiv Sena. I think now he has reached the Bhandu residence of Sanjay Raut. That was where we were reporting all of yesterday. And now, more than 24 hours later, Uddhav Thackeray has turned up there. So somewhat of a belated response by the Shiv Sena supremo of his faction for his main man, for his main crisis man and fixer, Sanjay Raut. He is not, until this point, made any serious regarding Sanjay Raut backing him, but now he is appearing at his house. He is going to meet Sanjay Raut's family. This is, I repeat, Samiksha, even as Sanjay Raut waits to find out what his fate will be, at least insofar as the ED summons are concerned. The ED is likely to seek about 10 days of remand, and then we are going to find out whether or not the ED is likely to get that remand for Sanjay Raut in this case in which he has been arrested.
Yes, Ankit, stay with us. We have Sandeep also reporting live from outside the Mumbai court. Sandeep, what are you learning from your sources? When can we expect Sanjay Raut to reach the court?
See, as far as Sanjay Raut is concerned, he is taken to medication, and now his medical test will be done, and then he will be brought here at the session court, and he will be produced at the Enforcement Directorate Special Court, and definitely the hearing will start in upcoming few minutes. So definitely we are expecting Sanjay Raut to come here, and we will have to see what kind of things happens in the court, what kind of arguments does prosecution does, what kind of arguments does Enforcement Directorate does. What we are learning from our sources is that Enforcement Directorate may seek his custody for 10 days. So definitely we will have to see what kind of arguments, what grounds will be put up by Enforcement Directorate before the Lordship, and whether Sanjay Raut will be sent to ED custody or not. So that is the point that we are focusing on right now. But yes, Sanjay Raut is yet to arrive out here, and he will be shortly brought out here, and then the proceedings of courthouse will start.
Yes, Sandeep, Alisha and Ankit, just stay with us. Let's also once again listen in to a lot of reactions that have been coming in since early morning.
अनेक लोगों को जेल में डालने की धमकी देने वाले संजय राउत को आज जेल में भेजा जा रहा है। सत्यमेव जयते।
All the institutions are being compromised by the Bharatiya Janata Party for their own political gains, whether it's the Enforcement Directorate, which is now the extended department of the Bharatiya Janata Party, whether it is the Income Tax Department, whether it is the CBI. And arresting a floor leader of Shiv Sena.
पेपर चलाते हैं, पार्टी चलाते हैं, उस व्यक्ति के घर में अगर 10-11 लाख मिले और उसी को ईडी का केस बना के उसको हरासमेंट करने की कोशिश की, तो ये सरासर सरकार अपोजिशन को दबाना चाहती है।
अगर देश का पैसा कोई डुबाता है, गरीब की खून पसीने के पैसे अगर कोई इस तरीके से मिसयूज़ करता है, तो उसके साथ में ऐसा ही होना चाहिए। उन्होंने जिस तरीके से कल हाथ वेविंग करके एक ऐसे देश के कोई हीरो हाथ कर रहे हैं और सभी को आश्वस्त कर रहे हैं कि मैं आपके साथ हूँ, करप्शन करने वाले व्यक्ति ने इस तरीका का एटीट्यूड रखना, ये मेरे हिसाब से मुझे गलत लगता है।
This slugfest that has now erupted over the arrest of Sanjay Raut in connection with the Patra Chaul scam, which amounts to over 1,000 crore rupees. In fact, in the visuals that we are showing to you right now, it shows the antics by Sanjay Raut, who is now in ED custody, will be presented before court very shortly.
मेरे कैमरा पर्सन उज्जवल के साथ हाथापाई की कोशिश की शिव सैनिकों ने, तो वहां माहौल अलग था, लेकिन यहां पर अभी स्थिति कंट्रोल में है। अनामिका, यहां चीजें अभी कंट्रोल में है, पुलिस वाले बिल्कुल चाक चौबंद है। और ये देखिए, कैजुअलिटी डिपार्टमेंट जो है, अपघात विभाग, यहीं पर अंदर संजय राउत है, यहीं पर उनका मेडिकल हो रहा है। 40 मिनट से ज्यादा का वक्त हो चुका है, करीब करीब 1 घंटा समझ लीजिए, और आधा पौना घंटे के और वक्त है, जिसके बाद करीब 2:30-3 बजे के आसपास जो खबर मिल रही है कि सेकेंड हाफ में उनको वहां पर पेश किया जाएगा। अनामिका,
And this story is moving very, very fast, viewers, in a number of locations, most notably at the JJ Hospital, where Sanjay Raut is undergoing a medical, where our colleague was just reporting. Also in Bhandup, where Uddhav Thackeray is meeting the family of Sanjay Raut. And most importantly, also here, where we are reporting from the ED, where it's all going to come home once the ED gets the remand of Sanjay Raut. Of course, before that, they have to present him and they have to argue for it in the special PMLA court, where Alisha is also reporting. So stay with us on Republic. We'll be back with all the news with regards to the arrest of Sanjay Raut after just a few seconds.
In the pursuit of hard reporting, we at Republic have taken on and fight, and we will continue to take on corrupt politicians, corrupt policemen, corrupt bureaucrats, and corrupt corporate lobbies. We need your support as we fight both the corrupt in the media and the corrupt in our financial system.
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
In the team's events, India's women's cricket team picked up its first win of the tournament, beating Pakistan with a comfortable 8-wicket win. Star opening batter Smriti Mandhana did the star turn for India with a fluent 63 with no wickets out after bowlers Sneh Rana and Radha Yadav had taken 2 wickets apiece to skittle Pakistan out.
The Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez has offered North Macedonia his country's full support for integration into the 27-nation European Union. EU officials have recently sought to encourage governments in the region to move on with reforms amid concerns over Russia's efforts to boost its influence in the Balkans.
In the 2008 Patra Shawl scam redevelopment case, the ED has arrived at the Maitri residence of Sanjay Raut. Sanjay Raut has been detained by the ED. The situation insofar as the residence of Sanjay Raut remains unchanged.
Sanjay Raut has been arrested and more people likely to be called in.
Look at the mountain of cash.
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
About 7:30 in the morning, the enforcement director.
Look at the mountain of cash.
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
And tracking closely all the updates on the Patra Chawl scam probe. Latest what you're learning is that Raut will be produced before court in room 16. We are told Sandeep is reporting live from outside the Mumbai court. Sandeep, if I can come to you, give us the latest you're learning. We understand that Raut will be produced before the court, before court room 16 is what we are given to understand. Well, we'll go across to Sandeep in just a bit, but that's the latest update coming in. That's the update coming in. Sandeep is with us. Sandeep, give us the latest that you're learning.
So yes, usually what happens is court number 54 is the court wherein the cases are being heard of Enforcement Directorate, but now all of a sudden the court number has been shifted from 54 to 16 number. So definitely this is the breaking out here at this point of time. So we'll have to see when will Sanjay Raut will arrive and when does the proceeding start. So far he's still at JJ Hospital, and currently the medical formalities is being done, and post that medical he will be brought out out here at the session court, and now he will be produced at this court at court number 16. So definitely a big a change before Sanjay Raut is being brought for the hearing of the Patrachal scam case, and as he has been arrested in the money laundering case.
Yes. Well, Sandeep getting us all those details. Sandeep, also stay with us. We understand, like you're telling us, he will be produced, and as you're telling us, there's a medical checkup which is ongoing as we speak. Also, anything you're learning as far as Uddhav Thackeray, who's currently at Sanjay Raut's residence as we speak?
Case is concerned, definitely Enforcement Directorate officials will be seeking custody of Sanjay Raut and his role, whether he helped Praveen Raut to get the contracts and the money was laundered by Sanjay Raut, Praveen Raut. In fact, 1,039 crores rupees were laundered, and in fact several builders were given money. So definitely these are the things that has been that has been traced by Enforcement Directorate, and to find out these these things, so definitely it will need some time to investigate. So definitely these are the things that Enforcement Directorate will look after.
Sandeep, stay with us. Well, those are the first visuals that we are getting to you of the former Maharashtra Uddhav Thackeray, who is seen arriving at Sanjay Raut, the Shiv Sena MP's residence. So Sanjay Raut, that's in fact the first visual of Uddhav Thackeray, who's currently just arrived at Sanjay Raut's residence. So a show of support there by the former Maharashtra Chief Minister to Sanjay Raut, who's currently in ED custody and will be produced before the court in a short while from now. So Uddhav Thackeray, who's now at the doorstep of Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut's residence. And Ankit continues to be with us. Ankit, if you could help us read into this. All this while, there's been no statement from Uddhav Thackeray so as to speak with regard to the arrest of Sanjay Raut. But how do you read this? Uddhav Thackeray now turning up at the doorstep of Sanjay Raut.
That Uddhav Thackeray stands behind Sanjay Raut because he's gone to meet his family. Until now, there was very little indication of what was really going on in the Shiv Sena camp of Uddhav Thackeray. We of course know that Sanjay Raut had rallied his own support. The Shiv Senics who were there yesterday were sloganeering for him, and they were also sloganeering for Uddhav Thackeray. But there was more for Sanjay Raut there. It's only today that the Thackerays have really gotten into it. We've seen Aditya Thackeray being combative in Sindhudurg in so far as calling the Eknath Shinde camp traitors and saying that they are gaddars and they backstabbed. And meanwhile, Uddhav Thackeray has chaired a meeting of the Shiv Sena, and now he is in Bhandup. He's meeting the family of Sanjay Raut. We had seen yesterday while leaving his residence how Sanjay Raut had put up a brave face, how he had tried to remain defiant. In fact, he had taken his saffron scarf and he had swung it around a number of times also to play to the galleries a little bit, because there were a number of his supporters who were present at that time. And I think this is another attempt to galvanize those same supporters, and also for Uddhav Thackeray to stand by his main spokesperson Sanjay Raut, who is right now at the JJ hospital, where he has been for almost 45 minutes undergoing a medical. He is now to be presented in the PMLA court, and the remand of the ED is to be sought. They are likely to seek about 10 days is what we are told. We'll see what Sanjay Raut argues. We'll see how he tries to reduce it. And we are now also going to go across to Sandeep, who is reporting from the PMLA court. Sandeep, over to you. What is the activity over there?
See, as far as Sanjay Raut is concerned, is still at JJ hospital, and now what the latest update we have got is that Sanjay Raut will be produced at the session court post lunch, that is after 2:45 p.m. So definitely he will be produced here, and we will be right back after the break.
About 7:30 in the morning, the Enforcement Directorate landed up here. The questioning of Sanjay Raut by these 12 Enforcement Directorate officers is in progress.
Preliminary set of questions were posed at Sanjay Raut when he was at his residence. who wasn't really cooperating, and that is one of the reasons why he's now been brought to the Enforcement Directorate's office at Balad Estate.
Sanjay Raut has already been arrested and it will be around 11:30 when he will be brought up before the special PMLA court where the ED will ask for the custody.
About 7:30 in the morning, the Enforcement Directorate landed up here. The questioning of Sanjay Raut by these 12 Enforcement Directorate officers is in progress.
Preliminary set of questions were posed at Sanjay Raut when he was at his residence. He wasn't really cooperating, and that is one of the reasons why he's now been brought to the Enforcement Directorate's office at Balad Estate.
Sanjay Raut has already been arrested and it will be around 11:30 when he will be brought up before the special PMLA court where the ED will ask for the custody.
The protesters are trying to exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to oppose?
Sonia Gandhi coming out of the, and we can see Priyanka Gandhi is also here along with Sonia Gandhi.
Sanjay Raut sitting outside his residence. He has come out. He has come out. And here's a look at some news in brief. Floods unleashed by torrential rains in eastern Kentucky have killed about 28 people, including 4 children. According to officials, a dozen shelters were opened for flood victims in Kentucky, with 388 occupants on Sunday. Rishi Sunak is trailing in the race to become Britain's next Prime Minister and has vowed to slash the basic rate of income tax by 20% by 2029 in a potentially make or break throw of the dice by the former Finance Minister.
In the team's events, India's women's cricket team picked up its first win of the tournament, beating Pakistan with a comfortable 8-wicket win. Star opening batter Smriti Mandhana did the star turn for India with a fluent 63 with no wickets out after bowlers Sneh Rana and Radha Yadav had taken 2 wickets apiece to skittle Pakistan out.
The Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez has offered North Macedonia his country's full support for integration into the 27-nation European Union. EU officials have recently sought to encourage governments in the region to move on with reforms amid concerns over Russia's efforts to boost its influence in the Balkans.
In the 2008 Patra Shawl,
Nationalists ask for hashtag Har Ghar Tiranga. The truth is that there are vested interests and there are groups within India who are afraid of nationalism. They are very afraid of the nation first doctrine. They are worried about the unifying consequences of nationalism, and they feel they will be irrelevant if there is a wave of nationalism in this country.
Welcome back, viewers. Straight away cutting across to the breaking updates and the visuals that we're picking up from the JJ hospital, where in fact Sanjay Raut had been brought for his medical examination as per the procedure. Since the Enforcement Directorate has put him under arrest and he has to be presented before the court so that they can be seeking remand of Sanjay Raut. And as of now, we are tracking all the movement of Sanjay Raut, as we had seen the Enforcement Directorate bringing Sanjay Raut to the JJ hospital as per the procedure for his medical to be done. And now we are seeing the visuals of Sanjay Raut leaving the JJ hospital post his medical, and now he will be brought to the court and he will be produced before the court, where the legal arguments will be set forth by the Enforcement Directorate, making a case as to why they need the Shiv Sainik leader in their custody so that they can ask him questions about this entire investigations. Because remember, viewers, this is an investigation into the scam of over 1,035 crore rupees of the Patra Chawl scam, in which not just Sanjay Raut but several of his counterparts, his aides, his wife, have also been named as per the investigation, as they had links to Sanjay Raut while carrying out this entire scam. And that is why the Enforcement Directorate wants Sanjay Raut in their custody so that he can be asked questions about the entire scandal as well. Ankit Prasad is on the ground tracking all the movement of Sanjay Raut and the investigation that is being carried out in this entire matter. Ankit, tell us more about what's happening at the JJ hospital. Has his medical been completed? What is the timeline that we're looking at to when he will be produced before the court? And also, what can we expect in terms of legal arguments that will be presented by the Enforcement Directorate?
I think now a timeline is becoming evident. It was 50 minutes that this medical took at JJ Hospital. 50 minutes. Now Sanjay Raut is left from there. He is to be produced now at the special PMLA court. What we were told by Alisha and Sandeep just a short while before was that post lunch at 2:45 is when he will be produced. So we're looking at about 45 minutes before the hearing begins really. It will take him about 20 minutes to get there. And also we are just being told right now that Uddhav Thackeray is likely to address a press conference also. That could be at about 4 p.m. So by then we believe that if things pan out, Sanjay Raut will have been in one way or the other sent into a custody of some sort. How the arguments pan out in court will decide what kind of custody it is. But we are told that the ED is likely to seek about 10 days of custody. The arguments will be made from both the sides, from the prosecuting side, that is the ED, and from the defendant side, that is from Sanjay Raut's side. We've not really heard that much from his advocates. Yesterday, one of his advocates had turned up at the Maitri Bungalow, where incidentally right now Uddhav Thackeray is meeting Sanjay Raut's family. And so those are the various places where the fate of Sanjay Raut in the Patra Chaul redevelopment case will be decided. Right now he has left from JJ Hospital, 50-minute long medical, inbound now very soon at the special PMLA court, where also we are reporting Republic is keeping you ahead on this story as it's been the case since 7:30 in the morning. Now over to Sandeep from the PMLA court.
Well, that's right, Ankit. Sandeep is also going to be joining us in just a few seconds. But as you were pointing out as well, how the entire investigation has proceeded and how Uddhav Thackeray is now expected to address the media at about 4 p.m. is what we are learning, viewers. And of course, we are tracking what is expected to happen inside of the courtroom, where the Enforcement Directorate is going to be producing Sanjay Raut, where they're going to be making arguments before the bench about why they need Sanjay Raut in their custody as per the procedure. They will be listing out the details of this entire investigation regarding the 1,035 crore scam of the Patra Chaul. And of course, what did Sanjay Raut really have to do about this entire scam, how he had been linked to this, how his wife had been linked to this, and why they need Sanjay Raut in the custody right now so that he can be asked the questions as far as the investigation is concerned. As we had learned earlier as well, that summons had been sent to Sanjay Raut not once, not twice, but several times, and each time Sanjay Raut had made the statement that he is in fact busy with the parliamentary session and the vice presidential elections as well. But as of now, viewers, we are expecting that very crucial legal hearing, and my colleague Sandeep joins me now from the PMLA court.
And viewers, we are now going to go across to Sandeep, where just a short while from now, the production of Sanjay Raut at the special PMLA court is going to take place. Sandeep, what are we looking at? Will he be produced post-lunch, only 2:45 onwards, or could it be even before that? Over to you.
Out from JJ Hospital, and he will be brought out here today at Session Court. Possibly before post-lunch, he will be there in the courthouse premises. But yes, the court will definitely hear the case post-lunch. That is after 2:45 p.m. Now, between this, what has happened is that the usual MP, MLA, PMLA court, which used to listen on the case and hear the arguments, have shifted the court to the normal PMLA court, that is a 16 number courtroom. So he will be, this case will be listened in at the court house at 16 number courtroom, because the previous case, the case that is linked to Praveen Raut is underway at 16 number court. So definitely a big development out here from the session court, and soon in next 10-15 minutes Sanjay Raut will be arriving out here at the session court, and he will be there in the premises, and then later after 2:45 p.m. he will be brought here and produced here in the courthouse, and we will have to see what kind of arguments has been done by the prosecution as well as from the enforcement directorate side, because it will be crucial to see how many days does the enforcement directorate will seek his custody, whether it will be 10 or 14 days. Will the courthouse allow Sanjay Raut custody to ED or not? Because what Sanjay Raut and his family is arguing again and again is that he has no role in anything, and in fact there is some. See, Mr. Sunil Raut. He is Mr. Sunil Raut. Sunil Raut, Sanjay Raut's brother, has arrived out here. Sir.
सर बाहर आइए, बाहर आइए, बाहर आइए सर, प्लीज बाहर आइए सर, बाहर आइए।
And that was my colleague Sandeep getting us the latest as far as the PMLA court is concerned, and how Sanjay Raut will be brought to that court and will be produced before the bench so that the arguments can be put forth by the...
Sunil Raut has arrived out here. Sanjay Raut's brother is out here and is discussing with the team of lawyers out here who will be taking care of Sanjay Raut's case. So definitely post lunch the case will be heard out here at the session court, and Sunil Raut, Sanjay Raut's brother, is out here. Sunil Raut has arrived out here with the team of lawyers. So definitely the team of lawyers are out here and will be arguing for Sanjay Raut and in support of Sanjay Raut. We will have to see what kind of things happen in the courthouse. How many days custody will be given to enforcement directorate of in regards of Sanjay Raut. So definitely huge development out here that we can see is that Sunil Raut has arrived out here, and shortly Sanjay Raut will be produced in the sessions court.
So, there are parallel developments happening in Mumbai, where we are reporting from. We're outside the Enforcement Directorate office. We've been staking out here for about 24 hours now. The action really began about 36 hours ago, and the action continues to unfold in Mumbai. Sanjay Raut will be taken to the court, and after that, around the same time, we are hearing that Uddhav Thackeray will be speaking to the media. So he's visited the residence of Sanjay Raut and is likely to speak to the media in a short while from now. Now, it's going to be expected that he will be questioning the agencies, questioning the centre, and questioning these officers of the Enforcement Directorate, who've been bringing Sanjay Raut here. Sanjay Raut was brought here last evening a little after 5 p.m. and he was here in what was complete late night drama till about 12:45 when Republic TV broke that he'd been arrested formally. His brother Sunil Raut, who's still speaking to the media, where my colleague Sandeep Singh is right now. Sandeep Singh is there, and he was trying to get you those reactions right there. And this is going to be interesting now. What happens from here on is going to be interesting. As far as the Enforcement Directorate is concerned, it's a scam. It's a 1,000 crore rupees scam, and the allegation is simple. The poorest of the poor who used their savings to invest in a project, in a development project. Nearly 1,000 crore rupees was invested, of which 100 crore rupees was siphoned off via a builder. These people were cheated. 100 crores siphoned using a builder the Vadwans, the HTL company, according to the Enforcement Directorate. And of that 100 crore rupees, the direct allegation against Sanjay Raut and his family is that a large part of that money that was allegedly laundered was used to buy plots of land, properties, apartments, etc. So that's the big breaking news update. In a short while from now, we will get to know what the courts decide. The PMLA court specifically will decide regarding the custody of Sanjay Raut. But it's going to be a politically loaded Monday. We've already had some fireworks inside Parliament, outside Parliament, with the entire opposition. Literally the entire opposition. Some parties, of course, are choosing to be silent, leaving it to the agencies to do their job. But the entire opposition. Okay, I'm getting in some breaking news right now. Pictures coming in of Sanjay Raut. Sanjay Raut reaching the court. He's reached the court at the Sessions Court from the rear gate. He's arrived, and his brother Sunil Raut he's also arrived at the Sessions Court with a team of lawyers. My colleague Sandeep getting us those details of Sanjay Raut arriving at the Sessions Court from the rear gate. Let me go across to Sandeep. Sandeep, can you hear me? So he's entered from the rear gate. What time is the hearing, Sandeep? Okay, I'm going to go across to Sandeep. I'm going to stay with those pictures. I think Sandeep is back with me. Sandeep, you have an update there. What's the breaking news update there, Sandeep?
See, Sanjay Raut has arrived out here at the Session Court. His brother was out here a few minutes ago with the team of lawyers, and soon he will be produced in the courthouse room number, court number in fact 16. Now, this is the big development out here, is that he was produced, he will be produced in fact at the Session Court. He was taken for medical purposes at the JJ hospital, and now the court hearing will be shortly gonna start at 2:45 p.m. So definitely a huge development out here. The Raut family is up with the team of lawyers at Session Court, and definitely soon the hearing is gonna begin, and we will have to see how many days custody does Enforcement Directorate gets today of Sanjay Raut, whether they will be able to get 10 days custody of Sanjay Raut or not, or the claims by Sanjay Raut that he is innocent, he has no role in the corruption and the money laundering that has taken place, whether he will be able to prove himself or not. So that is the question that we will be figuring out. But yes, so far the biggest development out here is that Uddhav Thackeray's right hand, in fact, Sanjay Raut, who was arrested yesterday, has been brought out here at Session Court, and soon the hearing for this money laundering case of Patrachal will be beginning at the Session Court, courtroom number 16. Over to you.
Stay with me, getting in live pictures right now. Live pictures from Mumbai as Sanjay Raut is brought to the Sessions Court through the rear gate. That's the latest picture coming in. Latest pictures of Sanjay Raut being brought to the Sessions Court, and he's just being brought through the rear gate. Sunil Raut, his brother, is also present there, and he came in with his team of lawyers. So that's the other update that we have as of this minute. Sanjay Raut has reached the PMLA court, the Sessions Court that is, and in a short while from now that hearing is expected to begin. Parallel developments with Uddhav Thackeray expected to address the media in a short while from now. He showed his support to Sanjay Raut when he visited his residence earlier today. So these are some fast-paced developments. In fact, as we get you the details of the case that is filed, Sanjay Raut has been arrested for non-cooperation. Also, the ED believes that he couldn't account for the money that was seized from his residence, a little over 11 lakh rupees, and the entire case that he faces, very serious charges, including that of money laundering. His wife is under scanner, his aide Praveen Raut is under scanner, and the charges are very, very serious in this 1,000 crore rupee scam. So we're staying with the live pictures, as Sanjay Raut is brought to the Sessions Court from the rear gate, and we should be able to get more details. Now, irrespective of what the political claim is, they can't really question the courts when the courts hear the case, because in front of the courts, the only aspect that will stand out is the evidence, and the evidence is expected to be presented by the agencies in a short while from now. So I'm going to stay with those pictures. Alisha is also joining me live. Alisha, in fact, Alisha brought us those pictures from earlier today. Alisha brought us the pictures of earlier today of Sanjay Raut inside the JJ hospital. I'm just sharing that with my team. Okay, Sandeep is also live with me. Alisha, Sandeep, I'm coming across to you. In fact, I've just received a video. I don't know whether we have that video, but let me just see if we can put that video out. That is the first video of Sanjay Raut inside the JJ hospital. I'm just looking at that video right now. We can maybe perhaps put it on the Surface device on the desk. And these are pictures of him, Sanjay Raut. That's him inside the JJ hospital. We should be able to. Okay, we've seen those pictures. Still sort of brazening it out, waving, trying to play that martyr act there. Now, how long will that stand? Will that stand in a court of law when the ED officials and when we were reporting here, the ED officials brought in a few documents with them. We were told that some of the documents that were seized from the residence of Sanjay Raut were incriminating. Some of those documents that were taken inside the Enforcement Directorate office. Now, these evidences will be put in front of the Sessions Court in a short while from now. I'm going back to Sandeep, who's at the Sessions Court. Sandeep, give us more details about the evidence that the Enforcement Directorate has against Sanjay Raut and what they claim are the offences against him.
So yes, as far as Enforcement Directorate evidences are concerned in regards of Sanjay Raut case, his land parcels in Alibag at Kihim has been provisionally attached to Enforcement Directorate already, and apart from that flat which has been seized by ED in the other area, that is Garden Court apartment, which is owned by his wife Varsha Raut. So definitely these are the things that has been first of all attached, and the transactions trail between Praveen Raut's wife Madhuri Raut and Varsha Raut, that is Sanjay Raut's wife, will be displayed out here before the court and at the 16 number courtroom. All the evidences will be produced, and apart from that, we will have to see what kind of revelations are there in the remand copy. Whether Sanjay Raut helped Praveen Raut to get the contracts from the MHADA, and as he sold the properties of that was owned by Praveen Raut himself, and in fact 672 were cheated by Praveen Raut, and a scam of more than 1,039 crores has been done. So definitely we'll have to see what kind of benefits Sanjay Raut got from Praveen Raut and Madhuri Raut. So definitely these are the things that would be definitely put up by Enforcement Directorate in the courthouse, and we'll have to see how many days custody does
Stay with me, Sandeep. I'm getting in some more breaking news updates. In fact, the first pictures. I have some more details. Stay with me. Stay with me, please. Sanjay Raut has said in the court premises off record that he will not bow down. There's a conspiracy to finish off the Shiv Sena, is what he's reported to have said. Getting in those details, Sanjay Raut is inside the courtroom accompanied by his brother Sunil Raut. Sanjay Raut outside the courtroom with his legal team, accompanied by his brother Sunil Raut. And Sanjay Raut has also said that he will not bow down. It's a conspiracy to finish off his party. Now that's the first response that's coming in. That's the latest breaking news update from inside the courtroom. Alisha, my colleague, is inside the courtroom, so she's tracking the latest developments, getting us every little update from inside the courtroom as it happens. The hearing, as it happens, will be live on Republic TV. Alisha's inside. Alisha, my colleague, is inside the courtroom in the Sessions Court, and she should be able to get us every little detail. In fact, we also had some pictures come in of Uddhav Thackeray meeting the family of Sanjay Raut. He went there to his residence and met him, and some first pictures coming in. Before I go across to that, I'm getting you some more live updates from the courtroom. The live updates being that as of this minute, Sanjay Raut is outside the courtroom along with his brother and team of lawyers, and he's just spoken to the media saying he will not bow down. He claims it's a conspiracy to finish off the Shiv Sena, or whatever is left of the Shiv Sena. Sandeep is back with me. Let me go across to him. Sandeep, what time is the hearing expected to begin?
See, 2:45 is the time wherein the court hearing will start and the case will be heard by the Honorable Court, and he will be produced in the courthouse post lunch, that is 2:45. And as you mentioned that since last 2-3 days and since the drama has started, he's been stating that he won't bow down before the central agencies, he won't bow down before BJP, and he has made allegations. In fact, Priyanka Chaturvedi, who is in Delhi, in fact, she also was also raising a placard against
I'm just getting some more breaking news
taken,
updates. I'm getting in
the
some more breaking news updates. Sandeep, stay with me. In fact, there are some first pictures coming in. Alisha, who's inside the courtroom, has just sent some details. Alisha has said that Sanjay Raut has said in the court premises off the record that he will not bow down. It's a conspiracy to finish off the Shiv Sena. He has just added that he will fight. He says, we will fight, we will win. And these are details that Alisha is sending us from inside the courtroom. Alisha is tracking the details. I'd like to go across to her as well. And I'm getting in some other breaking news updates as well. From the national capital, as we get you the hearing on Sanjay Raut, we are outside the Enforcement Directorate office. My colleague Sandeep is outside the Sessions Court in Mumbai. My colleague Alisha is inside the courtroom, and my colleague Ankit also at a different vantage point. So the biggest team of reporters tracking the biggest story from Mumbai, the number one headline, a sitting parliamentarian. And getting in breaking news right now from Delhi. Let's go across to the big breaking news update from Delhi right now. Suspension of 4 Congress MPs has been revoked. Suspension of 4 Congress MPs has been revoked. Speaker has warned MPs not to come inside the house with placards. The Congress MPs were suspended for the entire session, but I think there's been a rethink on that. They've gone soft on them. They've taken an assurance from them, and they've let them. The suspension of 4 MPs. 4 MPs now revoked. That's the big breaking news update. Suspension of 4 MPs now revoked. The government was giving earlier today. They said that with the assurance that they will not bring placards inside the parliament, this suspension would be revoked. And getting in that breaking news update, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister confirmed that his government and the government was willing to relook at the suspension. The suspension of 4 MPs has now been revoked. The Congress MP suspension has been revoked. That's the big breaking news update. Big breaking news update. I think Piyush, if Piyush is live with us, we'll try and go across to him as well. We're getting in more updates right now. Congress MPs who were suspended for the entire session, their suspension has been revoked. And I'm going back to the other breaking news update. Back to Mumbai. Delhi to Mumbai now. Delhi to Mumbai now, getting you the latest breaking news update on the arrest memo. Arrest memo, that is, Republic TV has accessed the arrest memo. If you can just put out the arrest memo in our newsroom. I have the arrest memo in my hand. This is the arrest memo of Sanjay Raut. I've accessed it. This is it. Okay, that's there. Okay, let me read out from the surface from the arrest memo. Republic TV accessing it. First up, Alisha sharing the details of the arrest memo. And the arrest memo of the Enforcement Directorate says, and I quote, whereas DC Nahak, Assistant Director, Directorate of Enforcement, Mumbai Zonal Office, on the basis of material in my possession, have reason to believe that Sri Sanjay Rajaram Raut, a resident of Maitri Niwas Friends Colony, Bhandup East, Mumbai, has been guilty of an offence punishable under the provisions of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act 2002. And now, therefore, in exercise of the powers conferred on me under subsection 1 of section 19 of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act 2002, I hereby arrest the said Sri Sanjay Rajaram Raut at 12:05 a.m. That's around the time when we broke that story on the 1st of August 2022. And Sri Sanjay Rajaram Raut has been informed of the grounds for such arrest dated on this day, 1st of August 2022. That's the arresting officer, DC Nahak, Assistant Director of the Enforcement Directorate. That's the arrest memo on your screen there. Republic TV are way ahead on this coverage on Sanjay Raut and the Patra Chawla scam. The arrest memo has been accessed by Republic. Just giving you those details once again. The details of the arrest memo on your screen. The officer says that he's on the basis of material in his possession. He has reason to believe that Sanjay Raut, who's a resident of Maitri Niwas Friends Colony, Bhandup East, has been guilty of an offence. So that's a big charge being made by the Enforcement Directorate. The officer who arrested Sanjay Raut has said that he's guilty of an offence punishable under sections of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. So exactly what we reported yesterday, that serious sections of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act being slapped against Sanjay Raut, and these include the cases of the acquisition of properties across different parts of Maharashtra, including in Alibag, outside of Mumbai, and these are properties that were purchased allegedly by aides and family members of Sanjay Raut, which the Enforcement Directorate has directly linked to the Patra Chaul scam, the 1,000 crore scam, of which 100 crore rupees was allegedly siphoned to via a builder, and parts of that money, large parts of that money, we are told, was sent to Sanjay Raut's aide Praveen Raut. 100 crore rupees is what the Enforcement Directorate has said on record, and they found proof, they claim, of how this money was laundered, including 8 plots that were reportedly bought in Alibag. And they claim that the direct beneficiaries and the names of those involved include that of Varsha Raut, who's the wife of Sanjay Raut, and you also had Praveen Raut, who's the aide of Sanjay Raut. So these are breaking news updates now coming in. The arrest memo, the Enforcement Directorate and the arresting officer has gone on record to say that he's guilty. Sanjay Raut is guilty of an offence punishable under provisions of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act 2002, and therefore, in exercise of the powers conferred on him, he's arresting Sanjay Raut at 12:05. We broke that story spot on last night. We were here, in fact, when we broke that story. At 12 sharp, Sanjay Raut's brother was called in, and then he was served the arrest memo. That's the big breaking news update. Awaiting a short break. Coming back with the live coverage. It's about 2:25 p.m. 2:25 p.m. on a Monday. Coming back with the live coverage from inside the Sessions Court, where the custody of Sanjay Raut will be decided in a few minutes from now. We're rolling live from Mumbai. Stay tuned.
The Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez has offered North Macedonia his country's full support for integration into the 27-nation European Union. EU officials have recently sought to encourage governments in the region to move on with reforms amid concerns over Russia's efforts to boost its influence in the Balkans.
In the 2008 Patra Chaul scam redevelopment case, the ED has arrived at the Maitri residence of Sanjay Raut. Sanjay Raut has been detained by the ED. The situation insofar as the residence of Sanjay Raut remains unchanged.
Sanjay Raut has been arrested and more people likely to be called in.
Look at the mountain of cash.
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
About 7:30 in the morning, the Enforcement Directorate landed up here. The questioning of Sanjay Raut by these 12 Enforcement Directorate officers is in progress.
Preliminary set of questions were posed at Sanjay Raut when he was at his residence. He wasn't really cooperating, and that is one of the reasons why he's now been brought to the Enforcement Directorate's office at Balad Estate.
Sanjay Raut has already been arrested and will be around 11:30 when he will be brought up before the...
Top stories at 2:30 p.m. ED News tightens as Raut to be presented in the court soon in 1,000 crore scam. No end to Raut's troubles after ED arrest for alleged corruption. FIR against Raut for criminal intimidation now.
संजय राउत जी झुकेंगे नहीं, आपकी मंशा पूरी नहीं होने देंगे और हम भी देखते हैं कि अब दिल्ली में कितना जोर है।
Silent on graft case and complete heartbreak, opposition comes to Raut's defense. After back-to-back cash hauls, Mamta makes a cabinet reshuffle announcement expected soon. Complete chaos ensues in Karnataka Congress as Shiv Kumar and Siddaramaiah fight. Moily throws a third name in the mix. Tamil Nadu governor makes a big statement on terrorism, says those who use guns should be dealt with guns. Hello and welcome viewers. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV. We are live and breaking. We are tracking for you the biggest story of the Enforcement Directorate's investigation into Sanjay Raut, who had been produced before the JJ hospital for his medical and now will be brought to the court so his remand can be sought for. My colleague Niranjan is joining me from the ground. Niranjan, over to you. You know, we have been tracking all the movement of Sanjay Raut and the investigation so far, and we are expecting that hearing over the remand that will give us a glimpse into the investigation of the Enforcement Directorate, isn't it?
Well, absolutely, and I'm just getting in some more breaking news updates right now, Priyanka. Some updates from the courtroom on the legal strategy right now, and I have Alisha sending us details of how Senior Advocate Ashok Mundargi is appearing for Sanjay Raut. Union Counsel Hiten Vengaonkar to appear on behalf of Enforcement Directorate. So Senior Advocate Ashok Mundargi will be representing Sanjay Raut. Ashok Mundargi is a very senior advocate, and Union Counsel Hiten Vengaonkar will appear on behalf of Enforcement Directorate is what we are hearing right now. So that's the big breaking news update. In a few minutes from now, you know, the Sessions Court in Mumbai will be hearing Sanjay Raut's petition and the ED petition, and they will decide on the further course of custody of Sanjay Raut. And in a few seconds from now, let me also get you some more details. Get you some more details of who's in court, because he's been speaking to the media even while waiting to enter the courtroom. Sanjay Raut spoke to the media off record, saying that this is a conspiracy, that he will win, and that it's an attempt to break and finish off whatever's left of the Shiv Sena, is what he claims while speaking to the media. And a few minutes back, he was produced. He was brought to the court. The hearing hasn't begun. It's expected to start a little after 2:45 p.m. He was taken for a medical checkup, and from there proceeded towards the Session Court. He was brought here yesterday, where we are reporting from. This is the Enforcement Directorate office in Ballard Estate in Mumbai, and he was brought here, and he was questioned for over 6 hours, after which he was formally arrested. He was raided on Sunday. For over 7 to 8 hours, and following the raids, he was brought here and then taken into custody. The Enforcement Directorate says that he's been non-cooperative. The arrest memo says that these are very serious offences under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, for which he's been picked up, and they say that these are offences that they believe he's guilty of. So the Enforcement Directorate, in its investigation, which is ongoing since 2018, that's when the case was first flagged up, and it's a case that dates back to 2008, but in 2018 is when it gathered pace, and Sanjay Raut, in a 1,000 crore rupee scam, finds himself in the middle of a serious money laundering charge. Let me see if Sandeep is back with us right now. Sandeep, my colleague, was at the Sessions Court tracking the latest developments in the movement. Sanjay Raut was brought there from the rear gate, along with his brother, who's also present with the legal team. Let me go across to Sandeep. Sandeep, can you hear me? What's the latest there, Sandeep?
See, yes, Sanjay Raut and his brother are inside the courthouse, and the update out here is that the supporters of Sanjay Raut and Sunil Raut have been asked to wait downstairs. Will request my VJ, Mr. Sunil, to pan and show you. These are the supporters standing out here, and they are here. You just saw a person out there waving hand. They are out here in support of Sanjay Raut, and in fact, few more supporters are out here in support of Mr. Sanjay Raut. भाई साहब, जो कार्रवाई की गई है राउत साहब के खिलाफ, उसको लेकर के आपकी क्या प्रतिक्रिया है?
सर जी, मेरे को तो फिलहाल मालूम नहीं है, अभी जो कुछ होएगा अभी कोर्ट देखेगा।
आप उनके समर्थन में यहाँ पर आए, उनके सपोर्ट करने आए?
हाँ सर जी।
So you just heard one of the supporter of Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut, and definitely it is a matter of concern for Shiv Sena also, because Shiv Sena, which is in two parts now, one faction is with Eknath Shinde, another faction is in fact with the Uddhav Thackeray, and he is one of the strong men for Uddhav Thackeray, Sanjay Raut, and now he is being arrested by Enforcement Directorate and is being will be produced in the session court, and after 2:45 p.m. that's what we are hearing, that the court will start the hearing, and it will be very much crucial the kind of actions, the kind of charges that will be framed against Sanjay Raut, and we will have to see most importantly that whether Varsha Raut, wife of Sanjay Raut, will be booked or not, because first arrest has been made, it was Praveen Raut, then later on several arrests were made, and then Sanjay Raut, Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut has been arrested yesterday and it will be produced here. It will be more important to see what more action does Enforcement Directorate takes, whether they will be arresting Varsha Raut or not, because the transactions that have been taken place is in the accounts of Varsha Raut and Madhuri Raut. So definitely it will be more crucial about the actions that will be initiated by Enforcement Directorate. Apart from that, yes, he is being produced here, and he has been stating again and again one thing, that he has been falsely been implicated in this kind of cases, and he has been targeted by BJP, and it is a conspiracy by BJP, and the arrest is illegal. That's what Sanjay Raut is stating again and again. Back to you.
Okay, stay with me. My colleague Rhythm is also going to join us live. Rhythm will be joining the broadcast live as we, take you through the entire courtroom proceedings in a few minutes from now in the Sessions Court. Shiv Sena leader, Member of Parliament Sanjay Raut will be produced, and the hearing will begin, where his case will be heard, and the courts will decide on further custody. Rhythm Anand Bardwaj, one of India's best legal reporters, is joining us on the broadcast in a few seconds from now. But going through the arrest memo, Republic TV accessed the arrest memo. Let me take you through that arrest memo once again, and what the arresting officer has said while taking Sanjay Raut into custody. The arresting officer says that bases the material in his possession, bases the material in my possession, have reason to believe Sanjay Raut has been guilty of an offence punishable under provisions of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. I repeat, the arresting officer has said that basis the material in their possession, they have reason to believe Sanjay Raut is guilty of an offence punishable under provision of Money Laundering Act. And the ED, once the ED goes ahead and files their charges, it's going to be very difficult to wriggle out. The country's premier investigating agency when it comes to financial crimes, the Enforcement Directorate, has been on the trail of Sanjay Raut, has been on the trail of all the monies that were laundered in this particular case. And the arresting officer also goes on to say that Sanjay Raut was arrested at 12:05 a.m. and he was informed on the grounds of his arrest a little after 12:05 a.m. So Sanjay Raut was arrested, and the Enforcement Directorate believes that he's guilty of offences under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. And this is a case that involves thousands of people who put their lifetime earnings into redevelopment projects, and they were scammed. Over 1,000 crore rupees was looted, went missing, and from there a developer transfers that money to a person called Praveen Raut. 100 crore was transferred to a person called Praveen Raut. And as far as the money trail goes, they believe that a large part of that money was used to buy plots in Alibag. 8 plots is what the Enforcement Directorate has said, owned by Varsha Raut. These are plots in the name of Varsha Raut and also Sanjay Raut. Varsha Raut and Praveen Raut, not Sanjay Raut. Varsha Raut is the wife of Sanjay Raut, and Praveen Raut is the aide of Sanjay Raut. So they believe that there is direct evidence in their possession. They also recovered a few documents yesterday while raiding Sanjay Raut from 7 in the morning. And in a few minutes from now, we should be able to get more details on what the Enforcement Directorate says in court. They have a strong case, otherwise they would not have arrested Sanjay Raut in the first place. He's a parliamentarian, which makes it all the more serious. Swapnil also joining us on this broadcast. Swapnil, senior advocate. Swapnil, you know the facts of the case, and irrespective of the political, mudslinging, slugfest, the fact is, in court, only the facts, the evidence will matter, Swapnil, isn't it, in this particular case?
Absolutely, Niranjan. None of the politics or political shenanigans, as we call it, or martyr act or political vendetta or witch hunt, all of those things, yes, you may have a point up to the extent to the court to say that why only opposition leaders are being arrested or raided left, right and centre, why not the BJP people? But that's a separate case, separate argument. For that you have to file a separate application. But in your own case where there is evidence against you, you have to come out with a particular defence to say that my custody is not required in the first place and I am absolutely clean. And you have to show, unfortunately, the acts like NDPS Act, UAPA and PMLA, Niranjan, are such that the burden of proof pretty much lies on the accused to show that the money that I have is clean and it is not laundered and it is legitimate. And that is exactly where the issue lies. If you are able to show that as a defense lawyer, then you have a chance of letting your client out without custody. But the point is that in this case, I think if the ED has interrogated him for 9 hours, and if there is 9 hours or 10 hours or whatever it is, and if they've not been able to elicit any appropriate answers because of lack of cooperation, then that's the reason why they have arrested him. And within 4 walls of the ED, under arrest, obviously the accused is more likely to speak out and come out with the truth better. And in that sense, you can't have that in 2 hours or so. So that's the reason why you ask for custody under the PMLA Act. And that is the reason why the court, wherever he's going to be produced now, regardless of whosoever appears for him or whosoever prosecutes him, which is the prosecution case here, obviously the prosecution will have to build up a case based on certain testimony or a prima facie evidence to show that money has been laundered and there is illegitimate income, and 11 lakhs or whatever it is was recovered from his house, and that is something which is not likely to be there unless this scam was to have taken place, and to show some relation between the two. And not only that, but there has to be more mounting evidence to that effect. Only then you'll be able to justify custody. And hopefully, I'm sure that Enforcement Directorate must have done its homework. Otherwise, Enforcement Directorate looks like a fool if you're not able to even get a 7-day custody or a 3-day custody or a 4-day custody, depending on what the court finds legitimate that you need that to elicit information. Because you have not been able to successfully elicit information out of the man when he was not in custody. And that is the reason why you need custody. That is the reason why you need to justify the arrest. So that is where the prosecution will have to prove its case. The rest, as far as the defense is concerned, will have to come up later on when they want to get bail for the man. That is the time the defense will have to say that he's willing to cooperate, he is not going to be a flight risk, you impound his passport, you put certain stringent bail conditions.
Yes. Swapnil, be with me. We'll take a short break. We'll come back and we'll go straight to the live coverage. The hearing is expected to begin at 2:45 p.m. And when we come back, we will be live from inside the Sessions Court, where Alisha, my colleague, is reporting live. She's inside the courtroom. And outside the courtroom, I have Sandeep, my colleague. And I'm outside the Enforcement Directorate office in South Mumbai, where Sanjay Raut, after the hearing, of course, is expected to be brought back. Taking a short break. Stay tuned to the live coverage.
And here's a look at some news in brief. Floods unleashed by torrential rains in eastern Kentucky have killed about 28 people, including 4 children. According to officials, a dozen shelters were opened for flood victims in Kentucky, with 388 occupants on Sunday. Rishi Sunak is trailing in the race to become Britain's next Prime Minister and has vowed to slash the basic rate of income tax by 20% by 2029 in a potentially make or break throw of the dice by the former finance minister.
In the team's events, India's women's cricket team picked up its first win of the tournament, beating Pakistan with a comfortable 8-wicket win. Star opening batter Smriti Mandhana did the star turn for India with a fluent 63 with no wickets out after bowlers Sneh Rana and Radha Yadav had taken 2 wickets apiece to skittle Pakistan out.
The Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez has offered North Macedonia his country's full support for integration into the 27-nation European Union. EU officials have recently sought to encourage governments in the region to move on with reforms amid concerns over Russia's efforts to boost its influence in the Balkans.
In the 2008 Patra shawl scam redevelopment case, the ED has arrived at the Maitri residence of Sanjay Raut. Sanjay Raut has been detained by the ED. The situation insofar as the residence of Sanjay Raut remains unchanged.
Sanjay Raut has been arrested and more people likely to be called in.
Look at the mountain of cash.
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
About 7:30 in the morning, the enforcement directorate landed up here. The questioning of Sanjay Raut by these 12 enforcement directorate officers is in progress.
Preliminary set of questions were
केंद्राने दिलेला पैसा खर्च झाला पाहिजे आणि सामान्य माणसाला बेनिफिट मिळाला पाहिजे हा प्रयत्न आम्ही करणार आहोत.
सर कुठेतरी संजय राऊतांवरची कारवाई आहे ती सुलभतेने कारवाई आहे राजकीय दृष्ट्या ही कारवाई केली अशा प्रकारची
मला असं वाटतं की
जाए और लोगों को बेनिफिट दिया जाए.
पुरावे असतात त्याच्या आधारावर कारवाई करते. एजन्सीने कारवाई केली आहे. आता याच्यात कोर्टात जे काही आहे ते कोर्ट ठरवेल. त्यामुळे याच्यावर मला यापेक्षा जास्त बोलायचं नाही.
उद्धव ठाकरेंनी त्यांच्या घरी जाऊन
संजय राऊत यांच्या घरी जाऊन त्यांच्या कुटुंबियांची भेट घेतली. या आधी पाहायला मिळाले.
The agencies have taken actions with some proofs and with those proofs only agencies are taking action. I don't want to comment much.
उनकी कितनी प्रगति हुई है, कितने लोगों तक वो पहुंची है, इसके बारे में हम लोगों ने एक रिव्यू लिया. विशेष रूप से माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने इन सभी योजनाओं के लिए आवंटित राशि ये उचित समय पर खर्चा हो इस दृष्टि से आदेश दिए हैं. विशेष रूप से प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना शहरी, इसमें पिछले 2.5 सालों में महाराष्ट्र पीछे गया है. शुरुआत में हम पहले नंबर पर थे लेकिन हम काफ़ी पीछे गए हैं. उसको देश के साथ लाने का प्रयास हम लोग करेंगे. गरीबों को घर मिले इस दृष्टि से प्रयास करेंगे. प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना ग्रामीण में भी हम अच्छा हमारी प्रगति है. 76% पर हम पहुँचे. बचे हुए 24% को अचीव करने के लिए जगह के प्रॉब्लम थे, कुछ जगह पर अतिक्रमण के प्रॉब्लम थे, इसको भी सॉल्व करने का सारा निर्णय हमने लिया है. तो मुझे लगता है कि जल्दी हम लोग केंद्र सरकार की सारी योजनाएं जो है इसमें अच्छा काम करेंगे.
जेपी नड्डा यांनी एक स्टेटमेंट केलेलं आहे शिवसेना महाराष्ट्रात संपते म्हणून. तर कशा प्रकारे पाहताय स्टेटमेंट?
That was Devendra Fadnavis, the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, who was speaking, addressing the media at Mantralaya. The Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, not getting too political at this point. The case is in the Sessions Court. In a few minutes from now, where Republic TV is live, Alisha is inside the courtroom. And in a few minutes from now, we should know whether Sanjay Raut is sent to further custody of the Enforcement Directorate. The arresting officer, the agency, going on record to say they have enough evidence and that he's guilty of provisions under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Republic TV live coverage continues. Stay tuned. Coming back straight to the hearing of Sanjay Raut in court.
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
In the 2008 Patra shawl scam redevelopment case, the ED has arrived at the Maitri residence of Sanjay Raut. Sanjay Raut has been detained by the ED. The situation insofar as the residence of Sanjay Raut remains unchanged.
Sanjay Raut has been arrested and more people likely to be called in.
Look at the mountain of cash.
जा रहा है, बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
About 7:30 in the morning, the enforcement directorate landed up here. The questioning of Sanjay Raut by these 12 enforcement directorate officers is in progress.
Preliminary set of questions were posed at Sanjay Raut when he was at his residence. He wasn't really cooperating, and that is one of the reasons why he's now been brought to the Enforcement Directorate's office at Balad Estate.
Sanjay Raut has already been arrested and it will be around 11:30 when he will be brought up before the special PMLA court where the ED will ask for the custody.
The protesters are trying to exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to inform? Sonia Gandhi coming out of the, and we can see Priyanka Gandhi is also here, along with Sonia Gandhi.
Sanjay Raut sitting outside his residence. He has come out. He has come out.
In the pursuit of hard reporting, we at Republic have taken on and fight, and we will continue to take on corrupt politicians, corrupt policemen, corrupt bureaucrats, and corrupt corporate lobbies. We need your support as we fight both the corrupt in the media and the corrupt in our financial system.
Thank you for staying with us on the live coverage here in Mumbai. We are live from outside the Enforcement Directorate office. Sanjay Raut, parliamentarian of the Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray faction, was taken to the Sessions Court. He's inside the Sessions Court right now. We are reporting from the Sessions Court as well. That hearing is expected to begin in a few minutes from now. And the Enforcement Directorate, while taking Sanjay Raut into custody, has said he's guilty of serious charges of under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. And in a few seconds from now, we are expecting that hearing to begin. So standing by for that hearing to begin, we're taking a short break, one final commercial break, and we're coming back straight to the live coverage. Stay tuned to Republic.
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
In the team's events, India's women's cricket team picked up its first win of the tournament, beating Pakistan with a comfortable 8-wicket win. Star opening batter Smriti Mandhana did the star turn for India with a fluent 63 with no wickets out after bowlers Sneh Rana and Radha Yadav had taken 2 wickets apiece to skittle Pakistan out.
The Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez has offered North Macedonia his country's full support for integration into the 27-nation European Union. EU officials have recently sought to encourage governments in the region to move on with reforms amid concerns over Russia's efforts to boost its influence in the Balkans.
In the 2008 Patra shawl scam redevelopment case, the ED has arrived at the Maitri residence of Sanjay Raut. Sanjay Raut has been detained by the ED. The situation insofar as the residence of Sanjay Raut remains unchanged.
Sanjay Raut has been arrested and more people likely to be called in.
Look at the mountain of cash.
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है, बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
About 7:30 in the morning, the enforcement in the 2008 Patra shawl scam redevelopment case, the ED has arrived at the Maitri residence of Sanjay Raut. Sanjay Raut has been detained by the ED. The situation insofar as the residence of Sanjay Raut remains unchanged.
Sanjay Raut has been arrested and more people likely to be called in. Yeah. Getting in some breaking news right now. It's a high-profile hearing. It's a parliamentarian, someone who's very, very vocal, has played a big role in the last 2.5 years in politics in Maharashtra, single-handedly trying to take credit for the MDA government, which was here in Maharashtra for a short time. But breaking news now coming in. Ruckus outside the courtroom. Ruckus outside the courtroom. A heated argument between the police and lawyers as we speak. Sanjay Raut is inside court number 16. Inside court number 16. It's an in-camera hearing. All reporters and lawyers not related. All reporters and lawyers not related to the case are not allowed inside the courtroom. And there was some ruckus outside the courtroom. Heated argument between police and lawyers. Raut is inside courtroom number 16. Let me quickly get in a word from my colleague Sandeep, who's inside the court premises. One word from Sandeep. I'm going across to Swapnil, who also stays with us on the broadcast. What's the update there, Sandeep? What's the update? Who's inside the courtroom? Who's representing whom in this case?
See, Ashok Mundargi is someone who will be representing Sanjay Raut and will be taking side of Sanjay Raut. And in fact, you can see the chaos out here. These are the supporters of Sanjay Raut outside the session courts. These are the people who have came out here to support Sanjay Raut, and they have been asked to move out of the court, and in fact they are not been allowed to enter the premises of this session court. And shortly the court cases, the court is gonna start the hearing of the case that is against Sanjay Raut. And between this, the update out here is that the lawyers, the lawyers who were subordinating Mundargi were not allowed.
एकछत्री किंबहुना हुकुमशाहीकडे नेणारं वक्तव्य आहे. ओडिसा एक व्यक्तीचा पक्ष, तेलंगणा, तामिळनाडू, महाराष्ट्रात शिवसेना जी संपण्याच्या मार्गावर आहे ते त्यांनी प्रयत्न करूनच बघावा. राष्ट्रवादी कुटुंबाचा पक्ष, काँग्रेस पण भाऊ बहिणीचा पक्ष, भाजपाला वंशवादाच्या विरोधात लढायचे आहे. पहिला भाजपचा वंश कुठून सुरू झाला हा पण एक महत्त्वाचा मुद्दा आहे, कारण तेच म्हणतात की इतर पक्षात काम केलेली लोक आपल्याकडे येतात. मग इतर पक्षातले लोक जर त्यांच्याकडे येणार असतील तर भाजपचा वंश तरी नेमका बीजेपी. आणि आजचं जे राजकारण चाललेलं आहे ते घृणास्पद आहे.
That needs to be figured out.
घृणास्पद आहे. म्हणजे त्यांच्या सोबत
the kind of actions taken
ते आपले हे
by BJP and the central agencies
नुसते सोबत येतील नाही, आपले जे गुलाम होतील ते काही काळ
of very low politics.
हे गुलाम जातील. हे गुलामगिरीकडे वाटचाल करणारी ही दिशा त्यांनी ठरवलेली आहे आणि त्याचा सगळ्यांनी प्रत्येक पातळीवरती विरोध करायला पाहिजे.
It is
संजय राऊत बद्दल मला नक्कीच अभिमान आहे, कारण
slavery
पद्धतीने नड्डा पक्ष वाढवत आहेत
and the people are
ठीक आहे. एक गोष्ट
doing slavery of BJP who are supporting BJP.
पण आजचं राजकारण जे आहे त्याच्यामध्ये बुद्धीचा नाही पत्ता, फक्त बळाचा वापर चाललेला आहे. आणि नुसतं बळ आज तुमच्याकडे आहे म्हणून तुम्ही जर का इतरांना संपवण्याच्या मागे लागणार असाल तर दिवस हे सर्वदा
vendetta politics that is
आणि मग
happening in the state of Maharashtra.
की तुमचं काय होईल ह्याचा विचार सुद्धा नड्डा साहेबांनी आणि भाजपाने करण्याची आवश्यकता आहे. संजय राऊत बद्दल मला नक्कीच अभिमान आहे. संजय माझा जुना मित्र आहे. आत्ताच मी त्याच्या
I am proud of
आई
Sanjay Raut.
त्या दोन्ही मुली. काय गुन्हा काय संजयचा?
Today
गुन्हा
I
काय?
met
पत्रकार आहे, शिवसैनिक आहे,
his family,
निर्भीड आहे आणि जे पटत नाही तो
his
बोलतोय.
mother, his
ज्या
wife.
पद्धतीने त्याला अटक केलेली आहे त्याचं
What
एक वाक्य
is
चांगलं आहे.
his
मरण आलं तरी
crime?
परवा नाही पण मी शरण
He
जाणार
is a
हे फार महत्वाचं वाक्य आहे.
fearless
आणि
journalist.
तोही शरण जाऊ शकला असता. जे शरण तिकडे गेलेत मी असं म्हणेन की
He raised his
हमाममध्ये गेलेले
voice
आहेत, आंघोळीला गेलेले आहेत.
against
आणि जोपर्यंत सत्तेचा फेस त्यांच्या शरीराभोवती आहे
the ill practices of BJP,
तो फेस गेल्यानंतर त्यांच्या
and
परिस्थितीत
he
त्यांना
didn't
जाणीव
bowed
होईल. सत्तेचा
down
फेस एकदा का
before
उतरला
BJP,
की ते काय आहेत ते लोकांसमोर येईल. तूर्त मला असं
and
वाटतं
hence he
की
is
आज
being
एक
targeted.
जुनी आठवण जे शिवसेना प्रमुखांनी मलाही सांगितलेली आहे आणि मला असं वाटतं की भाषणात सुद्धा सांगितलेली आहे की दुसरं महायुद्ध जेव्हा पेटलेलं होतं
An
त्यावेळेला
old memory.
हिटलर जोरात होता आणि एक काळ असा आला होता की हिटलर आता जिंकणार हिटलर रोज कुठे ना कुठेतरी बॉम्ब टाकायचा आणि त्यावेळेला मात्र
there was a time
डेव्हिड लो नावाचे एक व्यंगचित्रकार
when
ब्रिटनमध्ये होते,
Hitler
न्यूझीलंडचे. डेव्हिड लो एक व्यंगचित्रकार
was
आणि हिटलर
in full power once,
आणि हिटलरची तळपायची आग मस्तकात जायची.
and at that point of time David Low
सैनिकांनी सांगितलं होतं की हा माणूस आहे तरी
used was a cartoonist who used to make cartoons.
तसं त्याला घेऊन या. तशी परिस्थिती आज आपल्या देशात व्हायला लागलेली आहे की विरोधात जर का कोण बोललं तर त्याला वाटेल अडकवायचंच आणि बऱ्या बोलाने म्हणजे दमदाटी आणि लोभ दाखवून जर
he made a cartoon against Hitler.
ठीक आहे, न्याय
later Hitler ordered to bring that cartoonist.
आणि या स्तंभांपैकी बाकीचे स्तंभ त्याच्यात एक तुमचा सुद्धा आला.
So same kind of things are happening
त्याला अटक झालेली
here.
ही अटक आणि सगळ्या गोष्टी
Those who raise questions
मला तर
are being targeted.
नितीन गडकरी म्हणाले तसं आता वाटायला लागलेलं आहे. राजकारण सोडण्याचा मुद्दा नाहीये, पण राजकारण आता घृणास्पद व्हायला लागलेलं आहे. घृणा वाटायला लागलेली आहे या राजकारण्यांची. एक दिलदारपणा पाहिजे तुम्हाला.
Nitin Gadkari once said that
तर तुम्ही जनतेसमोर जा. जसे
politics
इतरांना विचार
is
नाहीये तर तुमचं काम
stooping
सोपं असायला
too
पाहिजे.
low.
तुम्ही तुमचे विचार मांडा. ज्यांच्याकडे विचार असतील किंवा नसतील ते त्यांचे मुद्दे मांडतील आणि जो काही निर्णय आहे तो जनतेला घेता येईल, जे आजपर्यंत करत आले. आणि काँग्रेस सुद्धा 60-65 वर्ष काँग्रेसने राज्य केलं. आज काँग्रेसची परिस्थिती बघितल्यानंतर लगेच जे कोणी सत्तेवर
with
बसलेले आहेत
political ideologies to work on it, to work with your thoughts.
हे तुम्हाला सांगतो की मला एका गोष्टीचा नक्कीच एक अभिमान आहे की मी 2.5 वर्ष मुख्यमंत्री जरूर होतो, पण त्या 2.5 वर्षाच्या काळामध्ये माझ्या डोक्यात कधी मुख्यमंत्री पदाची हवा गेली नव्हती. ती मी जाऊ दिली नव्हती आणि मला त्याचा स्पर्शही झाला नव्हता.
I was
शिवसेना प्रमुख जे सांगायचे
Chief Minister of Maharashtra for 2.5 years,
गोष्टी असतात. पद असतील, सत्ता असेल, येते जाते परत येते, पण
I was never
नम्र राहा.
arrogant about this post.
नम्र राहा. मी नम्र राहण्याचा प्रयत्न नेहमी करत आलो.
I was always very
जे
calm
ज्यांच्या डोक्यात हवा गेलेली आहे
and
त्यांना मी
normal
सांगू इच्छितो
with people.
निर्गुणपणाने वागू नका. दिवस आणि काळ हा सगळ्यांसाठी नेहमी चांगलाच असतो असं नाही. तो काळ बदलत असतो आणि काळ बदलल्यानंतर आपण जसे लोकांशी वागलो तसा तो बदललेला काळ हा कदाचित जास्त निर्गुणपणाने आणि दुष्टपणाने तुमच्याशी वागू शकतो किंवा
another sense.
तर ती वेळ
I request them to be calm.
येऊ देऊ नका.
एकनाथ शिंदेनी असं काल म्हटलं होतं जेव्हा ते दौऱ्यात होते आता की जुन्या गोष्टी आहेत, मीही बोलू शकतो अनेक गोष्टी.
जाऊ द्या, त्याच्यावरती मी काय उत्तर देणार नाही. आमच्या केदारनी त्याला उत्तर चांगलं दिलेलं आहे. केदार निगेने उत्तर दिलेलं आहे आणि मला त्याच्याबद्दल काय बोलायचं
राष्ट्राध्यक्षांचं जे विधान आहे
ते फार घातक आहे आणि गंभीर आहे.
ते लक्षात घेता प्रादेशिक पक्षांची एकजूट असावी यासाठी आता पुन्हा हा जो मुद्दा ऐरणीवर आलेला आहे.
एकच हा महत्वाचा मुद्दा तुम्ही मांडलात. प्रादेशिक पक्षाची एकजूट हा एक पुढचा टप्पा झाला, पण प्रादेशिक पक्ष संपवण्याचं जे भाजपचं कारस्थान आहे त्याची सुरुवात ही परवाच्या कोश्यारींच्या, मी राज्यपाल शब्द मुद्दा म्हणून वापरत
Regional parties
कोश्यारींच्या
should be together.
आहे. आणि आज नड्डा जे म्हणाले की सगळे पक्ष
BJP is trying to finish off the regional parties.
हिंदूंमध्ये पुन्हा सांगतो, हिंदूंमध्ये फूट पाडायची, भाषिक ती फूट भाषिक भाषा भिंती त्याच्यात उभ्या करायच्या आणि स्थानिक अस्मिता ही चिरडून टाकायची. म्हणजे मराठी माणसाला
BJP is trying to create a divide within Hindus.
स्वतःच्या राजकारणाच्या तुंबड्या भरून घ्यायच्या आणि आपल्या विरोधात जर कोणी असतील तर त्यांना चिरडून टाकायचं. असं हे भाजपाचं कारस्थान आता अत्यंत भेसूरपणाने
BJP is doing divide and rule politics.
ताकद देण्याची गोष्ट करता ममता बॅनर्जी या ठिकाणी आल्या आणि सगळ्यांना एकत्र करण्याचा प्रयत्न केला, परंतु तो प्रयोग मात्र राष्ट्रपती उपराष्ट्रपतीच्या
शेवटी एक लक्षात घ्या, त्याही वेळेला म्हणजे तेव्हा आणीबाणीच्या वेळेला आणीबाणीला एक अनुशासन, देशाला अनुशासन पाहिजे म्हणून शिवसेनेने जरूर पाठिंबा दिला होता. कारण ते पुन्हा त्याच्यावर ते बोलतील तुम्हीच
ड्युरिंग द टाइम ऑफ एमर्जन्सी.
कारण तो सगळा इतिहास आणीबाणीचा काढला तर त्या सगळ्या गोष्टी तुम्हाला दिसतील. पण तेव्हा सगळेजण ज्यांचा राजकारणाशी संबंध नव्हता,
मी
महाराष्ट्र पुरतं बोलतोय, दुर्गाबाई भागवत वगैरे हे सुद्धा साहित्यिक विचारवंत कळत होतं की अरे हे योग्य नाही चाललेलं आहे. त्यांनी परिणामाची पर्वा न करता त्या लोकशाहीच्या होमकुंडामध्ये उडी मारली होती.
So that is Uddhav Thackeray, former Chief Minister of Maharashtra, there addressing the media. Just listening to him very carefully, and some of what he said, that he was very cool when he was a Chief Minister, and there was no rule of vendetta. Nobody was needlessly harassed. Nobody was arrested unnecessarily. Found it very interesting that he made some of those mentions. But I want to go across to Swapnil Kothari, also joining us on the broadcast. Swapnil, you heard what he said. Waiting for the Sessions Court hearing to begin of Sanjay Raut. Can I get your comments on what the former Chief Minister has just said? Swapnil, and then I'll go across to our reporters as well.
Well, Mr. Thackeray is obviously trying to cover up and defend Mr. Sanjay Raut there, because he's been his party spokesperson and he's been there with Mr. Thackeray through and through. So obviously, in his difficult times, which Mr. Raut is facing, Mr. Thackeray wants to, back him to the best extent possible. And he's more attack, I think, was on the, the ruling dispensation, saying that when I was the Chief Minister, none of it went to my head, and it shouldn't go to the head of the current Chief Minister as well. So he's giving his viewpoint there, but I don't know how much of that is going to be believed by the ruling dispensation, and possibly they have their internal rivalries and they have their internal ramifications which were there when both of them were there, and obviously something which was there created a faction with Mr. Shinde, and Mr. Shinde thought that it's best for me to step out and walk out of this particular alliance, and he said, and I think Mr. Shinde was to the extent saying to Mr. Thackeray until the last moment when he tried to join hands with the BJP, that you need to join hands with the BJP, which was the original alliance that was thought of, which is what the people of Maharashtra voted for, and unfortunately, you have gone ahead with the NCP and the other things. So, those are all things which are, more of a macro aspect of politics. But I think what matters at hand at the moment is that whether Mr. Raut is going to be able to defend himself or not. I don't know, to how far that is going to succeed, because I think the Enforcement Directorate must be having some cogent evidence there. And if it's a 1,000 crore scam, as I see it read on your screens, then I think this is something which is much, much more, something which merits grave attention. And obviously, Niranjan, the Defence Council will have a tough task trying to avoid custody.
The irony in all of this is that Swapnil and my colleague Sandeep is also there. In this particular case, there are nearly 700 families who invested in a development project. They put their lifetime earnings, savings into this project, right? And the corpus was believed to have been over 1,000 crore rupees. They never got their homes. They never got the project that was promised. And these are the poorest of the poor from the Patra Chaul in Goregaon. And 1,000 crore rupees was collected, of which 100 crore rupees, I beg your pardon, was siphoned off using a builder, according to the Enforcement Directorate. The builder that has been named by the Enforcement Directorate is the HTIL run by the Vadwans. And 100 crore rupees swindled. They believe this 100 crore rupees was swindled to a person called Praveen Raut, who's directly linked to Sanjay Raut, believed to be the aide of Sanjay Raut, and who's also in custody of the Enforcement Directorate already. He's in judicial custody, by the way. And if you think about it, the poorest of the poor have been cheated. The Enforcement Directorate, probing the story, has made direct links to Sanjay Raut, saying that his wife and aide also bought plots in Alibag. 8 plots, we are told, 11 crore rupees, 8 plots, which and in different names. And when there is a documentary evidence like that, how do you sort of run away from it and still call it political vendetta? My colleague, I think, Rhythm is also joining us live along with Sandeep, who's in the courtroom. Let's see if the hearing has begun. Sandeep has begun. Sandeep is there. Let me go across to Sandeep to get in a word. Sandeep, you also tracked the story. Just found it a little ironic there when Uddhav Thackeray said that this is like Hitler rule, and under his rule, there was no vendetta. He didn't rule like a Hitler, is more or less what he indicated. But, irrespective of what people have to say regarding him or that comment, let's talk about the case and how many people have been cheated in this particular case. Sandeep.
So as far as this case is concerned, more than 672 teenagers has been cheated by Praveen Raut, and several other people associated in this case are also being cheated. And in fact, this whole scam is all about 1,039 crores. And in fact, several other, the land is being brought by Guru Ashish.
I'm getting in some breaking news right now. The hearing has begun. The hearing has begun. The hearing has begun. Sandeep, stay with me. The hearing has begun. Sandeep, the hearing has begun. Stay with me. The hearing has begun, my friend. Let me just tell you what the Enforcement Directorate is saying inside the courtroom. I have the breaking news updates. The Enforcement Directorate saying that 458 tenement holders, the case is based on a complaint filed by MADA, the government body MADA, adding that in 1 year, 1 crore was diverted into Sanjay Raut and Varsha Raut account. Now, this is the Enforcement Directorate arguing in court right now, saying that 458 tenement holders, that's the total number of tenement holders, of which a case was based, case was based on a complaint filed by MADA, and in 1 year, they're saying 1 crore was diverted into the account of Sanjay Raut. These are breaking news updates that I'm getting. In, and she's sharing the details with us, and he's been produced before the court. So the breaking news update is that the hearing has begun. The Sanjay Raut hearing has begun. The Enforcement Directorate has begun its arguments, and the Enforcement Directorate is saying in court that there are a total of 458 tenement holders, and the case was based on a complaint filed by MADA. So it's technicalities aside, the ED has now just about begun to put their case forward. Let me go across to Swapnil. Swapnil, you've been with us on so many such hearings. Okay, one more argument coming in. The Enforcement Directorate saying that 37 lakhs have been transferred to Sanjay Raut's account for an apartment that was bought in Dadar. I repeat, the Enforcement Directorate saying that 37 lakh rupees was transferred to Sanjay Raut's account for an apartment to be bought in Dadar, and this was transferred from Praveen Raut's company. So what they're now doing is they're trying to draw a direct link between Praveen Raut's company and Sanjay Raut. Praveen Raut is believed to have been an aide of Sanjay Raut, taken into custody, and getting in the breaking news update now that 37 lakh rupees was transferred to Sanjay Raut's account for the apartment to be bought in Dadar. An apartment was bought in Dadar. I repeat, the specific allegations so far made by the Enforcement Directorate. In 1 year, 1 crore was diverted into Sanjay Raut and Varsha Raut's account. The Enforcement Directorate adding that 37 lakh rupees was transferred to Sanjay Raut's account for the Dadar apartment, and this was transferred from Praveen Raut's company. Praveen Raut is already in custody right now. Praveen Raut is already in custody, and let me tell you, let me go back. Okay, prima facie, let me get in the first arguments right now. Swapnil, if I can get your comments to the ongoing hearing. Swapnil.
Yes, Niranjan, if Mr. Praveen Raut is in custody, and if there is a direct link, if the Enforcement Directorate is able to establish the direct link between Mr. Praveen Raut and Mr. Sanjay Raut, assuming that what the ED is trying to say is that because Mr. Sanjay Raut was in a position of a political superiority, and given his contacts, etc., a lot of things could have been done. And if already one of the persons, that is his cousin brother, Mr. Praveen Raut, is in custody, then obviously what the Enforcement Directorate is trying to say is that even we wish to have Sanjay Raut in custody so that we can put both of them together, interrogate both of them separately and at times together, so that to see as to what sort of answers they can elicit. So there is what the Enforcement Directorate is trying to do through its lawyer is trying to establish the factual basis first, then trying to establish a case for the custody, and then eventually they will try to get the custody, because investigating agencies, when they have prima facie evidence, especially under the PMLA and the NDPS and the UAP, and this PMLA being the case here, they are a better chance of getting custody. So this is where the defense lawyer is going to find it extremely difficult to, try to ward off the custody of Mr. Sanjay Raut.
Yes. Yeah, just getting in an update from the courtroom, Swapnil, as Alisha reports from there. Alisha is reporting that the Enforcement Directorate Council has begun the argument. The Enforcement Directorate putting the facts of the case, talking about the entire Patra Chaul case, putting the case in perspective in front of the court, that a total of 458 tenement holders was scammed, and the case was based on a complaint filed by MADA. MADA is the housing body here in Maharashtra, saying that in 1 year, 1 crore rupees was diverted. They're saying 1 crore rupees was diverted into Sanjay Raut and Varsha Raut's account. The Enforcement Directorate also arguing that 37 lakh rupees was transferred directly to Sanjay Raut's account to buy an apartment in Dadar, Mumbai. And that's the bastion of the Shiv Sena. That's where the Shiv Sena headquarters is also located. Saying that that's where he bought the flat in Dadar. 37 lakh rupees. That's the specific amount they say was transferred from the company of Praveen Raut. Praveen Raut himself, according to the Enforcement Directorate, has been one of the biggest beneficiaries. They also believe that he's a front, perhaps. They believe that he's a front. The Enforcement Directorate earlier, when sharing details, said that 100 crore rupees almost was transferred into companies owned by Praveen Raut, and they've named him in different joint properties that are held by both Praveen Raut and Varsha Raut, who's the wife of Sanjay Raut, and they believe that's how the connection is drawn directly, adding that 37 lakh rupees was transferred to Sanjay Raut's account, and this money was directly transferred from the company of Praveen Raut. So I'm getting in some more breaking news updates. So this is a direct connection that they've drawn, something that Swapnil was just mentioning, that they will try and draw the direct connection between someone who's already in their custody and who's facing very serious charges of prevention of money laundering of money laundering under the PMLA Act, and they've made that direct charge against him. So Alisha's typing right now. I'm just waiting for Alisha to type. Alisha just about typing. She's inside the courtroom. She's inside the sessions court. So I'm trying to go across to Sandeep as well. Sandeep, quickly coming to you for 30 seconds, if you can tell our viewers about what the Enforcement Directorate has argued so far. Just as I wait for Alisha to type that message in, if you can tell our viewers about what the Enforcement Directorate is trying to place on record in front of the court now.
Big update out here. Big update out here from the session court is that the hearing has begun, and the advocate appearing for Sanjay Raut had stated, in fact, Enforcement Directorate has stated that 1 crore rupees were transferred collectively in both the accounts of
I'm going to interrupt you there, Sandeep. Sandeep, I'm interrupting you there. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm getting in another breaking news update. Sandeep. Sure. Sandeep, I'm interrupting you there. I'm getting in another breaking news update from inside the courtroom. The Enforcement Directorate has just said Praveen Raut favored Sanjay Raut. I repeat, Alisha sending us a breaking news update from inside the courtroom. The ED arguing inside the courtroom that Praveen Raut favored or helped Sanjay Raut buy 10 plots in Alibag, something that we were talking about earlier. We said eight plots. Alisha saying the Enforcement Directorate is arguing that Praveen Raut favored Sanjay Raut in buying 10 plots in Alibag. Praveen Raut, the breaking news update, the Enforcement Directorate says Praveen Raut is a front man of Sanjay Raut. What we were just about talking, we were just mentioning that the suspicion of the Enforcement Directorate is that Praveen Raut was just a front. They believed that somebody was operating from behind, namely a politician. And that's the suspect. There you go. Breaking news update. Praveen Raut is a frontman of Sanjay Raut is what the Enforcement Directorate has said. The Enforcement Directorate has just said 3 summons were issued to Sanjay Raut. He skipped 2 summons intentionally, trying to build their case for non-cooperation. Breaking news update coming in. The Enforcement Directorate has sought 8 days of custody. Breaking news update. Enforcement Directorate has sought 8 days of custody of Sanjay Raut. They are saying Praveen Raut is a front. The actual beneficiary is Sanjay Raut. That's the big breaking news update now coming in from the Sessions Court in Mumbai. Sanjay Raut, who was taken from the Enforcement Directorate office here right behind me, he was taken to the Sessions Court. And right now the Enforcement Directorate has asked for 8 days of custody. And they believe that Praveen Raut is a front. They're saying that the actual beneficiary is someone else. They believe the actual beneficiary is Sanjay Raut. 3 summons have been issued is what they're saying. 3 summons have been issued. 2 of those summons have been skipped intentionally. They say Praveen Raut is a front. They say the actual beneficiary is Sanjay Raut. That's a very, very serious charge. Very serious charge put forth by the Enforcement Directorate, who said that Sanjay Raut was guilty of offences under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. So this is perhaps for the first time that the Enforcement Directorate is putting it on record. I'll have to check my facts there because Shavan, Alisha have been tracking the story closely. But they are saying They're saying that 3 summons were issued to Raut. He skipped 2 summons intentionally. They're saying Praveen Raut is a front. They're saying the actual beneficiary is Sanjay Raut. They've sought 8 days of custody. And the other breaking news update now coming in. Ashok Mundargi is arguing on behalf of Sanjay Raut right now. Ashok Mundargi arguing on behalf of Sanjay Raut. Let me quickly get in a word from Sandeep, and I'm going across to Swapnil. Sandeep, is it the first time that the Enforcement Directorate has gone on record to say that Praveen Raut is a front? Because if it is, it's a very serious charge.
Yes, before this also in the past when Praveen Raut was arrested, a release was in fact issued by Enforcement Directorate, and it had mentioned about the properties that were attached by Enforcement Directorate against Sanjay Raut, 10 plots that belongs to Sanjay Raut. That was in fact was favored by Praveen Raut, and definitely some of the benefits were given to Sanjay Raut and the Raut family. And in fact, between this, all these arguments, 8 days custody has been sought by Enforcement Directorate. So definitely a huge development out here from Session Court. It will be very much crucial what kind of arguments does Ashok Mundargi do before the courthouse.
Yeah, stay with me. Swapnil, you just heard that the Enforcement Directorate saying that Praveen Raut favors Sanjay Raut in buying properties, in buying plots of land in Alibag, saying that Praveen Raut is a frontman of Sanjay Raut, and that he's the actual beneficiary is actually a politician, a member of parliament. Very, very serious charge against a sitting member of parliament. Swapnil.
Absolutely, Niranjan, that's a very, very serious charge. If the Enforcement Directorate goes to use the word
with certain documentary evidence to show that actually indeed he was the front man and it was not Mr. Praveen Raut who was acting on his own accord. So obviously the predicated offences which as per the amendment of the PMLA, which is also forming part of the scheduled offences, theft, cheating, conspiracy, etc. All of those things will come into play because that is what the Enforcement Directorate is trying to drive home the point, and unless and until it is able to convince the court of that, it is going to be difficult to ward off custody, because the defense counsel will have to literally show that there is no connection between Praveen Raut's actions and Sanjay Raut. And if they can show that, which I doubt so, because it's going to be very difficult for the defense counsel to do that. So the custody will be given, but thereafter how the case proceeds is what is
Swapnil, I just want to bring it. Yeah. Now, I wanted to get you the breaking news update, Swapnil. It will be very, very interesting to note that the Enforcement Directorate has gone on record once again in the court saying that in 2010-2011, Sanjay Raut received 2 lakhs every month from Praveen Raut via online transaction. Saying that Sanjay Raut received 2 lakhs every month from Praveen Raut via online transaction. The Enforcement Directorate also saying that Praveen Raut sponsored Sanjay Raut and his family for a foreign tour. So they're trying to draw the links of Praveen Raut directly to Sanjay Raut. And so far, the serious charges that have been leveled against Sanjay Raut by the Enforcement Directorate. One, they say that Praveen Raut is a front for him. They say the actual beneficiary is Sanjay Raut. They say that Praveen Raut is a complete front for a political leader. They say that Sanjay Raut was favored by Praveen Raut in buying 10 plots of land. I repeat, buying 10 plots of land in Alibag. They're also saying that in 2010-2011, a big allegation. In 2010-2011, Sanjay Raut received 2 lakhs per month from Praveen Raut every month via online transaction. Further going on to say that Praveen Raut sponsored Sanjay Raut and his family for a foreign tour. So several direct transactions that the Enforcement Directorate is trying to point at. Direct transactions. Point number 1, they are saying they're linking the plots. They're linking the plots that were bought in Alibag. Second, they're also linking a 37 lakh rupee transaction. This money, which they say was used by Sanjay Raut to buy a flat. They're also saying that Praveen Raut used to sponsor family trips yearly, saying that Praveen Raut sponsored Sanjay Raut and his family for a foreign tour, saying that in 2010-2011, Sanjay Raut received 2 lakh rupees every month from Praveen Raut. And these are breaking news updates coming in. Alisha sending us the fastest breaking news update from inside the Sessions Court right now. Quickly getting in a word from Sandeep. Sandeep, coming across to you. on what the ED is arguing in court. So it's not one transaction, not two transactions. It appears that the Enforcement Directorate, the country's premier investigating agency, are finding several transactions between Praveen Raut and Sanjay Raut.
So yes, definitely Enforcement Directorate has cited the kind of transactions that were made since 2010 and 2011 in the accounts of Sanjay Raut with the frequency of per month 2 lakhs rupees were transferred by Praveen Raut, and apart from that the family trip, foreign trip for Raut family was also financed by Praveen Raut. Apart from that, the 10 land parcel in Kihim, Alibag, it was also favored by Praveen Raut, and it was sold, in fact bought by Sanjay Raut in the lower rate as compared to the market rate. So definitely these are the things that has been put up by Enforcement Directorate in the courthouse, and citing these things, Enforcement Directorate is seeking his custody for 8 days in fact, and definitely we'll have to see what kind of arguments does Ashok Mundargi does in support of in order to defend Sanjay Raut. And the case is still underway. Niranjan.
Yeah. Let me get a word from Swapnil. So Swapnil, saying that 1 crore was diverted into Sanjay Raut and Varsha Raut account, 37 lakhs transferred to Sanjay Raut from Praveen Raut's company, and then adding that Praveen Raut helped Sanjay Raut buy 10 plots of land in Alibag, saying Praveen Raut is a front man, saying that 2 lakh rupees was transferred every month in 2010-2011, saying that he sponsored a family tour, and this is the Enforcement Directorate. I mean, there are at least 7 or 8 direct transactions already mentioned which don't add up.
Absolutely, Niranjan. There is, especially the 2 lakhs every month and that 37 lakhs, those are very whopping figures. Why 2 lakhs every month? What is the justification for that? Buying plots, fair enough. You bought them at a lesser rate. That also raises the kind of suspicion there. So raises suspicion. So there is no question, Niranjan, that these 2-3 things put together, especially the 2 lakhs every month, will clearly poke holes. In the case, in the defense's case, if they try to show
huge breaking, Swapnil.
Word it off saying that it's nice. Go ahead.
No, huge breaking. Praveen Raut, the court has just said, the Enforcement Directorate has just said, Swapnil, listen to this carefully. Enforcement Directorate has just said, Praveen Raut received 112 crore rupees from HDIL. I repeat, Praveen Raut received 112 crore from HDIL. Sanjay Raut's name surfaced here when 1.6 crore rupees was transferred directly to Sanjay Raut. The Enforcement Directorate saying in court that he directly got 1.6 crore rupees from Praveen Raut. Sanjay Raut, the Enforcement Directorate says, purchased 10 land parcels, 8 agreements. Source of income was Praveen Raut. This is massive. The Enforcement Directorate says Sanjay Raut purchased 10 land parcels. This is huge. What the Enforcement Directorate has said, that he purchased 10 land parcels, 8 agreements, and the source of income when these land parcels were bought by Sanjay Raut. Source of income was, believe it or not, Praveen Raut, is what the Enforcement Directorate is saying. They have added that the land purchased in Alibag, the land sellers have affirmed that more than 70% has been made in cash. More than 70% made in cash. I want to repeat that. This is huge. This is a big revelation by the Enforcement Directorate, saying that Praveen Raut, who they are calling a frontman of Sanjay Raut, got around 112 crore rupees. I repeat, 112 crore rupees from HDIL, the Vadwans, saying that Sanjay Raut's name surfaced here when 1.6 crore was transferred directly to Sanjay Raut. Enforcement Directorate says Sanjay Raut purchased 10 land parcels, 8 agreements, and believe it or not, they claim the source of income was Praveen Raut. Why would a parliamentarian, why would a political leader buy land, and why would a person called Praveen Raut pay for this land? And the Enforcement Directorate has also said the land was purchased in Alibag, and that they have proof, the land sellers have affirmed that more than 70% of that payment was made in cash. And Sanjay Raut's lawyer is just arguing right now. That's the other big breaking news update, saying that Praveen Raut was arrested in ED matter in January or February this year. The ECIR was registered in 2021. The offence is of 2018. So they're trying to argue on the technicalities, lay out the facts of the case. But I think this is big. This is big, going by what they have said, that 70% of property payment made in cash, 70% of property payment made in cash, saying that he purchased 10 land parcels and the source of income was Praveen Raut. 112 crore rupees directly from a big builder going to Praveen Raut, of which they claim directly 1.6 crore rupees was transferred to Sanjay Raut. These are very, very big allegations. I'll quickly get in my colleague Sandeep as well. Sandeep, you're hearing the different allegations being made. This is perhaps the first time that the Enforcement Directorate is going on record on this matter with so much of detail. Why would anybody make payment, 70% of payment in cash? And interestingly, the corresponding period when the 2011 that we spoke of is around the time or after the time that this deal was eventually signed. This deal was eventually signed in 2008. That's where the story begins. In 2008, the Patra Chaul scam happens. And then since 2010, 2011, the payments begin. Sandeep, I think the timeline matches what the Enforcement Directorate is saying is massive. We knew about these lands, but the cash component, the source of the money, these are new revelations.
See, indeed, new revelations has been, exposed out here in the courthouse. And in fact, Enforcement Directorate went on stating that 70% of the cash payment was done to the landowners. And in fact, the only source of income for Sanjay Raut was Praveen Raut. So all the payments were done by Praveen Raut. And in fact, we have to, why Praveen Raut has been arrested? Remember, Praveen Raut is in a case in which it has been found out that 112 crores were transferred from HDIL.
I have some breaking news updates. 1 minute. Sandeep, I have some breaking news updates. Some breaking news updates. Sandeep, breaking news update from inside the courtroom. Sanjay Raut's lawyer, Praveen Mundargi arguing for Sanjay Raut, saying that the complaints submitted to the court are old complaints, claiming that the complaints are Ashok, I'll just small change, okay, my minor correction, my bad. Ashok Mundargi, small correction, Ashok Mundargi. Okay, he's arguing that the complaints submitted to the court by the Enforcement Directorate are old complaints. These things are being raked up because of a change in atmosphere. He says perhaps hinting at a change in the political scheme of things in Maharashtra, saying a new government is in place. Sanjay Raut's lawyer, Mr. Mundargi, arguing that this is a fishing inquiry, saying there's a fishing expedition. Investigating agencies should not be encouraged to investigate on these type of details. Finding it a little bizarre that they're saying that they should not be investigating these type of details. Wonder what they're referring to when they say these type of details. Sanjay Raut's lawyer also saying as far as cooperation is concerned, he will be cooperating. And the lawyer for Sanjay Raut saying that if you see the date of arrest, they're all falling within the election dates of the President, Vice President and Legislative Council. Does that make sense? Swapnil? They're trying to draw a link between the arrest date and the Vice President, President, elections, Legislative Council, etc. It doesn't make any sense to you, the arguments made so far. Will these arguments stand?
Well, the case is lost there itself with these initial arguments. There's no question that the custody will be given to the Enforcement Directorate, because none of these arguments absolutely hold any water, because what you're trying to do is you're giving tangential arguments. You're not arguing the point of law. You're only coming into technicalities, and if the Enforcement Directorate is not supposed to investigate these details, then I don't know what is the job of the Enforcement Directorate and what is the job of the PMLA. So why have that statute at all in the first place? So none of these arguments, I believe Mr. Mundargi doesn't have much to argue. Because if you're referring to some backdated transactions and saying that these are old cases, these are old complaints, but well, nevertheless, these are old complaints, but they've been investigated now and they have been unearthed now. So what is it that you have to say? Whether or not there is money laundered, whether or not there was 112 crores, whether or not there was 37 lakhs, whether or not there was 1.1 or 2 lakhs per month. So you have to argue on those points. And if at all they were transferred, what was the reason behind the transfer? Was it a charity? Was it legitimate? Was that 112 crores there or not there? So you have to argue on those points. And if you cannot argue on those points, and if you argue tangentially, then obviously you're not making out a good case for your client. So if this is not going to work out, and unfortunately these are not the defenses that work out at all, and I'm sure Mr. Mundargi also, being a senior man, knows about it, but I believe he doesn't have much at hand. He doesn't have much at hand to argue. It's as simple as that. Pretty much over.
Yeah. Swapnil, because, he started off by saying that he's going to cooperate. He said as far as cooperation is concerned, he will be cooperating. But the latest argument is that he's not running anywhere, saying Sanjay Raut is not going to run anywhere. He was in Delhi attending Parliament. Then it's pretty ironic, because if you've been summoned 3 times and you don't appear 2 times, you appear 3 times. You're summoned 3 times, but you don't appear 2 times. And I think that tells you something. And going by the sort of, I think they're more talking about the sort of antics, the delaying tactics, because irrespective of what they try to argue, I think the direct links that have been drawn once again to all our viewers joining us on the broadcast, several direct transactions that are being flagged by the Enforcement Directorate in the court while seeking custody of Sanjay Raut. They've sought 8 days of custody. They claim there are direct links. There was 112 crore that was allegedly transferred by a company called the HDIL to Praveen Raut, who they claim, the Enforcement Directorate claims, is a front man of Sanjay Raut. The Enforcement Directorate claims that Praveen Raut is a front man of Sanjay Raut, and he received about 112 crore rupees, is what they have said in court. And as of this minute, the Enforcement Directorate's arguments that were put forth, including that of 37 lakh direct transfer from Praveen Raut's company used to buy an apartment by Sanjay Raut. They claim there was a direct link from the 112 crore. They say 1.67 crore was directly received by Sanjay Raut. They're also talking about how Sanjay Raut reportedly or allegedly between 2010 and 2011 received 2 lakh rupees every month in his account. They're also talking about different family trips that Sanjay Raut reportedly took from Praveen Raut, reportedly sponsored for Sanjay Raut. So these are some of the breaking news updates that we have while the Enforcement Directorate tries to draw a direct link. Let me try and tell you. ED. Okay, after Parliament, the lawyer for Sanjay Raut said he's not running anywhere. He was in Delhi attending Parliament. Okay, there is the health card. Health card has just come out. My client is a heart patient. For which 2 applications will be submitted, is what the lawyer for Sanjay Raut is also saying. The ED has just said they have no objection in providing home food and medicine to Sanjay Raut. That's the other big breaking news update. The Enforcement Directorate has said they don't have any objection in providing home food and medicine to Sanjay Raut. Alisha is still typing, so she must be reporting on what the ED is arguing. But the last 3 or 4 arguments put forth by Sanjay Raut's lawyer, that they say that he was arrested in 2022, January or February, and that this case dates back to 2018, and the complaints are old, adding that these complaints are now being picked up. Not talking about the merits, but saying that these complaints are being picked up because of the political atmosphere. Also adding that this is a fishing inquiry and that investigating agencies should not be encouraged to investigate these types of details. And the lawyer for Sanjay Raut saying, as far as cooperation is concerned, his client, that is Sanjay Raut, the parliamentarian, will be cooperating. Adding that if you see the date of the arrest, they're trying to draw a link between the arrest, the president elections, which by the way is over, vice president elections is by the way quite a distance away, and the Legislative Council, not sure whether that will stand any ground, because on merits very little has been said so far. Sanjay Raut's lawyer also saying that he's not running anywhere. He was in Delhi attending Parliament, saying that his client is a heart patient for which 2 applications will be submitted. The Enforcement Directorate making an intervention, saying they don't have any objection in providing home food and medicine. More breaking news update coming in. Sanjay Raut's lawyer has just said that the official arrest was at 12 midnight, but his liberty was taken away at 7 in the morning. What does that mean? What does that mean, Swapnil? They're saying that official arrest was at 12 midnight, but his liberty was taken away at 7 in the morning. He was detained and was not allowed to go out of his house. So it's been more than 24 hours. What sort of an argument is this? You will be maybe able to explain to us, Swapnil.
Niranjan, this is worsening the case for the client. You can't say these things. These things don't work absolutely. There is no question about it. And, the fact is that if the liberty was taken away at 7 p.m. And the person was arrested at 12 midnight. 5 hours of questioning was there. They are allowed to do that under the statute. And once you find that the person is not cooperating or not giving clean answers or the answers which tend to exonerate him, then obviously you are then going to culminate it into an arrest, and you have produced him within 24 hours before the magistrate. That is what the law says, and you have absolutely complied with the law. So to say that the liberty was taken away at 7 p.m. is something which doesn't work. Otherwise, how do you interrogate a person? You have to take away the liberty of that person. You have to bring him into your office, if I may say, if I don't want to use the word custody. And then you have to arrest, and then the word custody applies, which is what they are asking for. So these things don't work at all. Especially that 2 lakhs per month, Niranjan, that is something which is going to really hurt the judge there.
Yeah.
Because that means you don't want to show 24 lakhs coming in.
There's been another intervention. Yeah, absolutely, spot on there. The Mundargi, the advocate for Sanjay Raut, also now saying that the interrogation should not go on till late nights because Sanjay Raut is a heart patient. Once again, that heart patient card being brought out. Arguments from both sides concluded. So that's the breaking news update. Arguments from both sides concluded. The ED has said they won't interrogate post 10:30 p.m. So that's some sort of a leeway they're trying to give to counter the order to be dictated. Order is going to be dictated. Order to be dictated. Stand by. Order to be dictated. We're just standing by for the order to be dictated anytime now. Anytime now, the order is going to be dictated. So I'm standing by. My colleague Alisha is just about going to type the details. I think going by the arguments, haven't seen much of an argument based on the facts of the case. The ED has put. I think the ED has been spot on, going into the merits, getting into the minutiae, the details of the transactions, directly linking Sanjay Raut, the parliamentarian, to Praveen Raut, who they are directly calling a front man in court. And that is massive. They've called Praveen Raut the front man. And as we speak, I'm looking at my phone as Alisha, my colleague, is inside the courtroom and she's going to type. And the moment she starts typing, I'm going to intervene once again. But the order is going to be dictated. I'm standing by for the orders. The court has heard both sides out. The conclusion, Swapnil, looking at the kind of arguments that have been made by the lawyer who says, first he says, he brings in this argument of. You've heard all the arguments. The last one being liberty, and then finally asking for some sort of a leeway in questioning, which the ED says they don't have an objection. They don't have an objection to home food. They don't have an objection to medicines. They don't have an objection to late night questioning, saying that they won't interrogate post 10:30 p.m. They're also allowing legal consultation. Okay, Alisha's typing. Stay with me. Alisha's typing right now. The order is being dictated. The Enforcement Directorate had asked for. Court begins dictating the order. Okay, court begins dictating the order. Court has begun dictating the order. We're just on standby right now. The court has begun dictating the order. And anytime now, the court's order will be out on Sanjay Raut. They've asked for 8 days of custody. I'm waiting for the details. The court is dictating the order. And Alisha's typing away. She said order is being dictated. 1 minute back she said arguments have concluded from both sides, and then she went silent again and she said the order will be dictated, and then she's typing again. Court begins dictating the order, and just as the order is being dictated, I'm standing by waiting for the details. Swapnil, I'm waiting for Alisha to type. She's not typing anymore. Okay, she's typing again. Alisha's typing again. I'm just waiting, Swapnil. I think the order is being dictated. It's been pretty quick. The court has said, I repeat, the court has said flat was benefited by wife of accused. The flat was a benefit taken by the wife of the accused. Total amount of 1.06 crore was integrated into the family. This is big. The court has observed that the apartment that we spoke of was a benefit by the wife of the accused. Total amount of 1.06 crore was integrated into the family. I repeat, the court has said the flat benefited by wife of the accused in this particular case, Sanjay Raut. They're talking about Varsha Raut, saying that the total amount of 1.06 crore was integrated into the family, or was brought into the family of Sanjay Raut, is what the court is saying, is what we can understand by the observations being made. The court is dictating the order. I'm just reading out from this order. The court has just made a big observation on the facts that were mentioned by the Enforcement Directorate. In its first observation, the court says the flat was a benefit. The flat was a benefit for the wife of the accused, that is Sanjay Raut.
Yes,
total amount of 1.06 crore was integrated into the family. Swapnil, I'm just waiting. You quickly come in, Swapnil. Okay, one more breaking news update. Court saying accused cheated tenants. Big breaking news. Big breaking news. The court says accused cheated tenants. Court says accused, that is Sanjay Raut. I think he's one of the accused. The court saying accused cheated tenants and MADA sold FSI to the third-party developers. The court has just observed that the flat was a benefit for the wife of the accused. A total amount of 1.06 crore was integrated into the family, namely Sanjay Raut's family. The court has also said the accused cheated tenants and MADA sold FSI to the third-party developers. That's a very, very critical observation that has come in. Thousands of people have been cheated in this particular case, and even the court is taking notice of how many people have been cheated. The fact that the poorest of the poor were cheated, their lifetime earnings were taken away from them and cheated and sold as FSI to a third-party developer, who then transferred money. 112 crore rupees, according to the Enforcement Directorate, was transferred to HDIL. More breaking news coming in. My colleague Alisha is still typing. I'm waiting for those details. If you quickly want to come in, Swapnil, quickly, I'll get in a 30-second response from you, Swapnil.
Yes, the court used the word integrated. The word integrated is part of money laundering, where money laundering comprises of three things: placement, layering, and integration. So when the court uses that word, that means the court finds a prima facie case for money laundering. That means the sections of PMLA are attracted. And then it uses the predicated offense of cheating, which it used the word that the accused cheated tenants. So obviously now the court has come to that conclusion in its mind, and obviously what you will see, what will follow is custody, which will be granted to the Enforcement Directorate, because the court has started off by saying that what the Enforcement Directorate is saying prima facie establishes a case of money laundering, or appears to be the case of money laundering, and that's the reason why the custody will be granted. So now we'll just have to see how many days is it granted.
Yeah, I'm just waiting. Alisha's typing once again. So the court has made some very, very serious observations on the facts of the case so far, as Swapnil just legally put it. So rightly, the court has said an apartment that was bought with the Enforcement Directorate has also spoken about was a benefit. Sanjay Raut sent to ED custody till the 4th of August. Broken. First on Republic, sent to ED custody till the 4th of August. So for another 4 days, he will be in ED custody. Today is the first, second, third and fourth. He will be in ED custody till the 4th of August. That's breaking news update coming in. Broken on Republic TV. First on Republic TV. Sanjay Raut sent to ED custody till the 4th of August. That's a quick breaking news update now coming in. Alisha getting us the details. Raut has been sent to ED custody. He will be questioned by the Enforcement Directorate in the money laundering case. In the case where the court has observed that the flat was a benefit by the wife of the accused. A total amount of 1.06 crore was integrated into the family. Speaking about the money that was laundered and the benefits that were made, money that was integrated or brought into the family of Sanjay Raut. The court has also said that the accused cheated tenants and MADA, sold FSI to third-party developers, and Sanjay Raut has now just been sent to ED custody till the 4th of August. That's the breaking news update coming in. Alisha still typing in. Alisha's typing more. I'm waiting for Alisha to type the details and give us those details. First up, she broke the story first for Republic. Alisha's inside the courtroom. Alisha getting us every little detail, and the court has taken cognizance of what the Enforcement Directorate has said, while saying that money was integrated into the family of Sanjay Raut, speaking about how people were cheated, and how a developer made benefits and a part of that money was perhaps swindled to Praveen Raut, who the Enforcement Directorate the court says custodial interrogation of the accused is necessary as it cannot be ignored considering the charge sheet that has been filed. I'm just waiting for that. Okay, I'm just waiting for that. Alicia will type that again. She just deleted that message. Perhaps there was a typo in that. I'll wait for that message to be sent again. Alicia, just typing once again. I'm going to read that observation once again. The court has said flat was benefited. Flat was a benefit to the wife of the accused. A total amount of 1.06 crore was integrated into the family. The court has said the accused cheated tenants and MADA, sold FSI to the third-party developers, and he's now been sent to ED custody till the 4th of August. That's the big breaking news update. Sent to ED custody till the 4th of August. Today is the 1st, so he will have to spend today, tomorrow, day after, and on Thursday, his ED custody will end. Alicia, my colleague inside the Sessions Court, is still typing. So as she types, I'm going to repeat what the court has just said. The court has sent Sanjay Raut, parliamentarian of the Shiv Sena, Rajya Sabha member. He's been sent to ED custody till the 4th of August. The court has said that he benefited. The court has said custodial interrogation of the accused is necessary. It cannot be ignored considering the charge sheet filed in the case. So that's the big breaking news update. The Sessions Court in Mumbai has just said custodial interrogation of the accused. In this case, a parliamentarian of the Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray faction, Sanjay Raut, Rajya Sabha MP. The court says custodial interrogation of the accused is necessary. It cannot be ignored considering the charge sheet filed in the case. Okay, to all these observations and the order, Swapnil, if I can get your response to it.
The 4 days are absolutely adequate as far as the court is concerned, because initially it doesn't want to grant you 8 days, but then thereafter it's for the ED to tell on the 4th of August that we want more custody if the answers don't come out, because this doesn't seem to be a case where you can just finish it off in 4 days and you'll have to continue to arrest more people, because the 112 crores came from where? Who gave them? Why was that sort of an amount given? So these are all questions which the Enforcement Directorate must have thought about, and it's just not arresting 2 people is not enough. You'll have to continue to arrest more people so as to be able to, if you really want to throw light on this entire scam. So this scam is not going to be complete and over with just the arrest of 2 people. That's 1. 2, the custody of 4 days may not be sufficient. 3, that as far as the whole conspectus of facts is concerned, it warrants a deeper investigation as to whether it is just a mere greed as far as the money is concerned, or whether the money was supposed to be laundered somewhere else and it's just personal profiteering of that nature. So these are the 2-3 things which the Enforcement Directorate must have thought about, and these are this is my take on this. As I told you, the word integrated has been used, so obviously the custody will be given, which has been given, and I believe that the Enforcement Directorate, now that it cannot do any grilling post 10:30 p.m., will require that more period of time during the whole day. It will have to sit along with Mr. Raut and try to, and maybe possibly even ask Mr. Praveen Raut to sit together. So both of them can sit together and they can elicit more information from that. So this is where the Enforcement Directorate will have a chance to, and if it's not going to be able to do that, which I doubt it will be, they'll have to obviously request for more time from the court, which the court may then see on the 4th of August as to what is appropriate for the court to do so.
Yeah, that's the breaking news update coming in. Sanjay Raut has been sent to ED custody. And add to that, Swapnil, the court also says, the agency also says he's been non-cooperative. And so it makes it all the more complicated. And so many transactions that have come to light, so many transactions that have been highlighted in the court by the Enforcement Directorate, speaking about money transactions that were made, cash transactions, saying that in one particular case, 10 plots were bought in Alibag, 10 plots were bought, and the money, Sanjay Raut bought the plots according to the Enforcement Directorate, and they believe that the money was paid by Praveen Raut. Just ask yourself that question. If the court is saying, okay, Alisha's live, I think we can get her live. Let's try and go across to her. She'll give us a full sense of what happened inside the courtroom. We'll connect her right now. But the court has, the Enforcement Directorate has, in this hearing that is just concluded, and the order that has been delivered, put the facts of the case against Sanjay Raut in perspective about the direct money links, the money transfers, the land deals, the house deals. Alicia with the full details. Alicia, over to you.
Well, yes, Niranjan, it was a full pact, but even it was an in-camera hearing that was initiated in the beginning as per the request that was made by Enforcement Directorate. But later, somehow we managed to hear what are the arguments that was made. Because importantly, what has really mentioned, because it has clearly mentioned that Pravin Raut is a frontman. But all those money that has been, used, whether from the Patra Chawal and the many money has been, every month 2 lakh that was transferred from Pravin Raut to Sanjay Raut accounts and his family members. Every month there were 2 lakhs, and there are more of the important details that was coming in. As I earlier even mentioned, that there will be more revelation that is going to confront in front of the court, which is why Enforcement Director has asked for 8 days custody looking into the transaction that was made. If I read out some of the important point where the Enforcement Director before the court has stated that there are 37 lakhs that was transferred to Sanjay Raut account for the other flat, and this was transferred from Pravin Raut company. Pravin Raut not only used to transfer money, but he also favored Sanjay Raut to buy 10 plots in Alibag. Pravin Raut is a frontman of Sanjay Raut. 3 summons were issued to Sanjay Raut, but he skipped 2 summons intentionally. Moreover, ED has clearly mentioned that ED is a Pravin Raut is a frontman, and actual beneficiary is Sanjay Raut, through the which more and where we saw that in 2010 and 2011, where Sanjay Raut received 2 lakhs every month from Pravin Raut, and that was via online transaction. Pravin Raut has sponsored Sanjay Raut and his family for a foreign tour. Pravin used to sponsor his family trips. Pravin Raut received around 112 crore from HDIL in the same Patra Chawal for the redevelopment. But Sanjay Raut name surfaced here when 1.6 crore was transferred to Sanjay Raut from Pravin Raut. And also Sanjay Raut, who purchased 10 land parcel and 8 agreements. Source of income was Pravin Raut. Also the land that was purchased in Alibag, the land seller has affirmed that more than 70% has been made in cash. So this are the revelation, a big revelation that has been made by Enforcement Directorate before the court while asking for the custody, because ED at the initial that they wanted to more investigate into the case, and that is where he asked Enforcement Directorate asked for 8 days custody. But even some of the either way, we know that the court also has taken the matter into in a serious matter, has taken into the consideration, because court has stated that the flat was benefited by wife of accused, that is Sanjay Raut, and total amount of 1.6 crore was integrated in the family, which is why court has said that the custodian interrogation of the accused, that is Sanjay Raut, is necessary, as it cannot be ignored considering the charge that is filed in the case. We know that Pravin Raut was arrested in the case, and there was many revelation, many documents that has come forward. There were many witness statement that has been recorded, and not only this, we are pretty sure about it, looking into the case, where it has come to light that there are 10 plots that was brought by Sanjay Raut, and the sponsorship, the money that was given by Pravin Raut. So the 10 plots in Alibag that was brought in Alibag, that plot, the money that has been given by Pravin Raut is what information that has been revealed before the court, after which considering the seriousness of the matter, where court has clearly mentioned that they cannot ignore the investigation at this point of time, considering where the charge sheet has already been filed by the Enforcement Directorate against Pravin Raut. So which is where Sanjay Raut has been sent to the ED custody till August 4.
Yeah, but this is perhaps for the first time that we've seen the kind of detailing that the Enforcement Directorate has done in court about the direct links between Pravin Raut and Sanjay Raut, Alisha, speaking about different cases, different transactions, about the apartment, the money that was allegedly transferred from Pravin. So it is this character called Pravin Raut. By the way, the Enforcement Directorate, Alisha, you're telling us they called him a front man. They believe that he was a front for Sanjay Raut. Is that correct? And do they believe that there is much more to the 112 crores that was reportedly transferred? So who got that money?
Well, yes, Naranjan, it has already put forward by the Enforcement Directorate before the court stating that Pravin Raut is an affront. But Sanjay Raut, the actual beneficiary is Sanjay Raut, is what I mentioned. What important to know that there are, in the year 2010 to 2011, where 2 lakhs every month that has been transferred in the account of Sanjay Raut by Pravin Raut. Even the foreign trips of Sanjay Raut has been taken care by Pravin Raut is what claimed by Enforcement Directorate before the court. And this is something a case. Whether the fact Sanjay Raut, advocate, senior counsel Ashok Mundargi has clearly mentioned that this is something a old case, the case of 2008, where the charge sheet has already been filed. The arrest was made. The Pravin Raut was arrested this year, but even after that, they said they cannot come with the old complaint and ask for a custody. But considering the the revelation that was made by ED before the court, because there are the money transaction that has come forward, the evidence that has been put forward by the Enforcement Directorate before the court, and looking into the case, the seriousness of the matter, where court had decided to send Sanjay Raut not for the 8 days, but yes, till 4th of August.
Yeah. Stay with us. There is action there. He's going to be brought here to the Enforcement Directorate office anytime now. So the police, the police are taking their position here. So he will be brought back here. And he should be, brought back any time now. Sanjay Raut was taken to the Sessions Court, and which is roughly about 5 to 10 minutes away. So he will be brought back in a few minutes from now. The police also asking us to make way so that he can be brought back. So it's perhaps for the first time that the Enforcement Directorate speaking about the different transactions, and very interestingly making that mention of Pravin Raut's companies being used to transfer money to Sanjay Raut. They say that 1.06 crore was directly integrated into the family of Sanjay Raut. Some live pictures coming in. Actually, there's some action there. Alicia, why don't you tell us what's happening there?
Well, yes, we can see the lawyer that has come outside. We can track a Bharat team who has already been present here, and the camera that has already been placed. So we can take a bite from the camera which was already placed, where the lawyers are going to give a bite. And also we can see brother of Sanjay Raut, that is Sunil Raut, who was present during the hearing, the proceeding. So here, even if I like ask my video journalist Sunil to just show you the picture what is going around here in around, because there are also the Shiv Sainik who try to enter the court office, the court premises, the courtroom number, but of course they were they didn't allow, the court did not allow anyone, but the only lawyers related to the case were allowed inside the court premises, the courtroom. But what we have been seeing that there are some people, there are some Shiv Sainik who wanted to, they wanted to join the proceeding, they wanted to hear the proceeding, but of course they were not allowed. Only the family members and the lawyers that is related to the case that were allowed. And now, anytime from now, that we have been waiting, because the lawyers are going to speak about it. Also, Sunil Raut, who is going to speak whatever happened inside the court, because there are many revelations, that has been placed before the court by the Enforcement Director. And most importantly, we heard earlier when there was a search that was conducted by ED at Sanjay Raut residence, but there was a blame game that has all started. We even heard Sunil Raut stating that this is just a frame that has been a wrong frame that has been, Sanjay Raut has been wrongly framed in the case. There are no transactions. There is nothing against illegal against Sanjay Raut. But the revelation that has come before the court, the revelation that has been made by the ED is something very serious. And considering the seriousness of the matter, where special PMLA court has sent Sanjay Raut till 4th August.
Okay, stay with me. Anytime now he's going to be leaving the courtroom, and the Sessions Court that is, and he will be brought here. This is the Enforcement Directorate office, where the police and everyone else is just taking their positions, the paramilitary forces as well, expecting Sanjay Raut to be brought here in a few minutes from now. And when he's brought here, we'll try and ask him those questions. Today, the questions pile up. Today, the questions are serious. Today, for the first time, the Enforcement Directorate has shared details of his direct transactions with Pravin Raut, while calling him a front, while calling him someone who directly benefited. They call him the front man of Sanjay Raut. They say that he was basically fronting, and they've gone on record to say that 112 crore rupees was transferred from HTIL to Praveen Raut, of which they have tracked down 1.67 crore directly into the accounts of Sanjay Raut. And how have they done that? Through the apartment that was bought. They believe that there were several properties, at least 8 to 10 plots in Alibag, parcels of land that were bought, that were purchased by Sanjay Raut. And they say that the payments for these apartments were made by, once again, this man called Praveen Raut, who they are calling a frontman for Sanjay Raut. So these are very specific allegations. And between 2010 and 2011, roughly 2 or 3 years after the Patra Chaul scam happened, roughly 2 or 3 years after that, they have tracked down 2 lakh rupees per month payments that were made directly to the account of Sanjay Raut from Praveen Raut's company. So why would anybody transfer 2 lakh rupees per month into the account of a man called Sanjay Raut? And why would they sponsor the parcels of land?
न देते हुए न्यायालय ने उनको 3 दिन की पीसी दी है। 4 तारीख को संजय राउत साहब को फिर एक बार कोर्ट के हाजिर करेंगे और हमें पूरा विश्वास है कि न्याय व्यवस्था परफेक्ट न्याय हमें देगी और संजय राउत को जल्दी ही बाहर आ जाएंगे। बरोबर, चलो।
Okay, I think I have some breaking news updates. Alisha has just shared the full details of the case. Full details of the case on Republic TV, the case papers of Sanjay Raut on Republic. I'm just going to share that with us. The ED remand copy has been accessed. ED remand copy being accessed. I'm putting that up on the surface. Let me just share it with the team. Sharing it with the team with several pages. I'm just going to forward it right now. Right now. Okay, I'm just sharing it with the team. Okay, I'll share the entire copy. The full ED remand copy has been accessed. I'm reading out from the remand copy. The remand copy is here in front of me, and in the remand copy, you can see that the ED has detailed out the case, and talking about the different the different channels. Sanjay Raut is left from court. So while we tell you the remand copy, get you the details of the remand copy of the Enforcement Directorate, let's also tell you that the Enforcement Directorate has said. Okay, he's come. Okay, we are live now. Sanjay Raut has come. I think Sanjay Raut is being brought here. Sanjay Raut is being brought here by the Enforcement Directorate. Sanjay Raut's car. Mr. Raut. He's being taken inside. Let me try and ask him. Mr. Raut. Sanjay Raut ji! राउत जी 4 दिन की रिमांड है, 4 दिन की रिमांड। कुछ कहना चाहते हैं आप? पत्राचौल स्कैम पे राउत जी मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का चार्ज के बारे में क्या बोलना चाहते हैं आप? मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग चार्ज। Walked away. He tried. I think he just looked back. The moment we shouted money laundering charge, he looked back. But didn't respond. Nothing beyond that. So we tried asking him that question. Didn't say much, but he did look back. When we shouted money laundering charge, and we'll play that full sequence once again. Unlike yesterday when he was brought in here. Yesterday, the windows were down, so we were able to ask him that question. We could see him because he came in his own vehicle. But when he was just brought in by the agencies right now, by the Enforcement Directorate, when he was just brought in, he was brought in with by the ED. and the ED's, the vehicles, the windows were closed, and we couldn't ask him that question. But after he got up, once again trying the same antics of waving to the media and waving and putting up a brave face in the wake of the serious nature of charges that have been leveled against him by the Enforcement Directorate. When he walked in here, we tried asking him some of those questions on the Patra Trawl scam, on the money laundering charges. He stopped at one point, and then no specific answers given. Of course, he was just entering. He can't say much. His lawyers have argued, but not on merits of what was argued by the Enforcement Directorate. But they've got some leeway. The Enforcement Directorate has said they will not question him after 10:30 p.m. And the Enforcement Directorate has also said they can give him access to home-cooked food and also medicines. So that's the big breaking news update from here at the Enforcement Directorate office. Sanjay Raut has just been brought back. But what was argued in court, and we had the remand copy. In fact, let me open up the remand copy right now and get you the details of it. Alisha has just shared details of the remand copy. That's the remand copy that we have with us right now. Let me read out. In the remand copy, the ED has said that, and I'm reading out from the remand copy, it says Varsha Raut also received 14 lakh rupees almost for investment and from a firm called Avani Infrastructure. The profit earned by Srimati Varsha Raut is nothing but adjustment or entry payment received from Sri Praveen Raut as a source of funds. And they also say that being a very influential person and given his proximity to Sanjay Raut, Praveen Raut has received a POC of 112 crore. And there is every likelihood that Sanjay Raut has received more POC during that period. Adding also that apart from the above, Sri Sanjay Raut received additional cash from Praveen Raut, and being investigated so far has revealed that proceeds of crime in the form of cash component were utilized for acquiring assets of Sri Sanjay Raut. Let me go across to Alisha. Alisha is joining us with more details. We'll play out that full sequence, but I think Alisha has full details of the case. She shared the remand copy. Alisha, over to you.
Well, yes, Niranjan, Republic has accessed the remand copy of Enforcement Directorate, and there are many of the points that is, mentioned. An important point I need to read out, where we can see that on being asked about a receipt of 112 crore during 2010 from HDIL, Sanjay Raut stated that among this amount, Rupees 50 crore was received against sale of sweat and equity and the remaining from land deal at Palghar. However, he failed to explain the rationale for receiving such a huge fund without any investment even at the nascent stage of the project. Moreover, even the CFO of HDIL group of companies, Mr. Darshan Mujumdar, has denied insurance of sweat equity to Praveen Raut. So this is talking about 112 crores that has already been mentioned by ED before the court, and that is also that is asked during the course of investigation when he was questioned for several hours. There are moreover points if we can point out, but if we even know that during the court proceeding, there are several points that was made by an ED, clearly mentioning that Praveen Raut is a front, but actual beneficiary is Sanjay Raut. That is what has been mentioned, and also it has been said that Praveen Raut, who used to sponsor Sanjay Raut and his family foreign trip, he used to sponsor his family trip, and Praveen Raut, who received around 112 crore from HDIL. Sanjay Raut's name surfaced here when 1.6 crore was transferred to Sanjay Raut. Not only this, but since 2010 to 2011, every month 2 lakh that was transferred in the account of Sanjay Raut by Praveen Raut. So this is something, an huge allegation, the huge claim that has been made by ED, which is why, considering the seriousness of the matter, where a PMLA court has decided to send Sanjay Raut to ED custody till 4th August.
Yeah, Alisha, stay with me.
काल संजय राऊत साहेबांना रात्री 12 चालू करू घ्या चालू काल सकाळी 7:30 वाजता ईडीचे अधिकारी माझ्या घरी आले, संजय राऊत साहेबांच्या घरी आले.
Yesterday, by around 7:30, where ED official came to our resident, my resident, Sanjay Raut resident,
5 वाजता त्यांना ईडीचे
and they were conducting searches till 4:30.
रात्री
By 5 p.m. he was taken to the ED office.
ईडीने अटक केलं असं आम्हाला इंटिमेशन दिलं. आज सकाळपासून
The intimation given to me over the arrest of Sanjay Raut, that was around 12:40 a.m. We were waiting for Sanjay Raut in the court.
आता न्यायालयीन सेशन कोर्ट मध्ये घेऊन आले.
But we know that it was 11:45-12 when Sanjay Raut was taken to JJ hospital for the medical.
आणि या विश्वासाला सार्थ आज आम्ही ठरलेलो आहोत. आज
We have full faith on justice, on judicial.
न्यायालयाने 8 दिवसांची
We saw that enforcement directorate asked for 8 days custody.
4 तारखेला त्यांना परत एकदा न्यायालयामध्ये
But the court has granted only 3 days of custody.
संजय राऊतांनी
Despite of 8 days of custody, Sanjay Raut will be produced again before the court on 4th of August. The only punishment where Sanjay Raut has been going through is just he spoke against Bharatiya Janata Party,
आणि मला खात्री आहे की न्याय व्यवस्था आपलं काम
and which is the only reason where Sanjay Raut has been arrested. And we have full faith on justice, we full faith on judiciary.
देखो कल 7:30 बजे मेरे घर पे संजय राउत साहब के घर पे ईडी के 20-22 अधिकारी आए थे. 7:30 बजे से 4:30-5 बजे तक उन्होंने घर सर्च किया, कुछ डॉक्यूमेंट्स लेके गए. 5 बजे हम लोग घर से निकले, 6 बजे हम ईडी के ऑफिस में आए. कम से 7 घंटा इंतजार करने के बाद रात को 40 को संजय राउत को अरेस्ट दिखाया. आज हम इंतजार कर रहे थे 12 बजे से कोर्ट में, लेकिन आज 1:15 बजे उन्हें जेजे रुग्णालय लेके गए, उनकी मेडिकल हो गई. अभी उनको कोर्ट हाजिर किया. हमारा पूरा विश्वास न्याय व्यवस्था पे है. ईडी ने उनके 8 दिन की पीसी मांगी थी, लेकिन आज 8 दिन की पीसी न देते हुए न्यायालय ने उनको 3 दिन की पीसी दी है. 4 तारीख को संजय राउत साहब को फिर एक बार कोर्ट के हाजिर करेंगे और हमें पूरा विश्वास है कि न्याय व्यवस्था परफेक्ट न्याय हमें देगी और संजय राउत को जल्दी ही बाहर आ जाएंगे.
बरोबर, चलो.
That was the brother of Sanjay Raut who spoke to the media, once again maintaining that his brother, his elder brother, is innocent. We tried asking Sanjay Raut some of those questions when he was brought here a few minutes back. Let's play out that sequence. Let's play out the sequence when he was brought here and we tried asking him those questions. Sanjay Raut's car.
Sanjay Raut again.
Mr. Raut! Mr. Raut! Mr. Raut! Mr. Raut! Mr. Raut! He's being taken inside. Let me try and ask him. Mr. Raut! Mr. Raut! Mr. Raut! Sanjay Raut! Sanjay Raut! Sanjay Raut! Sanjay Raut! Sanjay Raut ji! Raut ji! राउत जी, 4 दिन की रिमांड है, 4 दिन की रिमांड. कुछ कहना चाहते हैं आप? पत्राचौल स्कैम पे. राउत जी, मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का चार्ज के बारे में क्या बोलना चाहते हैं आप? मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग चार्ज. Walked away. Sanjay Raut's car. Mr. Raut! Mr. Raut! Mr. Raut! Mr. Raut! Mr. Raut! He's being taken inside. Let me try and ask him. Mr. Raut! Mr. Raut! Mr. Raut! Sanjay Raut! Sanjay Raut! Sanjay Raut! Sanjay Raut! Sanjay Raut ji! Raut ji! राउत जी, 4 दिन की रिमांड है, 4 दिन की रिमांड। कुछ कहना चाहते हैं आप? पत्राचौल स्कैम पे राउत जी, मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का चार्ज के बारे में क्या बोलना चाहते हैं आप? Money laundering charge. Walked away. The Enforcement Directorate office and he's been taken inside, sent to 4 days ED custody. Taking a short break here on Republic TV. Coming back with the details of what the Enforcement Directorate said in court and what the ED remand copy says about the facts of the case. The numbers are staggering. The proof, the ED says, is very strong. Stay tuned.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
About 7:30 in the morning, the Enforcement Directorate landed up here. The questioning of Sanjay Raut by these 12 Enforcement Directorate officers is in progress.
Preliminary set of questions were posed at Sanjay Raut when he was at his residence. He wasn't really cooperating, and that is one of the reasons why he has now been brought to the Enforcement Directorate's office at Balad Estate.
Sanjay Raut is already arrested and it will be around 11:30 when he will be brought up before the special PMLA court where the ED will ask for the custody.
The protesters are trying to exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to oppose?
Sonia Gandhi coming out of the, and we can see Priyanka Gandhi is also here along with Sonia Gandhi.
Sanjay Raut sitting outside his residence. He has come out. Oil prices sank today after an unexpected drop in Chinese factory activity raised concerns over slowing crude demand in the world's second largest economy. At 2339 GMT, crude oil futures sank 0.9% to $97.73 a barrel, while Brent oil futures have also dropped by 0.6% to about 103.39 per barrel, extending their sharp declines in the month. And Kosovo's government has accused neighbouring Serbia of trying to destabilize the country as ethnic Serbs blocked roads and conducted other incidents in the north, apparently in a dispute over vehicle license plates and identity cards. And here's a look at some news in brief. Floods unleashed by torrential rains in eastern Kentucky have killed about 28 people, including 4 children. According to officials, a dozen shelters were opened for flood victims in Kentucky, with 388 occupants on Sunday. Rishi Sunak is trailing in the race to become Britain's next Prime Minister and has vowed to slash the basic rate of income tax by 20% by 2029 in a potentially make or break throw of the dice by the former finance minister.
In the team's events, India's women's cricket team picked up its first win of the tournament, beating Pakistan with a comfortable 8-wicket win. Star opening batter Smriti Mandhana did the star turn for India with a fluent 63 with no wickets out after bowlers Sneh Rana and Radha Yadav had taken 2 wickets apiece to skittle Pakistan out.
The Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez has offered North Macedonia his country's full support for integration into the 27-nation European Union. EU officials have recently sought to encourage governments in the region to move on with reforms amid concerns over Russia's efforts to boost its influence in the Balkans.
In the 2008 Patra shawl scam redevelopment case, the ED has arrived at the Maitri residence of Sanjay Raut. Sanjay Raut has been detained by the ED. The situation insofar as the
Getting in some breaking news now. In fact, some really tragic news from Jabalpur. From Jabalpur now, getting in news that there's a fire at a hospital in Jabalpur, and getting in some breaking news that several people are feared dead. Some reports are pegging it at 5, saying that 5 lives have been lost. We'll wait for an official confirmation, but initial reports coming in from Jabalpur suggesting that 5 lives may be lost in the fire at Jabalpur Hospital. This is a breaking news update. Those are the first pictures coming in. Jabalpur in Madhya Pradesh, there's been a fire at a hospital, and Satya Vijay confirming to us that 5 lives have been lost in this fire. From the first visuals that are coming in, details, it looks like it's the New Life Multi-Specialty Hospital. New Life Multi-Specialty Hospital in Jabalpur, Madhya Pradesh. A fire engine seen entering a very crowded area, and 5 lives have been lost in the big blaze that can be seen in the hospital premises. Anuj joining us with the details of the case and what we know so far. Anuj.
Well, exactly, Niranjan. This has been reported from Jabalpur of Madhya Pradesh, and what we have been told, this is a fire which broke out in the New Life Hospital in Jabalpur, and after that, stampede what was witnessed in the hospital, and chaos. This was all chaos after the spot, near the spot, and what we have been told till now that the fire brigade has arrived, and the law and order being looked up by the top officials there, and they are trying to control the situation. 5 people confirmed that they have lost their life in this stampede. So this is the latest what we have been told, that from Jabalpur, Madhya Pradesh, Jabalpur, yes, fire breakout in the New Life Hospital. Niranjan, we are waiting for the more update from the ground, but what we have been told that the fire tenders has been already rushed to the spot. On the other hand, the police person and the security is already there on the spot trying to control the situation. But 5 people, after this happened, 5 people have lost their life till now, what we have been reported.
A very disturbing news coming in there. A very disturbing. I'm staying with those pictures of the fire at the New Life Specialty Hospital. This is the New Life Specialty Hospital in Jabalpur. The visuals showing that the entire hospital was gutted, or an entire wing was gutted. There was a stampede after the fire broke out. 5 lives, we are told, have been lost. We'll take a short break. We're coming back with the pictures and the breaking news updates. Stay tuned.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
The Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez has offered North Macedonia his country's full support for integration into the 27-nation European Union. EU officials have recently sought to encourage governments in the region to move on with reforms amid concerns over Russia's efforts to boost its influence in the Balkans.
In the 2008 Patra Shawl scam redevelopment case, the ED has arrived at the Maitri residence of Sanjay Raut. Sanjay Raut has been detained by the ED. The situation insofar as the residence of Sanjay Raut remains unchanged.
Sanjay Raut has been arrested and more people likely to be called in.
Look at the mountain of cash.
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
About 7:30 in the morning, the enforcement directorate landed up here. The questioning of Sanjay Raut by these 12 enforcement directorate officers is in progress.
Preliminary set of questions were posed at Sanjay Raut when he was at his residence. He wasn't really cooperating, and that is one of the reasons why he has now been brought to the enforcement directorate's office at Balad Estate.
Sanjay Raut has already been arrested and it will be around 11:30 when he will be brought before the special PMLA court where the ED will ask for the custody.
The protesters are trying to exert force on the barricades and trying to break it down.
Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to report?
Sonia Gandhi coming out of the, and we can see Priyanka Gandhi also here along with Sonia Gandhi.
Sanjay Raut Singh outside his residence. He has come out. He has come out.
And here's a look at some news in brief. Floods unleashed by torrential rains in eastern Kentucky have killed about 28 people, including 4 children. According to officials, a dozen shelters were opened for flood victims in Kentucky, with 388 occupants on Sunday.
Welcome back to the breaking news update that we're getting you from Jabalpur in Madhya Pradesh, where there's been a fire at a hospital. This is a New Life multi-specialty hospital in Jabalpur. And disturbing news now coming in. Satya Vijay is joining us live. Satya Vijay, getting in extremely distressing news that 5 lives have been lost. Satya Vijay.
बिल्कुल देखिए, जबलपुर का जो न्यू लाइफ हॉस्पिटल है इसमें आग लगी है। बड़ी दुखद और दर्दनाक घटना हुई है। हालांकि फिलहाल आग पर काबू पा लिया गया है, लेकिन इस घटनाक्रम में अब तक जो अधिकृत तौर पर वो 5 लोगों की मौत की पुष्टि हो चुकी है। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि मौत का जो आंकड़ा है वो बढ़ सकता है, ऐसा वहाँ के स्थानीय स्तर के जो सोर्स हैं हमें बता रहे हैं। और ये भी जानकारी है कि कुछ हॉस्पिटल स्टाफ के जो लोग हैं उनकी भी इस आगजनी की घटना में, हॉस्पिटल में आग लगी, इसमें डेथ होने की सूचना है। फिलहाल पुलिस और जिला प्रशासन सभी लोग मौके पर हैं और जो आग बुझाई है इसके आज जो पेशेंट्स वहां पर गंभीर घायल।
आज ये थाना गोहलपुर के पास चंडाल भाटा स्थित न्यू लाइफ हॉस्पिटल में अचानक से स्पार्किंग के कारण आग लगी है। प्राइमा फेसी जो बात सामने आई है, और ये आग इतनी खतरनाक थी कि ये फर्स्ट ग्राउंड फ्लोर से लगना शुरू हुई जो 3rd फ्लोर तक गई। हमारी टीम के द्वारा तत्काल इस पर संज्ञान लेते हुए टीआई कोतवाली, टीआई गोहलपुर यहाँ उपस्थित हुए और हमारी पूरी फोर्स ने इसको यहाँ पर आग को कंट्रोल करते हुए पूरे जो अंदर फंसे हुए लोग थे उनको बाहर निकाला। इसमें 7 गंभीर अवस्था में घायल हुए हैं जिनको मेडिकल और अन्य अस्पतालों में भेजा गया। बाकी लोगों को सुरक्षित बाहर निकाल लिया गया।
कुछ डेथ
अभी जो प्राइमरी जो सूचना है उसमें 4 लोगों की इसमें डेथ हो चुकी है और 3 लोग गंभीर रूप से इलाजरत हैं।
किन कारणों से आपने कुछ आइडेंटिफाई हो पाया?
अभी ये शॉर्ट सर्किट ग्राउंड फ्लोर पर होने की वजह से बताया गया है स्टाफ के द्वारा। अभी और विवेचना हमारे द्वारा की जा रही है। हमारी एक्सपर्ट टीम देख रही है कि आग की शुरुआत कहाँ से हुई है।
So the police, they're saying that it's because of a short circuit. The official number is 4, so we'll stick to that. The police saying that 4 lives have been lost. Going back to Satya Vijay, looking at those pictures, an entire wing of this hospital seems to be gutted. A spark seems to have caused the fire. What is the latest situation? How many people injured? 4 lives have been lost is what we are hearing, but how many people are injured, and are everyone inside evacuated?
देखिए, पूरी तरह से जो आग ने हॉस्पिटल को अपनी चपेट में ले लिया था और इसके बाद वहां पर जो अधिकृत तौर पर अभी हमने जो वर्जन सुना पुलिस अफसर का, उन्होंने कहा कि 4 लोगों की मौत की पुष्टि उन्होंने की और 3 गंभीर घायल हैं। लेकिन हमारे पास पुख्ता तौर पर ये जानकारी आ रही है कि हॉस्पिटल इस आगजनी की घटना में मौत का आंकड़ा बढ़ सकता है। जबलपुर के महापौर ने एक स्टेटमेंट भी दिया है जिसमें वो 8 मौत की बात कह रहे हैं, लेकिन हम इसकी पुष्टि अभी नहीं करेंगे अधिकृत तौर पर, कि पुलिस अफसर 4 की मौत बता रहे हैं। दूसरी तरफ प्रारंभिक तौर पर यह भी निकलकर सामने आया कि ये जो आग है ये कुछ शॉर्ट सर्किट या इलेक्ट्रिक फॉल्ट की वजह से हुआ है। लेकिन इन पहलुओं पर पुलिस और प्रशासन बाद में इन्वेस्टिगेट करेगा। पहले जो है हॉस्पिटल में अगर कोई ये वहाँ जो प्रशासन वो रेस्क्यू कर रहा है इस चीज का कि हॉस्पिटल में इस घटना में कोई और ऐसा तो नहीं किसी जगह फंसा हो, क्योंकि आग अब बुझा ली है, काबू पा लिया है आग पर, लेकिन कोई रह ना जाए वहां पर। और जो पेशेंट्स हैं जो जिनकी हालत गंभीर है उन्हें तुरंत इलाज मिले, इन सब पहलुओं पर इन्वेस्टिगेशन जारी है फिलहाल।
Yes, staying with those pictures of a hospital that caught fire. This is a New Life multi-specialty hospital in Jabalpur in Madhya Pradesh, where 4 lives have been lost, several people injured. क्या हमें ये पता है कि कहाँ पे हुआ था, इस अस्पताल में कितने लोग थे, कितने बिल्डिंग्स थे, कितने ब्लॉक्स थे, कितना बड़ा है ये हॉस्पिटल, कुछ डिटेल्स दीजिए हमें सत्य विजय।
देखिए जबलपुर के पॉस इलाके में ये हॉस्पिटल बना हुआ है, प्राइवेट हॉस्पिटल है और मल्टी स्पेशलिटी हॉस्पिटल है। मतलब जो अनुमान हमें, जो जानकारी इनपुट सभी हमें मिल रहे हैं उसके मुताबिक ये हॉस्पिटल 3 से 4 मंजिला है और हर मंजिल पर पेशेंट्स थे, क्योंकि यहाँ पर सभी तरह का ट्रीटमेंट होता है। और एक और जानकारी ये भी आ रही है कि कुछ हॉस्पिटल के जो स्टाफ के लोग हैं, 2 नर्स की इनपुट्स हैं कि
जो पुलिस का जो साउंड रिएक्शन आया था, लेट्स लिसन इनटू दैट प्लीज। दिस इज द पुलिस वर्जन, ऑफिशियल पुलिस वर्जन ऑन द फायर।
में अचानक से स्पार्किंग के कारण आग लगी है, प्राइमा फेसी जो बात सामने आई है। और ये आग इतनी खतरनाक थी कि ये फर्स्ट ग्राउंड फ्लोर से लगना शुरू हुई जो 3rd फ्लोर तक गई। हमारी टीम के द्वारा तत्काल इस पे संज्ञान लेते हुए टीआई कोतवाली, टीआई गोलपुर यहाँ उपस्थित हुए और हमारी पूरी फोर्स ने इसको यहाँ पर आग को कंट्रोल करते हुए पूरे जो अंदर फंसे हुए लोग थे उनको बाहर निकाला। इसमें 7 गंभीर अवस्था में घायल हुए हैं जिनको मेडिकल और अन्य अस्पतालों में भेजा गया, बाकी लोगों को सुरक्षित बाहर निकाल लिया गया। अभी जो प्राइमरी जो सूचना है उसमें 4 लोगों की इसमें डेथ हो चुकी है और 3 लोग गंभीर रूप से इलाज रहते हैं अभी।
किन कारणों से आप लोग आइडेंटिफाई हो पाए?
अभी ये शॉर्ट सर्किट ग्राउंड फ्लोर पर होने की वजह से बताया गया है स्टाफ के द्वारा। अभी और विवेचना हमारे द्वारा की जा रही है, हमारी एक्सपर्ट टीम देख रही है कि आग की शुरुआत कहाँ से हुई है।
That we are breaking from Jabalpur in Madhya Pradesh, where there's been a fire at a hospital. From the initial details that we have, it was a spark that caused the fire. There was also some stampede that took place inside, after which there was a complete chaos, and an entire wing has been burnt down, has been gutted. The police saying that estimate figures, the initial reports coming in, that 4 lives have been lost, several people have been injured. And hearing now that the Prime Minister has also tweeted, let me see if I can go ahead and get you what the Prime Minister has just tweeted, getting in more details. The Prime Minister, the Chief Minister has tweeted, it's a small correction there. The Chief Minister of मध्य प्रदेश शिवराज सिंह चौहान has tweeted saying that जबलपुर के एक अस्पताल में भीषण अग्नि दुर्घटना का दुखद समाचार प्राप्त हुआ है एंड स्थानीय प्रशासन और कलेक्टर ने निरंतर संपर्क में हूँ। मुख्य सचिव को संपूर्ण मामले पर नज़र बनाए रखने के लिए निर्देश दिया है। राहत एवं बचाव के लिए हर संभव प्रयास किए जा रहे हैं। So that's the Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, Shivraj Singh Chauhan, who's just tweeted on the measures being taken so far on this very, very tragic fire that has broken out at a hospital in Jabalpur, where the police has confirmed that 4 lives have been lost according to initial reports coming in. And we are staying with the details of the fire and hearing now that more measures are being taken, more officers are being rushed to keep a close watch on the situation. Let me go back to Satya Vijay if he's on the phone line with us to get some more details. Satya Vijay, tell our viewers about this hospital. How many patients were there? Have all patients been removed? Have been rescued? The mayor has just tweeted saying that 9 to 10 lives may have been lost. The mayor of Jabalpur has just tweeted saying that 9 to 10 lives may have been lost. Let me go across to go back to Satya Vijay and also the police that went on record. Let's play out the mayor's bite. The mayor says 9 to 10 lives may be lost. That's a big number. We'll have to find out what really went wrong there.
जिसमें से 2 नर्सिंग स्टाफ और बाकी के पेशेंट हैं। 3 लोग बिल्कुल
So that was a mayor who just said that 9 to 10 lives have been lost. So that's an update that's coming in. Let me go across to Satya Prakash as well. Satya Prakash, अभी mayor बोल रहे हैं कि अभी 9 से 10 लोग की मौत हुई है. What more can you tell us now at this minute? How many people were there? How many people were there in which department? And in how many? Okay, before that, let's also listen to the police. The police explained the sequence of events of what really happened. Let's play that out.
आज ये थाना गोहलपुर के पास चंडाल भाटा स्थित न्यू लाइफ हॉस्पिटल में अचानक से स्पार्किंग के कारण आग लगी है. प्राइमा फेसी जो बात सामने आई है, और ये आग इतनी खतरनाक थी कि ये फर्स्ट ग्राउंड फ्लोर से लगना शुरू हुई जो थर्ड फ्लोर तक गई. हमारी टीम के द्वारा तत्काल इस पे संज्ञान लेते हुए टीआई कोतवाली, टीआई गोहलपुर यहाँ उपस्थित हुए, और हमारी पूरी फोर्स ने इसको यहाँ पर आग को कंट्रोल करते हुए पूरे जो अंदर फंसे हुए लोग थे उनको बाहर निकाला. इसमें 7 गंभीर अवस्था में घायल हुए हैं जिनको मेडिकल और अन्य अस्पतालों में भेजा गया. बाकी लोगों को सुरक्षित बाहर निकाल लिया गया.
कुछ डेथ
अभी जो प्राइमरी जो सूचना है उसमें 4 लोगों की इसमें डेथ हो चुकी है और 3 लोग गंभीर रूप से इलाजरत हैं.
किन कारणों से आप लोग कुछ आइडेंटिफाई हो पाए?
अभी ये शॉर्ट सर्किट ग्राउंड फ्लोर पर होने की वजह से बताया गया है स्टाफ के द्वारा. अभी और विवेचना हमारे द्वारा की जा रही है. हमारी एक्सपर्ट टीम देख रही है कि आग की शुरुआत कहाँ से हुई है.
Okay, so that's the police that just went on record now. The police that went on record to talk about what really happened, talking about the fire that spread rapidly, leading to a stampede kind of a situation. 9 to 10 people have died. This is in Jabalpur, Madhya Pradesh, at the New Life Multi-Specialty Hospital. 9 to 10 people have died, and the first pictures coming in. The mayor confirming that 9 to 10 people have died in Jabalpur. Spark that caused the fire, and an entire complex was gutted. An entire complex was gutted. The first pictures coming in right now. Let's go across to Satya Vijay and also play out what the police and also what the mayor said while speaking just now a few seconds back. The visuals themselves, looking at the visuals, are telling you the fire, the nature of the fire, and how quickly it spread. Taking a short break right now. We'll take a short break and we'll come back with more details of this massive blaze that has gutted a hospital in Jabalpur, Madhya Pradesh.
And here's a look at some news in brief. Floods unleashed by torrential rains in eastern Kentucky have killed about 28 people, including 4 children. According to officials, a dozen shelters were opened for flood victims in Kentucky, with 388 occupants on Sunday. Rishi Sunak is trailing in the race to become Britain's next Prime Minister and has vowed to slash the basic rate of income tax by 20% by 2029 in a potentially make or break throw of the dice by the former finance minister.
एक ध्यान में रखो, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने उनको अरेस्ट का ये सब फ्रेम बनाई थी, लेकिन संजय राउत झुकेंगे नहीं, डरेंगे नहीं, पार्टी छोड़ेंगे नहीं, जिंदगी के आखिरी क्षण तक शिवसेना में रहेंगे, उद्धव साहब के साथ रहेंगे.
After the Enforcement Directorate conducts mega raids at Shiv Sena spokesperson Sanjay Raut's Maitri residence in Mumbai's Bhandup in connection with Patrachal land scam case, BJP leader Kirit Somaiya claims that Raut will very soon become Nawab Malik's neighbor in jail.
लोगों को जेल में डालने की धमकी देने वाले संजय राउत को आज जेल में भेजा जा रहा है. सत्यमेव जयते.
After claims that Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Raut had been arrested by the ED, Shiv Sena MP Vinayak Raut rather extended his support and said that the party will not bow down in front of the Enforcement Directorate. He further added that the veteran politician is not alone and said that they are proud of Sanjay Raut and that he has full support of the people of Maharashtra. Now, after the ED raided Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut's home and detained him in connection with the Patra Chaul landscape, the BJP leader Ram Kadam took a dig at Sanjay Raut on Twitter and said that it was divine punishment and also lauded new democracy.
After hours of grilling by the Enforcement Directorate, Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut was arrested over non-cooperation incriminating documents recovered by the ED. After over 10 hours of raids, Sanjay Raut is being grilled by the ED for more than 6 hours now. As we report live from the ED office, more senior officials joined the questioning.
It is hyper-national to ask for #HarGharTiranga. The truth is that there are vested interests and there are groups within India who are afraid of nationalism. They are very afraid of the nation first doctrine. They are worried about the unifying consequences of nationalism, and they feel they will be irrelevant if there is a wave of nationalism in this country.
Welcome back. You're watching Republic TV. Staying with the breaking news updates that we had before we hit the break of the tragic fire that has engulfed an entire hospital in Jabalpur, Madhya Pradesh. An entire block has been gutted. 9 to 10 lives have been lost, is what we are hearing from the mayor of the city in Jabalpur, Madhya Pradesh, and also the police, who say that it was a spark that led to this massive blaze, and several people were killed, including nurses. We are told from the initial details, 2 or 3 nursing staff and patients also killed in this tragedy. Let's play out the sound bites first up, and the disturbing pictures that are coming in from Jabalpur in Madhya Pradesh.
जानकारी के अनुसार 9 से 10 लोगों की मृत्यु हो गई है, जिसमें से 2 नर्सिंग स्टाफ और बाकी के पेशेंट हैं। 3 लोग बिल्कुल सुरक्षित ठीक हालात में हैं, उन्हें मेट्रो अस्पताल भेजा गया है। ये मेडिकल में जो 10 लोगों की सूचना है, वो लगभग ये स्थिति है कि वो नहीं है। पुख्ता जानकारी कुछ ही मिनटों में आ जाएगी। बहुत ही दुखद घटना है। क्यों हुई, कैसे हुई, इसके पीछे क्या कारण था, वो पता लगेगा। क्षेत्रीय लोगों का जो बताना है, वो उनका कहना है कि शॉर्ट सर्किट दिखा। उनका जो नीचे जनरेटर था, उसमें एकदम से आग लगी और आग लग के वो अस्पताल में गई। चूँकि पेशेंट हड्डी वाले थे, हड्डी टूटी हुई थी, उस कारण से शायद लोग चल भी नहीं पाए।
विश्वास सारंग मध्य प्रदेश मिनिस्टर जॉइनिंग अस ऑन द फोन लाइन। विश्वास सारंग जी, अभी जी ये जो घटना हुई है, इसके बारे में हमें हमारे जो दर्शकों हैं उनको बताइए कि क्या डिटेल्स अवेलेबल है, क्या हुआ था यहाँ पे। विश्वास सारंग जी, आवाज आ रही है मेरी? विश्वास सारंग जी, ओके, आई एम गोइंग बैक टू अनुज जॉइनिंग अस। विश्वास सारंग जी, आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ जी, आ रही है।
विश्वास सारंग जी, हमारे दर्शकों, हाँ जी, हमारे जो दर्शकों हैं, हमारे दर्शकों को बताइए क्या हुआ था वहाँ पे, और क्या जानकारी है।
जबलपुर में एक प्राइवेट हॉस्पिटल में आग लगी है और बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण घटना है। रेस्क्यू किया गया, अभी आग पर पूरी तरह से नियंत्रण पा लिया गया है, आग बुझ गई है। और अभी मेरी स्वयं वहाँ के डीएम से, कलेक्टर से बात हुई है, वो भी घटनास्थल पर ही है। ये निर्देश दिए गए हैं कि जो भी रोगी हैं या घायल हैं, उनको जल्द दूसरे अस्पताल में शिफ्ट किया गया जाए, और शिफ्टिंग हो भी गई है। जो भी कारण है उसके बारे में तो हम बाद में ही कुछ बता पाएंगे, पर बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण घटना है।
और कितने लोग थे विश्वास सरंग जी, कितने पेशेंट्स थे और टोटल कितने लोग थे अस्पताल के अंदर जब ये
अभी फिगर बताना उचित नहीं है, क्योंकि ये पूरा रेस्क्यू जब हो जाएगा उसके बाद ही कुछ मैं फिगर बता सकता हूँ।
Thank you, Vishwas Sarang, the minister in Madhya Pradesh, giving us initial details of what he knows. On the ground, the mayor says 9 to 10 lives have been lost. I'm taking a short break right now. When we come back, getting you the big story of Sanjay Raut being sent to ED custody. Stay tuned.
एक ध्यान में रखो, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने उनको अरेस्ट का ये सब फ्रेम बनाई थी, लेकिन संजय राउत झुकेंगे नहीं, डरेंगे नहीं, पार्टी छोड़ेंगे नहीं, जिंदगी के आखिरी क्षण तक शिवसेना में रहेंगे, उद्धव साहब के साथ रहेंगे।
After the Enforcement Directorate conducts mega raids at Shiv Sena spokesperson Sanjay Raut's Maitri residence in Mumbai's Bhandup in connection with Patra Chaul land scam case, BJP leader Kirit Somaiya claims that Raut will very soon become Nawab Malik's neighbor in jail.
लोगों को जेल में डालने की धमकी देने वाले संजय राउत को आज जेल में भेजा जा रहा है। सत्यमेव जयते।
In the 2008 Patra Chaul scam redevelopment case, the ED has arrived at the Maitri residence of Sanjay Raut. Sanjay Raut has been detained by the ED. The situation insofar as the residence of Sanjay Raut remains unchanged.
Sanjay Raut has been arrested and more people likely to be called in.
Look at the mountain of cash.
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
About 7:30 in the morning, the enforcement directorate landed up here. The questioning of Sanjay Raut by these 12 enforcement directorate officers is in progress.
Preliminary set of questions were posed at Sanjay Raut when he was at his residence. He wasn't really cooperating, and that is one of the reasons why he's now been brought to the Enforcement Directorate's office at Balad Estate.
Sanjay Raut has already been arrested, and it will be around 11:30 when he will be brought up before the special PMLA court, where the ED will ask for the custody.
The protesters are trying to...
Can a rupees 1,000 crore scam be played down and dismissed? Cash seized, documents recovered, Sanjay Raut arrested. Can a rupees 1,000 crore scam be dismissed? Ornav debates at 9 p.m.
आज ये थाना गोहलपुर के पास चंडाल भाटा स्थित न्यू लाइफ हॉस्पिटल में अचानक से स्पार्किंग के कारण आग लगी है। प्राइमा फेसी जो बात सामने आई है, और ये आग इतनी खतरनाक थी कि ये फर्स्ट ग्राउंड फ्लोर से लगना शुरू हुई जो थर्ड फ्लोर तक गई। हमारी टीम के द्वारा तत्काल इस पर संज्ञान लेते हुए टीआई कोतवाली, टीआई गोहलपुर यहाँ उपस्थित हुए, और हमारी पूरी फोर्स ने इसको यहाँ पर आग को कंट्रोल करते हुए पूरे जो अंदर फंसे हुए लोग थे उनको बाहर निकाला। इसमें 7 गंभीर अवस्था में घायल हुए हैं, जिनको मेडिकल और अन्य अस्पतालों में भेजा गया। बाकी लोगों को सुरक्षित बाहर निकाल लिया गया।
कुछ डेथ
अभी जो प्राइमरी जो सूचना है उसमें 4 लोगों की इसमें डेथ हो चुकी है और 3 लोग गंभीर रूप से इलाजरत हैं। अभी
किन कारणों से आप लोग आइडेंटिफाई हो पाए?
अभी ये शॉर्ट सर्किट ग्राउंड फ्लोर पर होने की वजह से बताया गया है स्टाफ के द्वारा। अभी और विवेचना हमारे द्वारा की जा रही है। हमारी एक्सपर्ट टीम देख रही है कि आग की शुरुआत कहाँ से हुई है।
9 से 10 लोगों की मृत्यु हो गई है, जिसमें से 2 नर्सिंग स्टाफ और बाकी के पेशेंट हैं। 3 लोग बिल्कुल सुरक्षित ठीक हालात में हैं, उन्हें मेट्रो अस्पताल भेजा गया है। ये मेडिकल में जो 10 लोगों की सूचना है वो लगभग ये स्थिति है कि वो नहीं है। पुख्ता जानकारी कुछ ही मिनटों में आ जाएगी। बहुत ही दुखद घटना है। क्यों हुई, कैसे हुई, इसके पीछे क्या कारण था वो पता लगेगा। क्षेत्रीय लोगों का जो बताना है वो उनका कहना है कि शॉर्ट सर्किट दिखा, उनका जो नीचे जनरेटर था उसमें एकदम से आग लगी और आग लग के वो अस्पताल में गई। चूँकि पेशेंट हड्डी वाले थे, हड्डी टूटी हुई थी, उस कारण से शायद लोग चल भी नहीं पाए।
Threats, arrests, and 1,000 crore scam. The poorest lost savings. Netas bought plots. Watch the biggest story tonight at 7 p.m.
After claims that Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Raut had been arrested by the ED, Shiv Sena MP Vinayak Raut extended his support and said that the party will not bow down in front of the Enforcement Directorate. He further added that the veteran politician is not alone and said that they are proud of Sanjay Raut and that he has full support of the people of Maharashtra. Now, after the ED raided Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut's home and detained him in connection with the Patra Chaul landscape, the BJP leader Ram Kadam took a dig at Sanjay Raut on Twitter and said that it was divine punishment and also lauded new democracy.
After hours of grilling by the Enforcement Directorate, Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut was arrested over non-cooperation incriminating documents recovered by the ED. After over 10 hours of raids, Sanjay Raut is being grilled by the ED for more than 6 hours now. As we report live from the ED office, more senior officials joined the questioning. Amid Enforcement Directorate action in the money laundering case, Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut remains defiant. His brother Sunil Raut backs him, saying there is no way he will bow down.
In the 2008 Patra Chaul scam redevelopment case, the ED has arrived at the Maitri residence of Sanjay Raut. Sanjay Raut has been detained by the ED. The situation insofar as the residence of Sanjay Raut remains unchanged.
Sanjay Raut has been arrested and more people likely to be called in.
Look at the mountain of cash.
राहुल गांधी को हिरासत में लिया जा रहा है। बड़ी खबर, बड़ी जानकारी।
About 7:30 in the morning, the Enforcement Directorate landed up here. The questioning of Sanjay Raut in the 2008 Patra Chaul scam redevelopment case, the ED has arrived at the Maitri residence of Sanjay Raut. Sanjay Raut has been detained by the ED. The situation insofar as the residence of Sanjay Raut remains unchanged.
Sanjay Raut has been arrested and more people likely to be called in.
Threats, arrests, and 1,000 crore scam. The poorest lost savings. Netas bought plots. Watch the biggest story tonight at 7 p.m. Partha says money doesn't belong to him. Whose cash is it anyway? Partho arrested, but are bigger fish involved? truckloads of cash recovered. Who is the end beneficiary? Arnab debates at 10 p.m.
It's over for Sanjay Raut. ED News Titans Sanjay Raut now sent to custody for 4 days in the 1,000 crore Patra Chol scam. Raided for over 14 hours, grilled for over 6 hours, sent to ED custody 4 days off as ED ups the ante, puts serious charges against Sanjay Raut. Republic questions Sanjay Raut on the Patra Chol scam, evades all questions, the specifics of the case. From sponsored foreign trips to monthly transactions, the Enforcement Directorate making massive charges against Sanjay Raut in court. Sanjay Raut is arrested in the Patra Chol scam, but Uddhav Thackeray backs him, says proud of him. Massive fire at Jabalpur Hospital. Mayor claims 10 reported dead. Rescue operations underway. Fire now doused. Hello. Getting in some more breaking news right now of the Jabalpur fire that just came in, and getting in details of more casualties. In fact, the mayor says that 9 to 10 lives may be lost. That number could go up. The Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan has announced ex gratia of 5 lakh each for the next of kin of 4 people who lost their lives in the fire. The official word from the police is 4 people and who lost their lives in the fire in Jabalpur, and ex gratia of 5 lakh rupees for the next of kin of the 4 who lost their lives in the fire. This is the breaking news update coming in. Let's play out what the mayor just said. The mayor, speaking to the media a few minutes back, said that 9 to 10 lives have been lost in the case.
आज ये थाना गोहलपुर के पास चंडाल भाटा स्थित न्यू लाइफ हॉस्पिटल में अचानक से स्पार्किंग के कारण आग लगी है। प्राइमा फेसी जो बात सामने आई है, और ये आग इतनी खतरनाक थी कि ये फर्स्ट ग्राउंड फ्लोर से लगना शुरू हुई जो 3rd फ्लोर तक गई। हमारी टीम के द्वारा तत्काल इस पे संज्ञान लेते हुए टीआई कोतवाली, टीआई गोहलपुर यहाँ उपस्थित हुए, और हमारी पूरी फोर्स ने इसको यहाँ पर आग को कंट्रोल करते हुए पूरे जो अंदर फंसे हुए लोग थे उनको बाहर निकाला। इसमें 7 गंभीर अवस्था में घायल हुए हैं, जिनको मेडिकल और अन्य अस्पतालों में भेजा गया। बाकी लोगों को सुरक्षित बाहर निकाल लिया गया। अभी जो प्राइमरी जो सूचना है उसमें 4 लोगों की इसमें डेथ हो चुकी है और 3 लोग गंभीर रूप से इलाजरत हैं। अभी ये शॉर्ट सर्किट ग्राउंड फ्लोर पर होने की वजह से बताया गया है स्टाफ के द्वारा। अभी और विवेचना हमारे द्वारा की जा रही है। हमारी एक्सपर्ट टीम देख रही है कि आग की शुरुआत कहाँ से हुई है।
9 से 10 लोगों की मृत्यु हो गई है, जिसमें से 2 नर्सिंग स्टाफ और बाकी के पेशेंट हैं। 3 लोग बिल्कुल सुरक्षित ठीक हालात में हैं, उन्हें मेट्रो अस्पताल भेजा गया है। ये मेडिकल में जो 10 लोगों की सूचना है वो लगभग ये स्थिति है कि वो नहीं है। पुख्ता जानकारी कुछ ही मिनटों में आ जाएगी। बहुत ही दुखद घटना है। क्यों हुई, कैसे हुई, इसके पीछे क्या कारण था वो पता लगेगा। क्षेत्रीय लोगों का जो बताना है वो उनका कहना है कि शॉर्ट सर्किट दिखा उनका जो नीचे जनरेटर था उसमें एकदम से आग लगी और आग लग के वो अस्पताल में गई। चूँकि पेशेंट हड्डी वाले थे, हड्डी टूटी हुई थी, उस कारण से शायद लोग चल भी नहीं पाए।
And the latest update now coming in that the SP has just confirmed that 9 to 10 lives have been lost, and in the Jabalpur fire, 9 to 10 people who were inside the New Life multi-specialty hospital that has been gutted now, including patients, 9 to 10 lives, and some of those who are confirmed dead in this tragedy. We are hearing that there were some nursing staff as well. Nursing staff at the hospital also caught in the crossfire, and this is a spark that caused the blaze at the New Life multi-specialty hospital. The mayor just spoke. You had the SP. In fact, we have a new soundbite from the SP. Let's try and play that out. The SP Jabalpur has just given us an update on the operations and the casualty figures. Let's play that out. Okay, the SP soundbite has just come in. If we can play out the SP soundbite, it's the SP of Jabalpur who has just confirmed that the casualty figures have risen. We don't have clarity about how many people were inside the hospital. I think that's one information that we tried to ask the minister who was on the phone line. Didn't give more details. We'll try and go across we'll try and get the SP South as well on the phone, SP Jabalpur South, who just gave a soundbite about the status of the operations. We'll play that out and also get you more details. And here's what the mayor, the SP have been saying in the last couple of hours. The pictures on your screen are showing that the entire block in that hospital has been gutted. We don't have details of how many people were inside, but the minister saying that those who were caught, who are inside the hospital, trapped, many of them have been rescued, many sent to different hospitals. Let's listen in once again.
आज ये थाना गोहलपुर के पास चंडाल भाटा स्थित न्यू लाइफ हॉस्पिटल में अचानक से स्पार्किंग के कारण आग लगी है। प्राइमा फेसी जो बात सामने आई है, और ये आग इतनी खतरनाक थी कि ये फर्स्ट ग्राउंड फ्लोर से लगना शुरू हुई जो थर्ड फ्लोर तक गई। हमारी टीम के द्वारा तत्काल इस पे संज्ञान लेते हुए टीआई कोतवाली, टीआई गोहलपुर यहाँ उपस्थित हुए, और हमारी पूरी फोर्स ने इसको यहाँ पर आग को कंट्रोल करते हुए पूरे जो अंदर फंसे हुए लोग थे उनको बाहर निकाला। इसमें 7 गंभीर अवस्था में घायल हुए हैं जिनको मेडिकल और अन्य अस्पतालों में भेजा गया। बाकी लोगों को सुरक्षित बाहर निकाल लिया गया। कुछ डेथ अभी जो प्राइमरी जो सूचना है उसमें 4 लोगों की इसमें डेथ हो चुकी है और 3 लोग गंभीर रूप से इलाजरत हैं। किन कारणों से आप लोग आइडेंटिफाई हो पाए? अभी ये शॉर्ट सर्किट ग्राउंड फ्लोर पर होने की वजह से बताया गया है स्टाफ के द्वारा। अभी और विवेचना हमारे द्वारा की जा रही है। हमारी एक्सपर्ट टीम देख रही है कि आग की शुरुआत कहाँ से हुई है।
एंड सत्य विजय इज जॉइनिंग अस फॉर मोर इन्फॉर्मेशन। सत्य विजय, आप हमें क्या बता सकते हैं? अभी जो इन्फॉर्मेशन मिली है, वी अंडरस्टैंड कि 10 लोगों की मौत हो चुकी है इस इंसिडेंट में। क्या वजह बताई जा रही है इस इंसिडेंट, ये ट्रैजिक फायर और ट्रेजेडी के पीछे?
बिल्कुल, ये प्रारंभिक तौर पर जो जानकारी निकलकर सामने आ रही है उसके मुताबिक शॉर्ट सर्किट और इलेक्ट्रिक फॉल्ट की वजह से ये पूरा आगजनी की घटना हुई है, दर्दनाक घटना हुई है। और अभी जो लेटेस्ट अपडेट है वो ये है कि एसपी जबलपुर सिद्धार्थ बहुगुणा ने ये ऑन कैमरा कहा है। उन्होंने उनसे जब मौत के आंकड़े को लेकर जो गफलत हो रही थी को लेकर साफ साफ सवाल किया गया तो उनका कहना है कि 9 से 10 लोगों की मौत की वो पुष्टि कर रहे हैं। उनका कहना है कि अब तक 9 लोगों की मौत तो कंफर्म ही कर रहे हैं और 9 से 10 का वो फिगर कह रहे हैं। तो इतने लोगों की मौत हो चुकी है, लेकिन बाकी जैसा कि जो घटनाक्रम हुआ उसके बाद अब जांच और इन्वेस्टिगेशन तो पुलिस करेगी कि किस वजह से ये हादसा हुआ, क्या हॉस्पिटल में जो नॉर्म्स थे, सेफ्टी नॉर्म्स थे, वो पूरे हो रहे थे या नहीं हो रहे थे, किसकी लापरवाही थी, किसकी लापरवाही नहीं थी। लेकिन एक बहुत बड़ी घटना है हॉस्पिटल में, जहां पर कि लोग इलाज कराने जाते हैं और वहां पर उन्हें इलाज की जगह इस तरह की दुर्घटना का उन्हें सामना करना पड़ता है। अचानक से आग लग जाती है हॉस्पिटल में और पूरे हॉस्पिटल को चपेट में ले लेती, जिससे कि वहां पर जो पेशेंट्स थे, कई पेशेंट्स काफी क्रिटिकल कंडीशन में होते हैं जो कि मूवमेंट तक नहीं कर सकते हैं, और इसीलिए ये जो मौत का आंकड़ा है इतना 10 तक पहुंच चुका है। और अभी काफी कुछ लोग ऐसा भी जानकारी आई कि गंभीर घायल हैं, तो ये मौत का आंकड़ा बढ़ भी सकता है। अब जांच और इन्वेस्टिगेशन तो पुलिस करेगी। एसपी भी लगातार वहां के जिला प्रशासन और कलेक्टर के संपर्क में, सीएम शिवराज सिंह चौहान खुद हैं और मुआवजे का ऐलान कर दिया है। घटना पर दुख भी तमाम जो नेता हैं वो जता रहे हैं, लेकिन इस तरह की घटना के रोती क्यों, ये भी बड़ा सवाल है जो इस घटना के बाद खड़ा होता है।
Yes. सत्य विजय हमारे साथ बने रहिए. इनफैक्ट दोज आर द लाइव फ्रेश विजुअल्स आल्सो कमिंग इन ऑफ द मैसिव फायर दैट हैज बीन रिपोर्टेड एट द जबलपुर हॉस्पिटल. एज यू कैन सी द इनसाइड विजुअल्स वेयर दिस विंग ऑफ दिस हॉस्पिटल हैज बीन completely charred as a result of the fire that broke out. As per initial details, what we understand is that short circuit is being said to be the cause behind this fire that broke out in this hospital. Death toll presently stands at 10. We are told it could further rise to more. But the visuals they're coming in from that very hospital, which has been completely charred as a result of the fire that broke out just a short while back. As you can see, the fire department personnel who are also present there at the spot. So what we are given to understand is that the injured have been shifted to the hospital. They are currently being treated. The death toll currently stands at 10. Satya Vijay continues to be with us. सत्य विजय, अगर आप हमें बता सकते हैं कि इंजर्ड लोग कितने हैं जिनका भी ट्रीटमेंट हो रहा है हॉस्पिटल में?
देखिए, हॉस्पिटल में जितने भी इंजर्ड थे उनको दूसरे हॉस्पिटल में शिफ्ट किया गया है, और जो आग की वजह से इंजर्ड हुए उन और पहले से भी बीमार थे उन सभी को दूसरे हॉस्पिटल में शिफ्ट किया है। जो हमारे पास जानकारी है उसके मुताबिक एक मेट्रो हॉस्पिटल में शिफ्ट किया गया है, और जबलपुर के जो शासकीय अस्पताल है वहां भी कुछ लोगों को शिफ्ट किया जाएगा। कितनी संख्या थी पेशेंट्स की, ये अभी
एक बार में आप ही बता दीजिए सर, किस तरीके से बता दें यहाँ पर आए हुए हैं, किस तरीके से अभी?
नहीं, मुझे सूचना मिला था कि पुलिस अधीक्षक से जबलपुर से कि इस प्रकार का कोई घटना यहाँ पर सिटी हॉस्पिटल में आग लग गई है शॉर्ट सर्किट से, और संभावना है कि 4 लोगों की मृत्यु हो गई है। तो सूचना मिलते कि तत्काल हम लोग आए हैं, और यहाँ एनडीआरएफ और फायर स्टेशन भी है, और जितना भी पुलिस कर्मचारी सब डिवीज़न के हैं उन लोगों ने तत्काल पहुँच के उन लोगों ने अपना काम किया।
सर, कितने लोगों की मौत हुई है सर अभी तक?
अभी वेरीफाइड केवल 4 लोगों का है, और बता रहे 4 हो सकते हैं।
सर, पता चला कितने लोग? ठीक है
सर, जैसे ही हम लोग को इन्फॉर्मेशन मिली डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के थ्रू कि यहाँ एक फायर इंसिडेंट हुआ है, तो हम लोग ने अपने रिपेयर गाड़ी जो हम लोग रहती है, तो हम लोग अपने सामान और गाड़ी को लोड करके और हम लोग यहाँ तुरंत मौके पर पहुँचे, क्योंकि हम लोग यहाँ प्री मानसून डिप्लॉयमेंट में आए थे। उसी दौरान कोई भी हादसा होता है तो हम यहाँ पहुँच कर और अपना जो कार्रवाई होता है उसको शुरू किए। अकॉर्डिंग इसके हिसाब से आपने देखा कि जैसे कि हम लोगों ने सबसे पहले आके सर्च किया, सर्च के दौरान सारा ऑल ओके है, और हमारे तरफ से डन कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। हमारे तरफ से सारे लोग अंदर कोई फसल नहीं है अभी तक। सर, नीचे का फ्लोर काफ़ी वेंटिलेशन कम है, नीचे के फ्लोर में काफ़ी डैमेज हुआ है सर। ऊपर वाला फ्लोर तो काफ़ी ठीक है, लेकिन नीचे के फ्लोर में काफ़ी डैमेज हुआ, जहाँ वहीं से आग की संभावना है सर हुई। सर, ऊपर तो बहुत कम ही है, सब ठीक है सर, ऊपर का और ओके सर। सर, अस्पताल की पोजीशन कंडीशन उतना अच्छी नहीं है, लेकिन नीचे वाला फ्लोर ज़्यादा ही डैमेज हो चुका है सर। ठीक है सर प्लीज़। इंस्पेक्टर संजीव गुप्ता।
जी, इसमें ये न्यू सिटी लाइफ हॉस्पिटल है चंडाल बाटा के पास। ऐसा बताया गया है कि यहाँ पे जब बिजली गई तो जनरेटर पे जो स्विच ओवर होता है उस दौरान कुछ शॉर्ट सर्किट या कुछ बिजली संबंधित कोई दुर्घटना हुई, जिसके कारण आग लगी और ये आग नीचे से ऊपर तक फैलती गई। तो कुल मिलाकर अभी जो प्रथम दृष्टिया लोगों से बात करके अभी 1-2 घंटे भी हुए हैं, जितना अभी बात करके जो कारण समझ में आया है वो ये था।
सर, घायलों की और मौत की बात की जाए तो कितने समझ में आया, कितने लोगों की मौत हुई? इसमें सुनने में आ रहा 10 लोगों की मौत हुई।
अभी जस्ट कंफर्म